welcome to another edition of the NFL Football Friday and New York Giants Talk podcast. This is NYG Jeffy T85 here, and I hope all you guys are enjoying your early Friday. I decided to kick this live stream off a little bit earlier today. Figured why the hell not? Give you some football talk to be talking about. Obviously, the NFL Combine is going on at the moment. You had the linebackers and defensive ends that were going yesterday. Now today, you have the wide receivers and the running backs that are going. You're going to have the quarterbacks going soon, the defensive backs. So right now, the NFL Combine is in process and is on schedule. But obviously, you know me. I love talking about NFL free agency, NFL rumors. Obviously, we have the NFL franchise tag deadline that will be coming up in about a couple of days on March 7th. So there's going to be a lot of crazy news and rumors going around the NFL for the next couple of days. And one of the crazy rumors actually just popped up this morning, if anybody saw it. This is involving my team, the New York Giants. According to Pat Leonard, everybody's favorite New York Giants beat reporter, by the way, according to Pat Leonard of the New York Daily of the Daily News, Daniel Jones and his representatives are looking at upward to $45 million per year. Coach, if you want to pop on, you're more than welcome to. I'll send you the link. Daniel Jones is apparently looking for more than $45 million per season. That's according to Pat Leonard. Take it with a grain of salt, everyone. I don't know how to feel about that one. A good part of me is thinking that this is fabricated and that this is BS, the fact that he's saying that. But at the same time, I really don't know. So, I mean, in some ways, I can't blame him if he's actually wanting to command that type of money because of the fact how the market is going to be playing itself out. But at the same time, Daniel Jones, come on. You're not a $45 million quarterback. Let's just not be crazy. What's up, Jeff? What's going on? No Mets, no Nets, no Jets. What's going on, bookends? I think those reports were released by the Giants. It's possible. Stay away from rumors. Who knows? It could be numbers thrown out there, negotiation tactics. Possibly. It means possible. You never know. At this point, everything out there is rumors. But would anybody surprised if if his agency is trying to command that much money after hearing all the money and contracts that are being thrown around now? Joe, the GM, leaked those rumors. It's possible too. Maybe this is just a way for him to get people to believe that Joe Schoen and Daniel Jones are this far apart in terms of contract numbers. So we'll have to wait and see. But that's just very interesting that this news came out around Daniel Jones and that he's apparently commanding the type of money that he's commanding at the moment, which is 45 plus million per season. I think part of it is fabrication. I don't believe it at all. But at the same time, would I be shocked? No. Why would I be shocked? Do you see the astronomical numbers that quarterbacks out there are trying to command right now in the NFL free agent market? Nobody should be surprised at all. I mean, you see some of these other contracts that are going to be put out there. I mean, we're going to be waiting to see what Lamar Jackson is going to be making. And there's rumors that they might use the transitional tag on Lamar Jackson over there in Baltimore. So, I mean, that's still possible that he might not even be on the team anymore after this year. That they might be looking to say they're just too way far apart in terms of contract talks. And they might be looking to try to see if they can remove Lamar Jackson going forward. So I just find it very funny with this whole situation with Daniel Jones that all of a sudden out of nowhere, the closer we get to negotiation periods, all of a sudden you hear these reports about him commanding 45 plus million from the New York Giants. I don't know. I find this very fishy out here, but my good buddy over here, we're going to be back this Sunday for our regular show. I know you guys missed it, but we will be back this Sunday at 2 p.m. with our premium takes on this and all other topics. And that, of course, is the legendary man himself, the man, the myth, the legend, Mac the Giants fan. How you doing, Mac?
What is going on this afternoon, Jeff? This news this morning is just a little bit disturbing to me, man. I've been as neutral as possible with the whole Daniel Jones situation. Period. I've been neutral. I've been looking at it from every angle. Some people look at a lot of things as been built-in excuses for him. I've been trying to really stay neutral. I think this year he legitimately took a turn for the better. What's going on, Coach? I think he took a turn for the better legitimately, and I was starting to really kind of really take those steps over to Team Daniel Jones. I'm all about it. The kid looking like get some weapons around
Clubhouse.
him, be a lot more competent. But here's my issue with the whole situation. You gotta look yourself in the mirror and you gotta understand that reality is what reality is. You have not
Mm,
earned 45 plus million a year. You have not been a 45 plus million a year quarterback this far. You haven't looked like that kind of a guy yet. Now, can you? Maybe it's possible. But you got to go out there, and before you get that kind of money, you got to show people you worth that kind of money. Right now, he
mm.
hasn't shown anybody he's worth that kind of cash. I feel disappointed. I don't know what's going on, if it's the new agents that he signed with. I mean, I think they got a lot to do with it, obviously. I think they do have a lot to do with it, whatever this number. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know how this guy can believe that that any team should be giving him 45 plus million a year based off of his resume as it stands right now. I said I've been trying. Like I said, I've been very neutral throughout his whole career about him, and I really he made me kind of cross over and become a believer in him. And I still do believe in his talent, but I just don't understand why he thinks he can go out there and pretty much command that kind of money. You just haven't. We haven't seen it yet, Daniel. Maybe you can go out there and earn it. Maybe we'll get you on end up getting you on the franchise tag because the way this is looking, these negotiations is looking, that's what it's going to end up being.
Mm.
But at the same time, you got to go out there and show you're worth that kind of money, man. You can't just come out commanding it when theoretically you just haven't earned it at all. Nobody can look at you and say, nobody looks at Daniel Jones and says this is a 45 plus a million a year quarterback. And plus, if Daniel Jones gets that kind of money, then what the hell do you got to pay the Jalen Hurts and the Lamar Jacksons? Can you imagine
55 million
if
or so, close to
if Daniel
60.
Jones is getting that? What
Mm.
the hell are those guys getting?
Well, we know Hurts is getting towards like 50, 55 mil per season. That for going to the Super Bowl and the numbers he put up. Lamar, I mean, I don't know. Lamar Jackson sounds. It's more and more the things you hear about Lamar Jackson. It sounds like that he's not going to be in Baltimore. That they might decide to transitional tag him and then potentially see if they can gauge a trade interest in him. So I don't know what's going on with this whole situation. When I read that, I almost fell out of my seat. But at the same time, I got to come up and I got to let you know about this, Mac. Have you seen some of the other quarterbacks that we think that Daniel Jones is better than? Daniel Jones is probably better than Kirk Cousins. He's probably better than Jared Goff. I think he's better than Kyler Murray. And these guys out there are making $40+ million a year. So in some ways, I can't really blame Daniel Jones and his agent if they want to go out there and try to, robust the market because of all these other quarterbacks and what they're making. And because the salary cap inflation that's going to be happening after this year, he's going to try to make as much money as possible. He don't owe anything to the Giants. Daniel Jones doesn't own a damn thing to the Giants after every single fan, every single day, have been bashing this dude since the beginning, saying he ain't good, he's trash, he sucks, he's not worth the money, he shouldn't
It's
be
the
the
same thing
quarterback.
with Hurts.
I don't blame Daniel Jones and his agent. I think his agency is trying to drive up his market price because he knows for a fact. You look at the quarterback market right now. Daniel Jones is in demand. We talked about this before. But at the same time, I think it's a little bit far-fetched that he thinks he's going to get 45+ million a year. I mean, he did only throw 15 touchdowns this year, whether you like him or not. So I just wonder if this is just negotiation tactics between both these
What
people
up,
right
man?
now,
What up?
between Joe Shane and his side and Daniel Jones and his side, and then eventually they'll come to some type of agreement when cooler heads prevail. Because if you do this, guess what? Daniel Jones is getting that tag, and you could say sayonara to Saquon Barkley because he's not coming back. There's no way we're signing him when he's looking for 16 mil per year. So this is a very, very, very sticky situation that the Giants are in. Am I shocked? Honestly, You want me to be dead honest? No, I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked at all. Daniel Jones and his new agency is looking to try to break the bank, especially with what quarterbacks are making nowadays in the NFL.
Yeah. Hey, look, look. Okay, they can go out and ask for it all you want, man. But this,
Mm,
to me, it's just no way I can foresee. Just based off of resume alone, this is not a guy you pay 45+ million to based off of what you've
mm,
seen thus far.
mm.
Is the potential there? Clearly. He's good at great athlete. He's got the tools, but you just haven't seen it. And I know there's been a lot of obstacles in his way along since he's been a Giant. The offensive line, he's never played behind a good offensive line. He's never really had a good set of receiver help around him like that. I get it. He's had all that against him, but at the same time, it is what it is, and he just hasn't shown to be a quarterback warranting that kind of a salary. I mean, you want to go somewhere else and get like a little prove it year for somebody else, and then prove that you're worth that kind of money. I mean, that'll be his prerogative too. But right now, New York Giants cannot even consider that offer from him
That's a good
right now. I
point.
just think they can't even consider it.
No, no. I'm even hesitating giving him 40 mil per year. Some people think that he's only worth 30 mil per year, but 45? I mean, now we're just like stretching it right now. Daniel Jones has shown some promise that he could be a potential franchise quarterback, but we got to see more from him. But this is what the market dictates. Did anybody think that Christian Kirk last year was an 18 to 20 mil per year wide receiver?
Oh my God.
Well,
He
no,
broke
These
the
contracts
absolutely
market.
get
not. But
ridiculous.
He
you
broke the
always,
market
I
for
mean,
wide
we get that
receivers.
you always overpay in free
Mm,
agency. I mean, we get it. That's going to
Yeah,
happen. That
but
happens every year, obviously. But at the end of the day, at the end of the day, I'm speaking strictly from the New York Giants. I don't care what anybody else does.
yeah,
Cannot You cannot just go out there and based off of what you know and what you've seen, give Daniel Jones $45 million a year as a New
yeah.
York. I mean, you just can't. I can't. I'm talking strictly New York. I don't care what anybody else does. New York Giants cannot do that. That
You're
can't
right.
be a thing.
You're
That
right.
that's just where I'm at with the whole situation now with the contract. It's getting out of hand. I think it's whatever it is with Daniel Jones. I get it. You got to go do what you got to do for what's best for Daniel Jones
Mm.
at the end of the day. But if that's what he's saying, then it's either going to be franchise tag or nothing for Daniel Jones. At least here in New York, and he's here in New York, because you're not getting that $45 million a year from. I would hope not. I hope Joe Shane would not cave in on that number with Daniel Jones.
No,
But
that'd be a
we'll see.
gross overpay. That would be a gross overpay if you give $45 million a year to a quarterback that, as much as we might think he's got promise, he's only done it for 1 year. And in reality, the numbers aren't as impressive in terms of throwing the football compared to, rushing the football. So I think that's a little bit, that's just to me his agency just trying to drive his market up just to see if he can get the most money and put the Giants in a pressure situation right now in this whole contract negotiations. I think that's what it really is that Daniel Jones's agency is trying to put the pressure on the Giants and Joe Shane to see if they have to panic because of the fact that there's no quarterback out there and because of how well we played this year and the position we are in terms of getting a young quarterback, that they're trying to drive the price up and put the pressure on Joe Shane and the Giants to see if they will cave on Daniel Jones's demands. I don't think they will. I think Joe Shane will steadfast in what he's asking for and what he believes in Daniel Jones's market value. And then we'll wait and see in the next couple of days or so if those numbers are going to gradually start coming down to hopefully around like a $35 to $38 million range. I don't know if it is in the matter of a couple of days, but we'll have to wait and see. If that doesn't happen, I think he's getting tagged. I think he's getting tagged on Tuesday. And which was suck because if he gets tagged, I don't feel confident that Saquon Barkley's coming back. I really don't feel confident that Barkley will be back on the Giants after this year.
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't look that way, man. If that's
No.
what like I said, next few days are going to be clutch. We'll see what happens, man. But yeah, free agency is a son of a bitch, man. You never know. You just never know, man. It might be other things we don't know about Daniel Jones market around the league for all we might not know. It might be things we don't know. It might be other interests that we don't know about for real. Like so, we will find out. Tuesday will be an interesting day, to say the least, man. See what happens.
I mean, you're talking about a quarterback that had over 4,000 total yards in his season last year. He had over 700 yards rushing and over 3,200 yards passing. Teams are going to look at that and they're going to see some of these offensive coordinators are going to try to look at his upside potential. Like, we can take this kid who's 25, 26 years old going into his prime, and we can get the most out of this kid. So we're going to be willing to pay upward to whatever his asking price is because we think he could be one of a quarterback that's just ready to come into his own. So I mentioned this before at the beginning, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn. When everybody's saying Jones and Barkley are back, Jones and Barkley are back, there's no way they're not coming back. I kept saying, just be careful. Their market value is going to go through the roof when you get towards free agency, and teams will overpay for players in free agency. And these guys are going to overvalue themselves after good seasons. Well, what's happening? Jones thinks he's a $45+ million a year quarterback, and Saquon Barkley thinks he's a $16+ million a year running back. Should anybody really be that surprised? No, you shouldn't. This is what you get when you're free agents negotiating in your prime for long-term security, especially in the NFL, where nobody has a guaranteed contract. You are going to do whatever you can to get the most money for yourself and for the security for yourself in the prime years of your career, because we already know what the NFL stands for, not for long. So these guys are going to do whatever it takes, and their agencies are going to do whatever they can for these players to get the most money for them, whether we think that they deserve it or not.
Well, I mean, that's their job. So, like I said, we'll see. We'll just see how these negotiations continue to get, man. I hope you guys in the chat are right, man. What's going on, Unpopular Opinion Sports? Hope you guys are absolutely right about that, man. I mean, maybe Joe Shane can do some wheeling and dealing and get it worked out, but right now it just seems like they're light years apart.
Yeah.
in resolving this. So we'll see.
Tangled at $32 million tag.
Yeah, well, if we have to tag Daniel Jones, it's going to be very, very hard for the Giants to do anything. We are still deciding what we're doing with number 19. We don't know if we're making him a post-June cut or if we're making him a pre-June cut. If we make him post-June, we're going to spread that cap out for the next couple of years. But if we make him a pre-June cut, we take that huge cap hit from the dead money that he'd be making this year, and we get rid of the cap, but though we wouldn't have it on our books in 2024. It would be like a $14 million dead cap hit on our salary cap this year. So
that's what the Eagles had to do with Carson Wentz.
Yeah,
that's what we had to do with Carson Wentz. So
in the third, I could see a defensive.
And the Commanders just did it with Carson Wentz.
It's possible that it is all rumors. I mean, it is smokescreen season. It is BS season. It is all that. This is what you get in the NFL, especially around this time before the tag deadline. And obviously because NFL free agency is literally only a week and a half away. So you're going to get all these crazy rumors going around.
Definitely will be live for that.
So, I mean, I don't know what to believe. I really don't at this point, because you're just waiting for the next BS report to go. And I know it's Pat Leonard. We know how much we feel about Pat Leonard, how much he sucks as a reporter, but he has been accurate with some of these reports in the past. And I just don't think it's that. I don't think it's completely a lie that Daniel Jones is looking for this type of money. When, like I mentioned, Jared Goff, Kyler Murray, and these other guys, Kirk Cousins, they're making around the same type of money that Daniel Jones is asking for. And Jones is a younger, ascending quarterback, not coming off a major injury. Why wouldn't you ask for the bag and put the pressure on Joe Shane? Daniel Jones is in the driver's seat right now. I hate to say it. Him and his agency, they're in the driver's seat in this negotiations, because who's the Giants' alternative if they don't sign Daniel Jones at quarterback? Tyrod Taylor? That's the problem. Daniel Jones he's in the driver's seat with this negotiations, because we don't have an option because of how well we played in the regular season. So
as an Eagles fan, this makes me very nervous on what Daniel Jones is going to get, because I know that Jalen Hurts is going to ask for more, probably. So it's just like, this contract, this signing that Daniel Jones is getting, this contract, it reflects on us. Huge.
Mm.
And sure, I was joking, like, yeah,
Bengals.
give him like 50 mil,
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Imagine what Joe Burrow is going to make. Imagine the money he's going to be commanding. He's going to ask for like 65 mil per season.
That's why the Eagles need to make a move before Joe Burrow
So
does something.
I think they're waiting for Lamar. I think Lamar is that first. Daniel Jones and Lamar Jackson, those first couple of dominoes to fall in terms of free agency. Even Carr. What is Derek?
Not
What's Derek
Ezekiel
Carr gonna make?
Elliott? Not Elliott?
No, I'm talking about quarterbacks.
Quarterback, sorry.
Quarterback stuff.
Rodgers?
Falling.
Rodgers, too. He might get traded. Panthers
I
call.
agree with that.
If
I
Bark
agree
doesn't
100
take
percent with
Tillman-
that.
With Rodgers being traded,
Yeah, Panthers called.
I don't think he's getting traded. You want me to be honest with Aaron Rodgers? I don't think he's going anywhere. I think he's going to be a Packer next year. NYG
Okay.
talked about this too. I think he's going to be a Packer. I think this is just Aaron Rodgers having one of those moments where he's like, upset after what happened last year. And I think eventually cooler heads are going to prevail and he's going to end up staying in Green Bay.
Yeah, and honestly, for Derek Carr, I can see him going to Tampa Bay.
I've heard Garoppolo to Tampa Bay is a rumor.
I heard Garoppolo. I heard Carr. Halftime once Wentz over there.
Rodgers finally came out of the dark room and will be back in Green Bay. If you want to hop on NYG, I sent you the link. Same thing, Coach. I sent you guys the link in the Big Blue Crew and the Hardcore Sports in those chats. First of all, Joe said they never talked to his old agent because Jones told them to hold off. Because he knew he was changing agents, no one knows the true numbers. No need for fans to worry. Well, I mean, you have to be honest with yourself, Bookend, in a way too. I mean, Daniel Jones is going to look to break the bank, and you have to be a little concerned when you hear numbers like this being thrown around, whether you believe them or not. That's your own prerogative. But the closer we get to the NFL the tag deadline, and Daniel Jones pretty much in the driver's seat when it comes to these negotiations, this is what he's gonna. This is what any player that's a free agent right now with a very, with a suspect quarterback market is going to look to command. I like Derek Carr in Carolina. I think he's going to New Orleans. If you want me to be dead honest, I think he's going to New Orleans.
I honestly think he might go to the Jets.
I think he wants to go to the Jets, but I think the Jets are eyeing Rodgers more than Carr. What's going on, awesomeness? Thank you so much for coming by the live stream. Jones will be in New York. Carr will be the Jets. Lamar is going to be traded to a team in the NFC South. Maybe. It's possible. At this point, I don't know what the hell to think. Giants are going to pay what they pay. We can't change it. Yeah, that is true.
We can't. Wait.
I mean,
You
there's nothing we
can't
can do about
change that.
Just speculate. All we can do is sit here and speculate about what these guys could potentially make, and that's pretty much it. We have no idea what the hell some of these guys are going to be making at all.
Change that.
Exactly. Apparently, the Rams are looking to potentially trade Allen Robinson. That's not a shock. He was horrible this past year for the Rams. I don't know what you could get for him.
I drafted him in fantasy. I drafted him in the running back.
He sucked. Allen Robinson sucked this past year for the Rams. I forgot he even played.
I mean,
I dropped him
it
in
was
second.
disappointing, but the
game was
Rams'
over.
whole season was bad. I don't know, man. It's
Yeah.
just, that I think collectively, just everything went bad with the Rams this year, man. So, Allen Robinson was a disappointment, but a lot of people on that team were disappointments as well. So he wasn't far from the only disappointing Ram this season. I mean,
That Whitworth retirement killed him too. When he retired after the season, they had no offensive line, especially at left tackle. Their offensive line got Stafford beaten. He was terrible.
I mean, Stafford was banged up pretty much the whole season. Cooper Kupp went down. It was just everything. If it could go wrong, it reminded me of the Giants seasons for the last few years.
Yeah.
Quite frank.
Yeah.
Right.
Or our past rookie team this past season, where every single one of them were going down every single second. And you look at the numbers over 3 to 5 years in salary cap increases, tag increases, 40 to 45 isn't crazy. Well, right now it might be crazy. look, you guys can think whatever you want. If that's your opinion, I understand. But I'm not taking the 100% positive pie in the sky attitude when it comes to this stuff. Okay,
It might be
I
an
want to see what's gonna.
unpopular
I want to see
opinion.
what's gonna happen when it happens. Okay, I'm not taking the 100% pie in the sky stuff with this whole Daniel Jones and Giants thing because we all think Joe Shane is going to be able to pull this off. So we'll see. We'll
I
see.
do remember that. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets. Absolutely. Everybody wanted Kenny Galladay or Allen Robinson.
I did
They was
too.
the top two guys in free agency
Mhm.
at wide receiver a
Now,
couple years
speaking
ago.
of wide receivers, it
Mhm.
seems like Higgins is staying with the Bengals.
Well, I
Do
mean,
you really
he's-
believe that report?
I mean, it's the first thing that comes out.
What do you think, Mac?
well, I mean, look, I'm sure T. Higgins wants the opportunity to go somewhere and be the guy. You know what I mean? But right now he's under contract, and as long as he's under contract, it is what it is. He's the Bengals.
As long as he's
as far as
getting
I'm
paid.
concerned. But I'm sure he wants the opportunity to go somewhere and be the number one receiver that I believe he is, and he'll never have that opportunity playing on the team with Jamar Chase. So
No.
Right.
Especially with the numbers that Joe Burrow is about to make in terms of his contract. So, I mean, how much are you really going to pay all these guys the type of money that they're looking for? You're really going to pay two wide receivers close to 20 mil per season, and you're going to play a quarterback over 50 mil per season? That alone is going to take up a hell of a lot of your cap. They're probably going to lose Jesse Bates in free agency. He's not going to get the franchise tag, so they're going to be looking for another safety. I mean, there's reports going out that Joe Mixon might be cut due to salary reasons because they want to try to fit in Higgins and Burrow on contract. So, I mean, the Bengals look like a team that they're going to be pretty much juggling around the type of cap numbers in terms of how to put this together. So it's going to be interesting to see how that's going to play out. But based on expected year-to-year increases, the numbers aren't crazy. Well, next year it won't be as crazy, but this year, and we're talking about the production with Daniel Jones when it comes to 45 mil per year. No, and number-wise
that's
next
where
year.
I'm at with it.
Yeah.
It's just not a realistic number for what we've seen. What we've seen him do on the field. It's just not, to me, that's not a realistic number for what he's produced throughout his career.
Mm-hmm. And that's pretty much it. But I'm an analyst, so it's just the way I think. No, it's fine. I understand bookends. I know how you think.
Yeah.
You go with the logical way of it. That's fine.
I mean, you're crunching the numbers, man. I get what you're saying, man. It's quarterbacks in general. Quarterback contracts to me in general are just ridiculous all across the board, regardless. I mean, as great as Patrick Mahomes is, that contract is absolutely out of control. But at the same time, it is what it is. I mean, that's just my opinion, and your opinion is definitely respected as well, because like you said, it's based off of logic and how the quarterback market is. But it's just, to me, Daniel Jones, you're just not a $45 million quarterback.
So,
right
Mac,
now, based
how
off
much
what we've
would you
seen.
give Daniel Jones? How much would you give him?
I mean, he's not, to me, that 35 range, you know what I mean? That's what he's shown he's earned based off of what he's done throughout his career. Most of that's based off of this past season.
Honestly, for me, I would go as high as 38.
That's probably where I am too, around 38, maybe 40 mil. That's where
40
I
is
think
a
it
little
is.
much, but hey.
Hey,
I'll take
Adam.
it.
What is going on? 3 out of the 4 horsemen here sitting with you guys. This is great. Great stuff.
Hey, I
Good,
can't wait.
Adam.
I'm happy.
How
I'm
are you,
happy for
fellas?
guys.
How are you?
Doing well. How are you doing, Adam?
Don't tell the boss, but it's a light workload, so I thought I'd jump on and hop on with you guys. I didn't even know. I just saw Jeff sent a link in the chat in the hardcore sports tweet. So I'm like, I know what that is.
Mm-hmm.
And you're just the man I wanted to see. Just the man I wanted to see.
Me?
So now I don't know about you, but the other
Damn.
no. But I was sitting here thinking, I don't mean to take over your show.
Talk. Go ahead.
Me. I was sitting here, and there's a guy on our team who's possibly going to be signed. And we're going back and forth, and Mac had a conversation with him about it. I had a conversation with Zion. And I go back and I look at Eli Manning's stats.
Mm-hmm.
And I ask myself this question. What was the difference between what Eli was doing his first 5 years and a certain player his first 5 years. Well, if you look at it, they both have pedestrian numbers. And I think you know who I'm talking about, the other player. They both had pedestrian numbers. Eli didn't throw for over 3,500 yards till at least 2009. He had. Oh well,
Yeah.
his stats are up right now. Let's go down the list. Look at this. How convenient. This, people, is good stuff. So 3,700 yards, 3,200 yards, 3,300 yards, 3,200 yards.
Yeah.
That's from 2005 to 2008. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is because what is the difference between Eli Manning and the certain player that we had? Well, two things. One, he was captain clutch in the clutchest moments of the game. So we can accept him being a game manager in those parts. But also, he won a Super Bowl in his 4th year, which allowed us to embrace him and allow his growth to be longer. So I guess where I'm going with this is that the guy that we're looking to sign hasn't done a tenth of what the guy that we look up to has done. So why should we pay him an exorbitant amount of money? And why, you have to ask yourself this question, what is life without Daniel Jones? Is it really that bad? Like, what would happen if he did walk away? That's all. I'm just saying. Just wanted to throw that out there for you guys. Because I was contemplating that, and I needed to call somebody, and you guys happened to pick up the phone. So here we are.
I mean, Mac, do you have anything you want to comment?
I mean, look, that's a valid point from that standpoint. I mean, like you said, what life without Daniel Jones as far as we can, I mean, based on what we've seen throughout his career, it's not going to be horrible. It's not like all of a sudden, oh man, we're never going to make it without Daniel Jones. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, what's the better option right now currently? I mean,
well, no. I'm just talking about, for me, I'm not worried about better options. I'm just looking at resume and things that, like, when Eli was in his tumultuous season, right? 2005, 2006, the team was a little different. Obviously, it was built more of a running team. They did more deep passing, et cetera, et cetera. It wasn't as open as it was now. Because in 2009, he starts to throw for 4,000 yards and continues to do so for the remainder of his career, except for like 2 other seasons. And that was 2017 and 2019. So I guess my question is, we gave Eli the extra time because remember, 2007, they wanted to fire his ass. They wanted to fire him and Tom Coughlin. They delivered. I mean, they needed more than a playoff berth. Remember, they went to the playoffs 05, 06, got ousted both the first round, 05 to 23-0 to the Panthers, and then the overtime loss to the Eagles in 06. Tiki Barber's last game, where they, had a hard-fought game. So next year, when they come in, they basically have the quarterback on the hot seat, the coach on the hot seat. And if they don't win that Super Bowl, we might not be talking about Eli Manning because they might have moved on from him. So my question is that if Daniel Jones, who has not done anything, and we haven't seen much of Daniel, remember, Eli still had the comeback against Denver. He had a couple other comebacks against the Cowboys. He showed you why he was that guy. And I'm just saying, if this guy commands $45 million a year, let's say, and you don't want to pay him, what has he done? What are we really walking away from?
Sorry. I'm just reading. I'm reading MYG's question right now. You pay for projection, not resume.
You don't know. You don't do that, dude. You can't ever do that because that's how you get cap hell when you pay for projection. You can't project that a guy.
Diola.
That's what what you just said, NYG. So, for example, me in my career, I've worked across the gamut. All the stuff that I did prior, all that experience means nothing. So if that's the case, then I'm starting from the bottom in my pay grade, right? But in my lifetime, I've accrued enough of experience where you're going to pay me because of what I've done. So you can't just poo-poo and then say, well, at this job, he's going to do better. You have no idea what's coming down the pike. So you can't pay on projection because if you did that, that could be the recipe for disaster. You don't think projection-wise. If you want to do that, then you have to make the contract incentive-based. If he wants $45 million, the only way you get $45 million is if you say, hey, listen, we'll pay you 32, but if you hit 30 touchdowns, you hit 4,000 yards, you hit 800 yards rushing, you can get your salary up to $45 million.
What's up, NYG?
Yeah, I'm gonna be real quick. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, what up, bro?
So what's good, man? What's good, Mitch? What's good, Adam, Matt,
Hello.
Jeffy? I see y'all, man. What's good, man? What I meant by paying for projection is you don't pay guys based on what they've done. Yeah, that's a part of you being in the conversation, but you're not paying a guy for what he's done. It's just like when you draft a quarterback. You're not drafting a quarterback for what he did in college. You're drafting a guy for what they're going to do moving forward. It's a projection thing. Nobody's paying Daniel Jones based on what he did this season. They're paying him based on the projection of what he can do moving forward with the team. That's what you're giving him money for. Now with the 45 million, that is bullshit. It's fucking
But-
false. And where it comes from is a bunch of these fans that don't want this fucking dude because they can't stand him, and not even looking at the fact that the New York Giants, if they move up the quarterback position, you're resetting the market for your team. So it don't make no sense to pay Saquon Barkley at that point. It don't make no sense to restructure Leonard Williams at that point. You might as well blow the whole fucking thing up because now you're chasing the quarterback. You're going to become the New York Jets is what you're going to do by trying to find this unicorn quarterback. And it's toxic, man, with this fan base.
I don't understand. See, here's my thought process on this. First off, the reason why the rookies have a scale in their drafting slots is because they were paying for projection and they were getting a lot of busts and they were stuck in those contracts for years to come. So you never pay on projection. You think Roquan Smith is getting money because he paid on projection? No, you got to pay on what you hope that he can provide because that's what he gives you on a resume. So, for example, Blake Martinez got paid on the fact that he has tackles of 150 tackles a year. What did he do? His first year with the Giants, 150 tackles. You got exactly what you paid for. Now, if you want to put him in the upper echelon of things that you hope that he could do, well, then here's how you save yourself from that, and you add incentives based on that. Because if you pay a guy based on just projection alone, I'm telling you right now, if he doesn't reach the projection, because what's the projection? What is it?
And what you said is why a lot of this conversation, I'm not talking about you, Adam, you know what I'm saying? We cool, bro. But what you're saying is a lot of the reasons why these conversations get misconstrued because we don't know what that contract is going to look like. They could put incentives in there. I would expect them to do that.
Right. Well,
that's what I'm saying.
The base salary that we're working off right now will be the franchise tag. Many people don't think Daniel deserves to get $30 million a year. I personally would not be paying him a multi-year deal. I would be putting the franchise tag on him and say, prove it to me again that last year wasn't a fluke. Prove to me.
Well, if you put the franchise tag on him, you lose flexibility to sign Saquon Barkley and put a team around this dude so he can succeed. That's not smart move. That's not smart GM.
Well, yes, actually, it is smart GM because because it works in your favor. However, you lose most of your cap. Hold on. If you put the franchise tag on Daniel Jones, you can maneuver salaries, which they're going to do anyways, to expand your salary cap. Now, $32 million does get eaten up right away, but that doesn't mean they can't make moves if they needed to, right? Yes, they have cap space. This is what you have cap space for. This is why you would restructure Leonard Williams. This is why you're already going to cut a Kenny Golladay. Right. The thing that the franchise tag doesn't allow you to do is it doesn't allow you to sign Barkley. Now, we don't know if Barkley wants to be signed here. We don't know what his number is. For all we know, his number could be $15 million a year, and he may walk at the Giants' price. So my point is, you can't just sign a guy randomly on numbers that you hope to get. What I'm saying is, if you pay him $32 million, which is the franchise value right now, he needs to hit certain plateaus for me to be like, oh, justify this contract. Otherwise, you're sitting there on your hands and knees like the 49ers did, and they're not going to want to pay a guy who hasn't done anything in his career, right? Like Jimmy Garoppolo, they paid him a lot of money. He didn't do anything for him. When he came back, they were like, you know what, we're going to give you less money.
Well, you giving Jimmy Garoppolo less money because you took Trey Lance, and you're basically saying that the Giants should go that same route and put themselves in that situation.
How do you But how do you know the quarterback they get behind him with this coaching staff can't coach up the quarterback enough to give you the same play that Daniel Jones gave you? It's not like he had earth-shattering numbers.
We don't know, Adam, but
Yeah, Alex.
you're going to spend.
But you
You're
know
going
that
to
Daniel
spend
Jones is going to be good
significant-
next year, though.
Yes.
Look, this is what you're doing. I
But you're
do
just-
know
you
Daniel.
just said-
I
you
do
just-
know. Look, I do. Listen, let me talk. I do know what Daniel Jones can do.
Okay.
Okay, he
What?
can lead you to a playoff game and win
Okay.
a playoff game. So now
Jimmy
you're gonna
G,
take now.
okay, what other guy?
Now. Okay, that's why the 49ers kept Jimmy G. Why you think they ain't
So
let
can
him go?
Brock Purdy. I mean,
Because
what
they
is the
was
point
not
here?
because they was not confident of fucking Trey Lance,
I'm
the
just saying,
dude that they
Brock Purdy
spent a
let him go
whole the
playoffs?
dude they spent a whole bunch of money for
Yeah.
to take in the draft. They was not confident with him, and that's why they kept Jimmy G on the roster. When in hindsight, they shouldn't have took Trey Lance at all. But we want the Giants to do this same shit. They got lucky, and the reason they got lucky is because they got such a fucking strong team around that they can play games like that. We don't have that. We don't
let me
have
get
that.
this straight.
But you franchise Daniel Jones, you're going to hamper
Hey, Earl.
your ability
how-
to
how
do
do-
that
how-
this season.
But
Because you're
see,
eating up most of your
here's the
cap. You only
thing,
got
here's the thing.
50 million.
here's
And you're
the
going to
thing.
take over half of that with the franchise tag. What else are you going to do? You're not
Okay,
going to be able to get a
but-
middle
but I'm still
linebacker.
not signing him
You're
to
gonna
an
get out-
egregious number, so it doesn't matter.
It doesn't have to be egregious.
Let me ask
It
you this
doesn't have to
question.
be
Let me
egregious,
ask you this
though.
question. Okay.
It's good stuff, by the
People
way.
just
Let me ask
people
you
just
this
don't want
question.
him here long term. That's
okay,
what
let
it
me ask
is.
you this
He
question.
could sign for 15 million if it's a 6-year deal. People gonna freak out because they don't like the guy. They don't want him here long
$15
term.
million is right
They
around
don't
his
want
price.
him-
I mean, who cares?
They
I
don't
mean,
want him here long term. That's the
Okay.
argument.
Well, no.
To me, it makes too much sense to sign him long term. It does, because you can give yourself an out and after 3 years if it doesn't work out.
Okay, so let me.
But
say-
if you
let me say
franchise
this.
him, that's it. That's your money.
Oh my God! Franchise just puts a tag on him for 1 year.
Okay.
Now, if he doesn't prove it 1 year, just like people saying you should have put the that little 5th-year option on him. If we put the 5th-year option on him and don't pay him this year,
No mess
that would
agrees
be
with you,
way more
NYG.
so my question is this: Ryan Tannehill is the exact same situation that Daniel Jones did. He played on a team in Miami that had nobodies. They ran him out of town. He goes to Tennessee, and he does exactly what you think. Just manages the game. Can't fuck it up because he has that great running game. Right? What does he do in the playoffs? He won a few playoff games, but he's not that guy. They want to run that guy out of town. So I'm just saying, they don't even want to pay him the money that they want to pay him. They want to get rid of Ryan Tannehill right now. And you can't say they don't. And the numbers that Ryan Tannehill has put up the last few years have been 3,700 yards, 3,600 yards, 33 touchdowns, 25 touchdowns. Nothing crazy, just average. They still want to get rid of that guy. So why is it any different than the Giants to explore the options of getting a player who could be better in the long term? We want to sign Daniel Jones now for what? What has he done? Because
You can explore all the options you want, though. The
But
fact of the
what has he
matter is
done?
there
What has he
is
done?
no
Why do I
other
have to sign
option.
Daniel
There's
Jones?
no other option. Where's the other option?
What do you mean?
So
What is
tell
there's
me.
no other option? How do you know there's no other option? See, this is what I'm talking about. You
Got
just
this,
told
lad.
me-
You're the one saying it's
No,
another option,
no.
dog.
You
Tell
just
me
told
who.
me. You just told me that Daniel Jones was going to be good. You said right out the gate. I said you think
Uh-oh.
Daniel Jones was gonna be good.
Yeah, he was good this year. So yeah,
So
I
you
do
think
think
Hey,
he's going
Coach.
to be good again.
Let me
He's
finish.
going to be good again. He will.
Your projection
Absolutely.
is he's going to be good. Now you're telling me that I can project.
Yeah,
I
Coach.
say I believe in Brian Dable, right? That if he brought a guy in here, let's just say hypothetically speaking,
You guys believe in Brian Dable, but you don't believe in Brian Dable and Joe Shane enough that
Can
they
I
can make
finish
Daniel
my
Jones work.
point?
That's how silly.
No, but you're not understanding my point. My point here is you're giving false projection to nothing, to an unproven thing. There's nothing that's proven.
Yeah, he's
my
okay.
argument is not disproven. He's played average. That is fact up until now. Now he's improved on his average. It's great. Now he knows how to play the quarterback position. High five. So my question
This is for you, by the way.
my question is, what's Adam's point? Tag, make him prove it. If he proves it, pay him $50 million. Well, my point is this: what are you guys looking for? What do you want in the quarter? You want 3,200 yards and 15 touchdowns every year? That you're happy with that? That satisfies for you?
If it wins my team a playoff game, absolutely.
Okay, but that's Ryan Tannehill. They're kicking him out. They're kicking him out in Tennessee. They're kicking him out. They want a better
Y'all
quarterback.
forget the rushing yards that he added. Y'all forget all of that.
I just gave you an example. What are you going to poo-poo?
Ryan Tannehill. I don't care about Ryan Tannehill.
Why not? He's
You can't compare him to Daniel Jones. They're not the same quarterback. They're not the same quarterback. Come on, Adam.
What are you talking about? What are they doing?
Ryan Tannehill don't give you the rushing yards that Daniel Jones do. Stop it, man.
Oh, come
Yeah.
on.
Come
Daniel
on,
Jones
bro.
had one rushing season of over 700 yards. Now he's a rushing quarterback?
He's
Give me
been
a
top
break.
five.
man.
He's been top five
Give me
rushing
a
his
break.
entire
Oh,
fucking career.
God.
What do you mean?
Guys,
You're coming
I
from a
want to.
hating standpoint, man.
Guys,
That's all
guys,
it is.
Guys, I want to hear what Coach has to say. I want to hear what Coach has to say
Now it's
about the
oh
situation.
my God, but you can't give me another option
Oh
at
my
the
God! Yeah,
quarterback
you
position.
can't even tell. You can tell me that he's going to have 4,000 yards passing.
luck with that,
If
Jeff.
predict
I don't
a
care
rookie
how
to
many
do
yards
well,
he has
it's gonna
passing.
be,
I
we're
can
holding
tell
it
you
back.
that
Yeah,
the New York Giants are going to be a good team. That's what I'm going to tell you.
Both sides.
I'm going to tell you that.
Your way. This ain't
I'm for the Giants. I'm for the Giants. I don't give a damn who the fucking quarterback is.
Then why are you arguing?
Because you're arguing. Because you don't want him. You don't want him. You don't want him, man. That's why we arguing. I don't care, but you don't want him. You don't want the guy, and he's going to be here. He's going to be here, man. We need to get over it.
It's okay.
This is what Daniel Jones does. This is
He sucks. I love him. I hate him. You blow. He blows. Suck it.
all my years of being a
was
Giants fan,
Cincinnati.
I've never seen a player just divide the fan base the way Daniel Jones has his fan base.
Jalen
man.
Hurts did.
I've
Not
never
as bad
seen
as
anything
Daniel
like it.
Jones. No, this is different. This is
Debatable.
I've
different.
never seen anything like it.
In some ways, I actually don't mind if he goes because I'm just so sick and tired of the back and forth with this whole situation. I wouldn't care if he leaves. I just want to win. I don't give a shit who my quarterback is.
You'll care when Tyrod Taylor is your quarterback.
If he wins me games, I don't give a
Well,
damn.
I mean, you would
He's
too.
not
You said
going
you don't
to
care about
win.
the
That's
quarterback.
kind of
we
where
all
I'm at
know
with it
that.
too, though.
I don't care. I just want to win.
Right.
I don't give a shit who's my quarterback. If Ryan Tannehill is putting up BS numbers, but he's taking me to a Super Bowl, I'll take it. Numbers sometimes are inflated with quarterbacks, but at the same time, Jones's market right now is trying to inflate the numbers out there because he's looking at other quarterbacks and their production that they have done in the past. And Jones thinks because of the age he's at, because the season he's coming off of, he thinks he's going to get more in market value because some team will be nuts enough to pay him $45+ million a year because they looked at what he did and they see him as a 25, 26-year-old quarterback coming off a 700+
real quick,
receiver.
Jeffy?
How did the Redskins like that?
A respectful question though. A respectful question though.
Shoot.
So if you're negotiating, right? And
Yeah.
these reports that everybody wants to go by and follow. The first report I heard was they were starting at 30. You remember that report? Okay.
Yeah.
And then it went up to 35. Remember that report? And then it went up to 40 plus. Remember that report? Then it went up to 45, and now it's 45 plus.
Because he
Get
switched
out of here,
agencies.
man.
Because he
you're
switched
reaching.
agencies.
Because
he
you're reaching.
switched
That's why.
agencies. His
Well, no,
agency
it's
that he
called
went for
negotiation.
is trying to get the most
They're
value out of him.
looking the
And yeah, it
numbers
is. It's
so
a
you can meet in the
negotiation
middle.
period.
That's how you do that.
That's what it is. They're negotiating right now between one another and both parties. And Jones, I think, right now is in the driver's seat because he sees what the Giants did this past season, and he knows what quarterback right now do the Giants realistically say they can get if it's not Daniel Jones.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
Here's a reality though. This year, Daniel Jones proved that he can win football games. It might not have been pretty. It might not have been pretty, but he proved he can win football games. And that's why when I highlighted that comment, bookends comment right there, the interior
one?
pass protection, the one about his numbers will probably go. I mean, it's looking like just the quarterback I saw this year. It looks like if he had something common. Me and Adam had this conversation the other day. I was trying to say his whole career, honestly, it's not an excuse, it's a reality. He hasn't had a good offensive line. He hasn't had a good set of receivers on the outside to help him out. Everybody has at least something. This kid has nothing. Like I said, you can go and look at the Cincinnati Bengals and how great Joe Burrow is. He's a great quarterback, and I'm by no means saying Daniel Jones is anywhere as good as Joe Burrow. I'm just saying that he has a horrible offensive line, but he also has Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd, Joe Mixon. He has that to compensate for the deficiency of the offensive line. Daniel Jones has a horrible offensive line. He doesn't have a great set of weapons on the outside. So I'm in that just range where I want to see if he can get something right for this kid and shore up something. Shore the O-line up and have just so-so weapons, or get some goddamn good weapons and just still have the same so-so offensive line, but have something. Something to work for you in your favor. The Eagles are a team that has everything. They got the best offensive line in football. They got great weapons on the outside, and you saw the kind of season that they had. You saw the kind of step that Jalen Hurts took, damn near being the MVP of the league. So those things do matter. Football is a team game. And we put so much on the quarterback position, but the reality is football is a team game. It's 11 guys on offense. It's 11 guys on defense, and they got to work hand in hand together. We put so much on the quarterback position, but this kid legitimately, people call it excuses. It's not an excuse when it's a reality. The reality is he's had not a lot of help his entire career, and that is a fact. And he took enough of a step this year that I do want to see more and continue to see more. But at the same time, $45 million, I haven't seen that yet either. So
what is the ceiling for then Daniel Jones? Because if you sign him to the big deal, right? Are you going to be happy with the let's say the one and dones in the playoffs? Because if he doesn't win that many games in the playoffs and we're still paying him this money, at what point do we pull the trigger and say, oh, well, this is not working out?
I want to hear what Coach has to say. Coach has been quiet.
I gotta get off of here. But look, you know what I'm saying? I gotta go back to work. I was on lunch, man. Good stuff, fellas, man. I appreciate y'all. I just had to jump in, man, because a lot of this stuff is silly. The guy's gonna be here, you know what I'm saying? And if Joe Schoen was to give him $45 million a year, which I absolutely can tell you that's not going to happen. But if it does happen, okay, the same way that we have faith in Brian Dable is the same way that we should have faith in Brian Dable and Joe Schoen if they bring back Daniel Jones. It's the same thing. If they move off from him, I'm going to still keep that same energy and have the same faith with this team. So that's all I want to say, man. Y'all have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
Right,
Thank you for hopping on, MYG. No, you're right. He's right. I mean, I feel the same way. It don't matter about the players on the team. It's about the team itself. So, I mean, that's all that really matters when it comes to this whole situation. Apparently, a new report just popped out, quote unquote, from the Athletic that's saying that the New York Jets are right now the favorites to sign Derek Carr. So there you go.
That'd be a good move.
There you go. So they're looking to make a move right now that Derek Carr is the projected favorite right now to go to the Jets out of every other team. Looks like Mr. Aaron Rodgers is going. It looks like he's coming out of the dark and maybe going back over towards the Green Bay Packers. But, Coach, how are you doing? Hope you're enjoying your Friday. I know you might have a lot to digest after that last conversation we just had, but how do you feel about the whole situation and the reports or whatever you want to believe about Daniel Jones now his agency commanding $45+ million per season?
I've been saying the same thing over and over again. First of all, I'm hanging in there, Jeff. Thanks. I hope everyone is doing well as well. So you and your families. So
thank you. You too, Coach.
I don't care. I mean, I separate myself from all that because players, go get your money. It's just like anybody in society. Any unionized business, if your favorite business that you deal with, if the employees are striking or whatever and they're trying to get more money, we don't go crazy like this. I mean, Max said it. I mean, you've never seen one player separate a fan base like this. And I've dealt with the Phil Simms era and coming down, and it's like, okay, everybody makes good points. They make valid points, but in the end, in the NFL, their careers are short-lived. So any player that wants to go get their money, that's why the players all say that they don't get involved in players' money in their negotiations or anything like that. Go get your money. If the Giants want to give them $100 million, I'm not paying it. It's not like it's coming directly out of my pocket. So, okay, I get the reality. I get everything everyone is saying, but it's crazy the way we just go at each other over this. Look, he's gonna get his money, get it. And if however they structure it, they structure it. And years down the road, if they work their way out of it, they work their way out of it. If we end up, you know what, it's a bad decision. Yeah, we ain't gonna like it, but does that mean we're gonna stop being Giants fans? And if they're here producing, whether it's they're getting minimal yards or they're blowing it out the water, we're gonna be out there rooting for them because we want them to do well for our squad. But the level is it it frustrates me. Not frustrates me. It disappoints me hearing a fan base who I think is the best fan base. I've always felt like this. We have the ability to be the best fan base in the NFL, but it's stuff like this that, to me, puts us at the bottom. Let the man go get his money. It's contract negotiations. You start high, they start low. You work your way to the middle somewhere. It's just like that.
I guess it's fun to debate, because because seriously, I understand what Coach says because we all want to strive for the bag. Your job, you want to be the best at whatever it is you do, and that's what I said to my G22. But what he said to me was, I don't really care what he previously did. And I think you have to take everything into negotiation because there is a salary cap. Now, the reason why the numbers aren't even more astronomical for quarterbacks is because of the salary cap. This could be the NBA where the guy sits out and gets a bird contract and all these other max accelerators. Guys can get crippled. Look at the Sam Bradford contract. Look at a lot of these contracts prior to this rookie wage scale. There's a reason why they did a rookie wage scale. Yeah. Because they used to draft a guy and say, oh, he's going to be our franchise guy, pay him $100 million right out the gate, and he sucks. So what I'm saying is I want to say –
it's a good one.
If I'm talking in a Giant perspective, not in a I live in, wherever I live, New Jersey perspective, because remember, sports is kind of a microcosm of life. I think if he gets paid that money, I expect him to be in those elite conversations. Because if I go to a restaurant like Ruth Chris, I don't expect fucking $2 steak. You know what I'm saying? I expect to get what I'm paying for. So if you give me Daniel Jones, I'm expecting him to be in the upper echelon of quarterbacks. You want to get paid like such? You better pay like such. And what that means is he can't have 3,200 yards and 15 touchdowns, and they expect him to get paid $45 million.
Let me ask you this, Adam. Okay, hypothetically, okay, he gives you those numbers, but they're the best team in football. They're the Super Bowl contender. Are you still going to be saying the same thing? Or are you going to be saying...
Are you guaranteeing me a Super Bowl?
Well, no, listen to what I'm saying. There is no guarantee. No one can guarantee. What I'm saying is he's competing. He's putting the team in the position to win. They're the best team, i.e. the Philadelphia Eagles. So he's giving you those numbers that you're just talking about. But they're the favorites. They go to the Super Bowl. They're competing for the Super Bowl. They don't win it. But you know what? They're in the Super Bowl. Are you still going to be saying the same thing? Because in the end, everyone talks these numbers, but isn't it also about the quarterback is the one that wins? Is about quarterback winning? Okay.
I mean, they had Jimmy Garoppolo, won him to the Super Bowl. He missed the biggest throw in the game, and what have they done? He's brought him back to the playoffs. They still traded out in him and said, "Hey, you're not good enough to be on our team." You know what I mean?
So I'm saying Adam Costas. That's what you're saying. Your bottom line is you just want him to have those numbers. So
no, if he wins the Super Bowl, that's fine. But let's be honest.
It is what it is.
I mean, at the end of the day, he could be a legend, but that's it. He's a passenger. Well, what do I care that he throws for 3,500 yards? I don't care. But I know what pedestrian is. I'm not going to tell you that Daniel Jones is this great quarterback when I sit back and look years later. No, I'm not. You're not. No one's going to tell you that. If you say, yeah, he was a game manager and he won you a couple Super Bowls because the defense was out of his mind, then sure, okay, fine. We're all going to be happy with a Super Bowl. But when we're talking about amongst our peers and having the best, we should be allowed to do that as fans and think about
what it is with me, and
Sorry.
what
Yeah,
I
Brady did do that. Brady did do that first teams. I agree, D'Lo.
What-
He did
what
take
it
a
is-
bullet. He did bite a bullet. Sorry,
what
Coach. Go
it
ahead.
is, no, that's all right. What it is this, all right? And some of you guys know what I'm talking about. When you go on Twitter and people are threatening each other and they're taking it to the streams, they're putting people's personal business out there. This is what I'm getting at. This is why it's disgusting to me. And then sometimes there are people that are listening in and they put everything together. They don't know how to separate and compartmentalize everything. I can compartmentalize it. I'm just tired of dealing with and hearing all it. You know what? Like Jeff said, you know what? Sign them, let them go. Whatever. I don't care. I really don't care. It's not coming out of my pocket directly. You know, if I buy
Well, I think if you're looking at it like that, yes. I mean, I think
and most people don't, Adam. That's the thing.
Well, here's
Most-
the thing. I'm not going to
Mhm.
lie to you, Coach.
Mhm.
My opinion is not liked by most. So I'm not trying. I don't go after
No.
people's, personal thing or whatever.
Exactly.
My uneducated / educated mind, meaning like I'm not.
Mhm.
I don't have a PhD in football, but from what I've learned, these are my thoughts, right? And so I'm putting them out there to say, there is life after Daniel. I'm like the Tony
Mhm.
Robbins of
Yeah.
the Giant fans. I'm trying to say, hey, you can move on without this guy and still have a
Mhm.
life. I've seen it. You know what I'm saying to you is,
Mhm.
I'm not saying that Daniel is bad or he won't do anything. What I'm saying is, and my whole argument is, don't just think this guy is the end all be all, but we have to
No.
keep him when there's guys out there that could be better than him,
That's
you know,
true.
and let Daniel Jones be the end all be all, because at some point we might have to move off. Like Eli Manning was the same thing, right? Eli Manning, everybody hated the guy, but you just had to have patience, and there was glimmers of hopes of him being a franchise guy, right? With Daniel, maybe he's just average, and that's okay. And that's okay, right? But if I say that, it's particularly me, and this is just how I feel. Every time I've said something about this guy, everyone has hated me. You're a hater. You know what you're talking about. You are. So again, I think the reason why I get so fired up is because it's like people are attacking my idea as if I'm some flawed person that can't think that maybe we can do better than Daniel Jones.
Okay, I mean, there you can always do better than any player. I mean, and I get where you're going. I get where you're going.
No, I actually disagree with that. No, Mets. There have been fans out there that said that DJ is the end all be all. There are those DJ lovers that have been that extreme to think that if DJ's not here, it's the end of the world. So I disagree with that.
And here's the funniest part about DJ Love.
Disagree with your assessment?
They wanted to sign him and bring him in here next year, right? As soon as the numbers came out, everybody on the media now changed their name. Well, you can't pay a guy who only throws 15 touchdowns. You can't do this. You can't do that. So everybody wanted him all year. Now they have to get paid. They don't want to pay him that much money. So it's just interesting to me. And the only reason I bring up the money thing.
D'Lo with nice praise for you, Adam.
Well, that's the truth, man. Just watch the game. Eli Manning was a guy who threw 4 picks, but then he'll throw 4 touchdowns for you and win you the ball game in the last 2 minutes. That's just who he was. I mean, I told the story to Zion was Ernie Accorsi wanted this guy. He wanted to draft this guy from jump. So when him and Tom Coughlin were on board and they were in there to make a move, they didn't care that they had Kerry Collins. Mind you, Kerry Collins had a few good years for the Giants. He brought them back to relevancy in terms of being in the playoffs and getting back to winning football, right? So then Ernie Accorsi sat down with Kerry Collins and he's like, yo, we're going to take a kid in this draft because we don't know if we're ever going to be in this position, but we have a chance to do that. We're going to do it. Kerry said, he gave him the finger, said, I want out of here, and away he went to the Raiders. In comes Kurt Warner, and we bring in a guy, right? Now, the story goes, Eli wins the Super Bowl. Does he win a Super Bowl for Ernie Accorsi? No, he wins the Super Bowl for Jerry Reese's Giants. But the legacy will always be Ernie Accorsi. No matter what Jerry Reese did in his era, he always will be in the shadow of that pick. So my thing is this: when you start a new regime, you start a new coaching staff, sometimes I believe you just got to start with your guys. Don't inherit guys. Start with your guys. Daniel was here. He did what they said, right? Now, it was only 1 season. Now, I've had many people tell me, poo-poo the last 3 years. Who cares? So you're going to pay a guy for 1 year of production. My thing would be, if I'm Joe Judge, I'm building the team, I'll give you $32 million on this franchise today. You go out, you prove it again. We'll get you a receiver in the draft. We'll shore up the defense for you. You go out and prove it again next year. We'll give you a blank check. next year, if you don't do well, guess what? We're in a quarterback-rich draft next year where we can bring in a guy who probably has some type of skill set that Brian Dable, who I trust as a coach, can get the best out of. And then you're on a rookie deal, building your team with Andrew Thomas and the rest of the guys. That's how I would be thinking. Now, if you want to sign Daniel Jones, go ahead. That's fine. I'm not let me sign him to hope he projects to do something. I'm signing him on, you did this, I'm going to give you this. Show me that this is a consistent trend going forward.
I get where you're going. I mean, the one thing you said is, if you're a new regime, start with your own guys. I mean, yeah, I get where you're going, especially at the quarterback position. But, I mean, basically, when you do that, then basically you're saying, I'm a strong proponent of this. I mean, I get where you're going with the quarterback position. You can probably show me one or two situations where a quarterback came in and did well with with certain players around him. But for the most part, when you go in with a rookie quarterback, you're restarting everything and you're basically rebuilding from the ground up.
But we're in a bad. That's the point.
Okay, but here's the thing. Yes, you could say that to a degree, but we're not in a full-blown rebuild. That's what I'm getting at. If you come in with okay, Adam. I mean, a full-blown rebuild means that you're not making the playoffs. We made the playoffs.
Look, they went in this year with no expectations. They lucked out and made the playoffs. Now they still have the same holes in the roster, just more money to deal with. Now they're not going to get exponentially greater overnight. It's going to be a slow process. Mm-hmm. But this rebuild is not over just because you went to the playoffs. It doesn't mean you can't make changes with that. I mean, look at the Bills. They went to the playoffs. They went up and got Josh Allen, and still were a competitive team. And away they went. It was not like it's the end of the world.
You know what? We're playing on the word rebuild. When I say rebuild, I mean you're doing it from the ground up. I mean, just like Mitchell talked about the Sixers when they rebuild and they were trusting the process and all that stuff. That's what I look at when I say rebuild, and that's what I mean by that. What I'm seeing is, yes, you're retooling, however you want to categorize it. You're adding pieces to build a championship quality program. Are we building towards being a championship quality program? Yes. Are we there? No.
But
and
I mean,
I think there's also levels to it too. You gotta remember it's levels to this thing, and the reality is, like you just said, we made the playoffs. I mean, we're a playoff team now officially coming into this next season. We were a team that was in the playoffs, and now. And I'm not saying you can't make a change. I'm saying it's levels to the rebuild, to the way you're going about it now, because expectations are different whether we like it or not. We're a team that now is considered better than we're supposed to be at this point. So, like, if we would have went out there a year ago and still just fell flat on our face, and we're like 6 and 11 or something like that, then okay. Then you're still, we're still in that full swing rebuilding where it's just a different level to it. Like now, just going and starting fresh with a new quarterback, that's like Coach said, that's going back to the bottom. That's almost like you're saying now we're rebuilding and rebuild.
With a quarterback, you can go up and draft a guy. Doesn't have to. You can still sign Daniel and get a guy. I mean, look at Kansas City.
I'm sure they're going to get somebody else.
They had Alex Smith and we're in the playoffs, and they decided to trade from whatever number in the mid-20s to number 12 to get Patrick Mahomes, an unproven guy, an unproven commodity that nobody knew about, that thought had flaws in his game, that wouldn't be as good as he was. And they said they took a proven commodity and Alex Smith, who produced for them, and said, you know what, we're still going to take this guy even though you're on our team.
But
I'm not saying they're not going to get anybody else in here. I'm just saying.
Good point, no Mets, no Nets, no Jets. Good point.
That at the end of the day, it's not like they're going to say, we're going to sign Daniel Jones and that's it. We're good. We don't have to worry about the quarterback position. We're fine with Daniel Jones. I mean, but I'm just saying, it's just the way the approach is different. The mentality is a little bit different. The expectations are different.
Hey, Miss.
You got to look across the league.
Hey.
Make changes all the time.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
All the time. They don't let a guy. It's if this were a negotiation after he won the Super Bowl or something like that, I could easily see us being like, let's not let him go. Blah blah blah. Right? But this is a guy who hasn't done much. This is his first real season, and we're sitting here trying to say, well, oh my God, the roof's going to cave in if we lose. I mean, I trust Brian Dable enough to if they found somebody else, that this team could still be competent enough to compete in a weak conference to win at least 9 games to get themselves in the playoffs. Because that's what I feel like they're going to win anyway.
And that's that. Let me ask you, because you keep saying rebuild, so that's still a rebuild to you.
Rebuild. We've been saying rebuild for the last decade. When a new regime comes in, you got to let them see it their way. Let them see. Bill Parcells came in. He used some of the guys, and you know what he said? He said, "If I'm going to die on this ship, I'm going to bring in my guys and do it my way." Okay, so you got to let these guys do it their way. If they decide they want to let Barkley walk, fine. You let Barkley walk. Who cares? You know what I'm saying? But, Daniel Jones the same way. If they let Daniel Jones walk, it's not like it's going to be the end of the world for the Giants. It's not like they're going to not be competitive. It's not like they're not already rebuilding in a rebuilding mode. You don't have to sit there and say, well, we made the playoffs now. We can't change anything. Let's bring it all back. No, you can say, all right, well, we'll bring Daniel here. He may not be our guy. Let's bring in somebody else and keep building, because what we're not doing right now is we're not building. We keep rebuilding, but right now what we need to do is let Joe Schoen find his pieces to build the house in his way.
He's doing that. I really think he is doing that.
Yeah,
he's trying to do that.
But what I'm saying is, if he wants to move on from Daniel Jones because he likes Anthony Richardson, I'm not going to sit here and say, no, don't do it. We're going to be moved back. No, I'm going to say, Brian Dable, you made magic with a guy who had 3,200 yards and 15 touchdowns, right? Jalen Hurts had basically those numbers in his first year starting. So you're telling me a guy can't come in here and do that and still be a competitive playoff team? I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying.
Then we're talking
the funniest part about it, too.
Adam, you and I are talking the same language, whether you realize it or not. I mean, I said, what did I say? If they pay Daniel Jones, if they pay Daniel Jones, pay him. If he goes, he goes. I'm not going to stop being a Giants fan because of one player.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not.
DJ's gone. I have to become a Daniel Jones fan.
What I think the mystery is that they're like, well, if Daniel Jones walks, we're going to be this crippling team. And I'm like, well, I trust Brian Dable enough to figure it out with whoever. See, that's the thing. The reason why I'm so confident is because I trust the coaching staff.
Exactly.
Right? I trust the coach. I trust the coaching staff enough to know, hey, if they let Daniel Jones walk, the next guy they come in here and they're gonna put in the best position to help this team win. Like Mike Tomlin did with Kenny Pickett. That guy came in there and they still were a playoff team. They went 9-8 or close to a playoff team. They're still fighting for the playoffs. So
that could happen.
Next year, if you pay Daniel Jones $30-something million and we're still 9-8, okay, great. What if we got that with Anthony Richardson? What would you be saying? Nobody would be caring because it'd be the same record. My point is, Daniel Jones's production in this offense can be replicated, I feel, with this coaching staff and with the guy that they want. If we deem, Anthony Richardson can get you better, or they're in a shape to get him, right? They love CJ Stroud. You're telling me that Brian Dable hasn't sat down with fucking Joe Schoen and said, man, if we get our hands on that guy.
That's for the Miz, by the way. Just the Miz. By the way, I got something. You want to talk about the quarterbacks right now in the NFC and how bad they are? Let's look at the quarterbacks in the NFC. And our reason why it's not that crazy to say Daniel Jones might be a top 3 quarterback in the NFC. It's not even that crazy. Look at the quarterbacks in the NFC and how bad they are. Aaron Rodgers is right now still part of the Packers. We agree he's the best quarterback in the NFC right now. Let's go into right. I think he's the best right now. I think he's number 1. I'm putting him number 1. Whether you disagree with me or not, that's fine. I'm putting him number 1. I'll go look at the NFC East first. Dak Prescott went backwards this year. He puts up a lot of touchdowns and yardage, but he went backwards. Number 1 in turnovers. Look at Carson Wentz. He was terrible. Jalen Hurts, as good as Jalen Hurts was this year, 1 year, he's had a great year. 1 year. Like we've been talking about Jones. It's the same thing with Jalen Hurts. And then obviously Daniel Jones. Look at the NFC West. Does anybody really love Kyler Murray? Who loves Kyler Murray? I don't. I think the guy's overrated.
Cardinals fan.
He's got a lot of athletic talent. I think he could be a good quarterback, but I don't know if he has it up here. San Francisco, the biggest weakness on that team is their quarterback position, whether it's Jimmy G, Brock Purdy, or Trey Lance. Geno Smith. Nobody was talking about Geno Smith being good. over there for years. Then he has a great year with Pete Carroll. And then obviously Stafford. I think Stafford is a good quarterback. I'd probably put him up there as a top 3 as well. NFC South, Tom Brady, right now, not here anymore. And he regressed after this past season. Chicago, I think Justin Fields is an emerging good young quarterback, but I don't know if he's there yet. I think he still needs to, get better in terms of passing the football. New Orleans, they don't have a quarterback right now. Jameis Winston, please. And then Carolina, let's not go nuts about Sam Darnold because he had a couple of nice games over there with Carolina. NFC North, we already talked about Rodgers. Detroit Lions with Jared Goff. Goff actually played like one of the best quarterbacks in the NFC, but let's just be real. It's Jared Goff. Kirk Cousins, we all talk about how overrated Kirk Cousins is over there on that team. And then
hold on. Those guys that have produced, if we took their names, Jared Goff, off the list and Kirk Cousins, and just gave them Jeffy T and Adam C, are the perceptions different? Is what I'm saying. Because because I do believe perception also helps determine how people feel about a quarterback, regardless of what he has done, right? If you don't like a guy, people are going to say you don't like a guy, and no matter what viewpoint, I'm not trying to do that with Daniel. I'm trying to be as objective and show you that there's other things out there. But when I say a guy like Ryan Tannehill, and I put up numbers like that, instantaneously, as soon as the words Ryan and Tannehill leave my lips, you already have a opinion about it. You're like, that guy stinks. But if you were taking his numbers away and just read them across the board, you'd know.
The reality is, it's what I keep going back to, and I'm going to keep falling back to it, about football being a team game. These guys have, like Ryan Tannehill's best years of his career was when he was throwing the ball to A.J. Brown. That's a fact.
His best years were in Miami.
That's a fact. His best statistical seasons
were with he had 1 year. I looked it up. Look it up right now.
AJ, I mean, these guys makes a difference. It's an impact. These guys have weapons that help them also look great and look the part.
What I'm saying.
Kirk Cousins, I don't think anybody. You don't understand what I'm not sure because what I'm saying is,
if you took out Kirk Cousins' name and the name that because when people associate Kirk Cousins, they hate him. But if you were to do this experiment, wipe a state clean, and read off the top quarterbacks without their names and said, this guy threw for this many yards, this many touchdowns, is that a good season? You'd be like, sure. And then when I say Kirk Cousins, you're like, oh, fuck that guy. But that's what it is. When those come out of your mouth, you already associate it.
No, that's not how I am at all. Kirk Cousins to me is just an average quarterback. He's nothing great. He's not a bum, but he's nothing great either. I don't look at him as anything special.
He's got that
right now, yeah. I would say right now, technically he is. But also, Kirk Cousins has had the Adam Thielens and Justin Jefferson's at his disposal. I haven't seen Daniel Jones with that kind of help. That's what I'm saying. I want to see Daniel Jones with at least one competent, legitimate number one wide receiver to throw the football to. He has never had that. He hasn't had that.
A guy like Kyler Murray and Ryan Tannehill. Those guys have one big time receiver and throw the football.
And that's good. They have one. Daniel Jones has zero. He has zero.
Jalen Hurts had zero before this past season.
Washington fans still cursed today.
Jalen Hurts has two number one receivers to throw the football to. Joe Burrow has two number one receivers to throw the football to. He has a number three in Tyler Boyd. I mean, a number two in Tyler. I think Tyler Boyd is number two. I don't consider Tyler Boyd a number one.
I think
he's number two, disguising as a number three because that's how good his weapons are out over there. Guys need help. Justin Herbert, he has McCardell and Mike Williams. I mean, these guys have legitimate help that Daniel Jones doesn't have, and we haven't seen him with that. With that kind of help. And you can't convince me that doesn't make a difference, is what I'm saying. That makes a difference. It has an impact on what a guy can do and what a guy's numbers can look like when you keep comparing the Kirk Cousins and
numbers are the same with a big receiver. Kyler Murray, the same shit. They throw 3,700 yards. Kyler Murray is a mirror image of what Daniel Jones does in skill set wise. He has DeAndre Hopkins. He's barely thrown 4,000 yards in the season.
That's
So
what Kyler Murray has. But we haven't seen Daniel Jones with that. That's what I'm saying. Daniel Jones hasn't had that luxury. He hasn't had, so we don't know because he hasn't had that luxury.
Wait a minute. Adam. Okay, because you're comparing Daniel Jones to Kyler Murray. But what Mac is saying is, Kyler Murray has had number one receivers. So how can you compare? That's not.
I'm not compare. I'm saying what I'm saying is right now. I believe the projection of where Daniel Jones is going to be when you get him these guys is the numbers of Ryan Tannehill and the numbers of Kyler Murray. And if people in the league right now don't like those guys and want to get rid of them now, what's the point of holding on to a guy if he's going to only get you those numbers? We have no idea if Daniel is going to put up those numbers. And if you pay him like big money, he needs to hit 4,000 yards, 25 touchdowns, and throw that many picks. I don't want to see Kyler Murray numbers because you're telling me right now that you're paying him that he's better than this guy.
How you doing today, Miz?
Hello. What I walk into. Now, all I want to say is this, man. I don't know if I can even believe these media reports because it's a new fucking stories every day in the NFL. I believe like 75% of them are bullshit, smoke, but I'm not paying this guy $40 million a year. You guys saw my video. I am not. So if it comes down to that, he's getting tagged Tuesday. You all know that. And it's going to suck because if they tag him, you could say goodbye to Barkley. So it is what it is. And it ain't the end of the world because there's a lot of running backs out there this year. And even if we do bring back Barkley, I still think we're drafting a running back in the mid-round. So the thing is this. I'm good with tagging Jones for $32 million one more year. Not lock into a 4 or 5 year deal. Show it to me another year, son. I'll bring you some weapons this year. Show me, step it up another 2 levels. And then next year, I'll hit you with the big contract. And I think, honestly, that's the way I feel. And I'm a Jones guy. I like him. But he got to show me more. I can't give him $40 million a year for the next 4 or 5 years. Because if it don't work out, man, we are in deep shit. So, I do trust Joe Schoen. I think he's a real good GM, and I think he has a real good head. So we're going to wait and see what he does here. You know, that's all.
That was perfectly said.
I like that.
I don't like
okay. I just said that.
I said it with the same thing with you too, Adam. I said before it was perfectly said.
Yeah, Adam.
I do want these linebackers. I do want these big linebackers on the market that the Giants are after, and I think the tag is going to hamper us, obviously. Well, hey, we'll see what happens. I don't know. You know? I don't know what to tell you. I know there's guys that want to move on from Jones. There's guys that love Jones. I like Jones. I'm on top of the fence because I'm a Giant fan and I'm thinking what's best for the Giants long term. I a little bit lean towards the Jones side, but I'm not jumping on top of the Jones side, if you know what I mean. Basically, I'm not ready to give Jones $40 million a year for 4 years. I'm not. That's a lot of money, man. I don't care what the market is the next 2 years. And that's how I feel.
Just worried about the here and now, 2023, whatever happens with it. Whatever Joe Schoen and Brian Daboll, Brandon Brown in the front office value Daniel Jones.
The here and now affects the next 4 or 5 years. You know that.
Well, Joe Schoen will know if they don't think he's a $45 million a year quarterback, they're not going to pay him $45 million a year, and they'll try to see if they can negotiate it to a lower degree. Then he's going to tag him.
I don't care what anybody says, bro. I like Jones a lot. I don't care what anybody tells me. If you sit there and stare at me and tell me, well, that's the market, so Jones deserves $45 million a year, you're fucking lying, man.
Yeah, though there's a Giants logical fan that will say that. There's no Giants fan that can honestly say and look at themselves and say Jones is a $45 million a year quarterback. And Joe Schoen will know that.
Yeah, you know where I got him at? Give him the tag money, $32 million a year. If you want to give him a 3 or 4 year contract, 3 years to opt out of the 4th, $32 million is the number, and that's where I would draw the line in the sand. And I'm pretty sure Joe Schoen has drawn a line in the sand. He's just not going to tell you that.
I mean, I'm just going to go off the like what everybody's been saying too. I actually understand where Adam is coming from and his points because he's going by what he believes Daniel Jones is going to be. Even if you get him weapons, even if you get him all these other playmakers and interior offensive line, he thinks that Daniel Jones is going to still be Ryan Tannehill, Kirk Cousins level quarterback. That's just where he believes he's going to be projected to, and that's fine. A lot of people some people believe what Adam's thinking too. Others think that if you give Daniel Jones all these great playmakers on the outside, it's going to turn Daniel Jones into a top 10 level quarterback. The fact of the matter is,
I just want to see it happen.
We don't know. Yeah, I want to see it happen.
I want to see what it can
I'm
look
curious.
like. I want to see what it can look like.
I will say
He got drafted to a situation. Oh, go ahead, Coach. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Mac. Finish what you're saying.
He got drafted to a situation where he had a number one wide receiver in Odell Beckham. Before the season even gets started, he gets traded away. You draft a quarterback, number 6 overall, and you trade away the best weapon on the damn team, like the best weapon he got. What the hell? That
Darius
already was
Slayton
already
was
a
his
set.
best wide
That was
receiver.
already a setback right there from the door.
Matt's right about
You know what I mean? So it's just you gotta. I mean, I don't know. You gotta see. We haven't seen this guy with legitimate receiver help. You've seen him with a banged up Barkley, and that's pretty average receivers the rest of the way. So I want to see this guy with legitimate receiver talent on the outside, guys that can get open and can make plays and help their quarterback legitimately. So I just want to see what it would look like. I have a chance to see it. I haven't had a chance to see it at all in his whole entire career. So I don't know what it might look like one way or the other. You might be 100% right, and it might be 100% right the other way. But we don't know. It's the complete unknown because we haven't seen it at all.
That's what I argue, because there's no guarantee, and that's why I keep saying what I'm saying. The only thing I can base my argument on right now is the knowledge I have of what Daniel has done. What Daniel has done, to me, hasn't warranted to be more than an average player. So now you're telling me, well, let's get him all this stuff. All right. So I look at all the quarterbacks that are clustered within that kind of realm, and guys who come up in my brain are Kyler Murray and Ryan Tannehill. And those guys with those big-time receivers are still being maligned and kicked off their team because they're not really the guy, but they're the guy for right now. And that's all I'm saying. If you're going to pay him that much money, you might be in the same situation where we're the Tennessee Titans and we're sitting there. And yes, we've been to playoffs and we've been here. We've done that. We haven't won a Super Bowl, but we're at like 18, 19, 20 every year. And there's a guy that might fall to you where you could be like, let's take him. And that's what I believe Daniel's at. That's just who I believe he's going to be based on what I see right now. And what I saw last season doesn't extrapolate into, oh my God, now he's going to be this all-world guy. The thing I will say is this. I wish Pat Shurmur had not gotten fired early, because if he hadn't gotten fired early,
I agree with that.
Might have had a better understanding of where Daniel really is. Because in that system he was drafted for that offense. And if you watch that offense, he went down the field all the time. But with going down the field, he threw more turnovers. He had more turnovers. He had more interceptions that way. So I want to know what he's really built for. And if Brian Daboll's offense is built for a guy that's not Daniel Jones, well, then let's get the guy in here for who it's built for.
Well, pretty much. I mean, it's a hip, is, but candy's nuts. What the hell? We don't know. Let's just see what Joe Shane's going to do. It's all speculation right now and all this stuff. We have a couple of days until the NFL tag deadline is. So we're going to get our answers.
Yeah, but you
really
know
in
Jones
the
is coming back next year. You know that.
Oh, yeah. Well, Jones is going to be
Jones
back.
is
That
here
is
next
true.
year.
Yeah. It's just he's going to get tagged
Whether
or
it's
signed
a
long
tag
term.
or a contract, we don't know. But he'll be here next year. And I think next year is obviously his biggest year in his career. And hopefully they get him a real receiver. And I'm hoping Barkley could somehow.
Cedric Tillman, baby.
And listen, and we could see what Jones can really, really do. There won't be no more excuses. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, no. They'll find a way to have excuses. They'll find a way.
No, but the year he had this year, Adam, was like you said it. He deserves at least one more year.
Right.
Now I know what you're saying. There might be a better guy out there, and we should just cut this shit and move on. But
I'm not saying you have to cut the shit. What I'm saying is don't let a guy stop you from drafting your potential franchise guy that you can grow into because you want to pay him money. The 49ers.
Well, you're saying, okay, if the Giants could get Richardson, go get him and put him behind Jones for a year. I know what you're saying.
Right. So, like the 49ers, they
I'm
only
not
did
against
that.
that.
The 49ers only did
I have
what
no
they
problem
did
with that either.
because they didn't think they were going to be there again. So they were like, let's pick a quarterback so when we're not down here again. They obviously picked the one.
Yeah.
They were rushed and they picked the wrong one. They probably should have picked maybe Zach Wilson or somebody else that probably fit their system better. But I think I understood what the methodology was there to do it. They're like, oh, Jimmy G hasn't won with us. We're still a good team. We have a good window of opportunity. We can win with this guy. Kyle Shanahan said, yeah, I can win with Trey Lance. Let's go. So I trust the coach. The reason why I'm so not pro for this move is I trust Brian Dable to make any quarterback that come in here be competent enough to get us done. Hell, he made Davis Webb look competent in the last game of the season. So he can make anybody function. And that's what I'm saying. If he can get a guy like Richardson and mold him from Jump Street, and he thinks the talent's going to be better in next year than it is now, and you can still get the similar production, then what's the problem? Because you know the production you got. Let's be honest, it wasn't off the wall. It was better for what Daniel Jones has put out there, but that wasn't even his best touchdown year.
I want to talk about this real quickly, and I'm going to transition over to the other. Oh, go ahead, Miz.
Then I gotta hop off because I'm in a bad area, so I'm gonna hop off, but I'm gonna be listening. But
thank you.
Just wanted to say, this is one thing I wanted to say though. I feel strongly about this. If Daniel Jones doesn't sign the contract that Joe Schoen has put on the table, okay, and obviously it's a couple of dollars less so that we could try to build the team up stronger this year. And he offered that he would tag Barkley 100% if Jones would sign the contract that he has on the table. If they don't sign it and they force Schoen to tag him on Tuesday, I'll bet anybody in the world Joe Schoen won't forget that, and Daniel Jones will not be here next year. He'll be here one more year, and that's it.
Well, Miz, before you go, I want to know what your percentages you think Barkley is going to be back next year, in your honest opinion.
In my honest opinion, if it all comes down to this, if we get to Tuesday and the Giants are forced to tag Jones, Barkley's not coming back.
But right now, today, what do you think? If you had to put your mind, not thinking about Tuesday, if you had to think right this moment, Miz is guessing right now what the percentage is that Barkley will be back. What do you think it's going to be, in your opinion?
If I had to bet right now, Jones is going to sign the contract in the next few days, and they're going to tag Barkley.
Okay.
That's my route that I think is going to happen.
Mm.
And I still, they're going to draft the running back in the draft also. I can guarantee you it. That kid from UCLA that they're in love with. He'll be there in the 3rd or 4th round.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to end up happening too. I think they are going to take a running back. I agree with you. And I actually think the same thing.
And Jeff, I have to say it. Sorry, I love you. There's a new king in New York, the New York Knicks.
Yes, I know. Okay, we know. You kicked our ass twice. Trust me.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to watch that garbage for 4 straight nights, and I don't know what the hell to think about the Nets. At least the Giants know how to win. Trust me. We'll talk about all that crap on Sunday with the Nets.
Tonight. No problem. Tonight.
Thank you very much, Miz. Appreciate that.
You mean tonight?
Yeah. Trust me, the Nets haven't been kings of anything except the kings of mediocrity and failure. There's nothing the Nets have been king of at all, except how to piss off their fan base for about 4 years. So
same with the Sixers.
They've been king at all.
You
didn't have Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, and Ben Simmons.
No, we did not. But we had a Jimmy Butler who wanted to leave, and we kept Ben Simmons over him.
We have him sitting on the bench for $35 million per year with a knee injury, and he has done nothing for us all year. Yeah, that's exactly what we had to deal with for
we had to deal with that for 5 years.
I'm going to say this about Barkley. Because, everybody's just forgetting about – it's always Jones. We're forgetting about Barkley.
We just talked about Daniel Jones for 90 minutes.
Yeah, you forgot about the other guy, the heart and soul of this football team. Yes, he's a running back. No, he's not worth $16 million a year. But can you imagine how much it's going to affect this locker room if 26 is not back in this team next year? That is the heart and soul of this New York Giants team. It's Saquon Barkley. So
Well, you'll really find out how good your quarterback is without that guy being there.
yeah, because Barkley, I still don't believe he was completely utilized 100% for what we could have done with him. I think he could have been used in the passing game even a little bit more, even though he had good numbers.
I was banging the
But-
table for that.
Yeah, I want to see Barkley used more in terms of wheel routes or something on the outside. Barkley's good at the wheel routes, but
Only in the summertime, Jeff. Only in the summertime you do that.
I want to see. I want to
Some
see.
money. I got dollars.
I want to see what's going to happen with Saquon because Saquon is not going to
Oh, you
get
said next week?
16 million. We know that's not happening. It sounds like with Barkley, they're drawing the line in the sand at about 12 and a half mil, and I don't think that's going to get any closer by the time we get to the franchise tag. So if God forbid Jones doesn't come to a long-term deal and they have to tag Jones, is everybody on this panel pretty much coming to the conclusion Saquon Barkley's testing the market, some team is going to be nuts enough to pay him 16 mil per year, and Saquon Barkley will be playing somewhere else? Or do some of you guys still have some hope that Barkley might be back?
You know, it'd be
Here's
funny
what's the
though.
situation. We were already. Go ahead, Mitch. Finish. Go ahead.
It would be funny if Miles Sanders goes to you guys and we take Barkley.
No, it would not be funny, but go ahead.
No, for me it
Hey,
would.
not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. But anyway, here's the reality: is that with Saquon Barkley, like you
Gregor.
said, we already talked about free agency, how everybody overpays in free agency. This is why it's critical to get a deal done with Daniel Jones before Tuesday, before that deadline, because on Tuesday, it's going to be imperative to be able to slap the tag on Saquon Barkley because somebody is going to give him the bag. He is Saquon Barkley. Everybody talks about Saquon Barkley like he's some regular run-of-the-mill average running back. He is not. He is an upper echelon running back, one of the very best at what he does in this league. So at the end of the day, however you feel about him, he's always injured. He's had a tough time with the injury bug, the early beginning of his career. But the reality is, when he's healthy, you know what you got in Saquon Barkley. It's not a we think, we might. No, you know what you got in Saquon Barkley. Somebody is going to give him the bag if we can't slap that franchise tag on him, because it does not look like negotiations with him is going to come. Is going to work in our favor. So we need to make this thing work with Daniel Jones if that's what they're trying to do. And get him to put his name on a contract, and we can go ahead and put that tag on Saquon Barkley, because that will ensure that we do have both of them back next year. So that's the thing. We can't. Saquon Barkley is going. People are going to have interest. You think Buffalo's not licking their chops, hoping to get a chance at Saquon Barkley when he hits the open market? Come on, man. Teams like that know what they got when they signed Saquon Barkley. So they're going to throw him in the bag. You mentioned it earlier what Christian Kirk got last year. People overpay in free agency, and you think nobody's going to overpay for Saquon Barkley? Give me a break. Forget about it. If we can't put that tag on him, it's a wrap.
I disagree about the locker room thing. I know what you're saying. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets, but Saquon Barkley's got a track record, and everybody looks at Saquon Barkley as the heart and soul and probably the true leader of that team. You can say Jones too because of his work ethic, but when I think it comes to the most respected player in that locker room, it is Saquon Barkley. And Saquon, I don't think is on the decline. I think he's still a guy that's coming back from that ACL. Yeah, he's not a 3-down back. The one critical part that a lot of us were critical about Saquon Barkley was the fact that he couldn't pass protect, or he couldn't, be able to stand up and help out his quarterback. He got better at that too. He got better. Yeah, he did much better. Too. So he is becoming a 3-down back. I will say Saquon does have suspect hands sometimes in the open field. He has dropped some passes or had passes bounce off his hands. He is suspect in the field when it comes to catching the football. But when this guy has the ball in his hands, he is as electric as they come. Nobody wants to go. Yeah.
He is to be respected every time he has the ball in his hands. And players like that are game changers. Everybody doesn't have those kind of guys.
You could argue.
You might have guys that teams, they got good running backs, the Eagles. I hate to keep using these jokers as an example, but look at the Eagles. They got that They got that trio running backs. You know what I mean? No, I don't think any of them are necessarily what you would call great, but collectively they're all good and it works. And they make it work by getting the most out of all of them. So I think Saquon Barkley is just a different kind of guy than all of that. He is. I mean, he's not on decline. He came back. I mean, he wasn't quite all pro this year, but he was still made the Pro Bowl again. Once again, had pretty strong numbers. He's just, and like you said, the overall leader. You just can't replace things like that easily, man. As easy as it seems. I know running backs sometimes come a dime a dozen, but we're not. Saquon Barkley's not one of those guys that's just one of those run of the mill guys that's just that easily replaced. I mean, you might get a guy in here that can come in and still be good, but is he going to be Saquon good?
Well,
That's a difference.
I think it predicates on how they build the offense, because the offense this year was built around Saquon Barkley. Okay, that's how we won our games. We made it close. We made our quarterback not have to think too much, make him throw 10 to 20 passes a game, keep it close. If you value that Daniel is going to be your guy, right, and you think that he's going to throw it all over the yard now, maybe your shift doesn't say, hey, I need a Barkley type running back. I just need a running back that's going to be functional, right? Because if you look at what Buffalo does, right, they have running backs by committee. Same with the Eagles. They have 3 different running backs. They don't have a stable workhorse, and it works for their offense because each guy does something different, but it also complements Jalen Hurts. But really the focal point is Jalen Hurts. Now, if you believe that you're going to have Daniel and not diminish what Saquon Barkley does, then you can bring them both back. But the problem then becomes, now you got your star receiver. Now you're probably going to get another tight end. Now you got to throw the ball around the yard a little bit more. What value does it have paying a guy who's now going to have probably less touches now because of how you're going to build the offense? It really, I think, believes on the philosophy of what they're going to do. If they believe in Barkley and they want to keep building around him and build the offense around him like Jason Garrett tried to because he's that phenomenal, that's what I would do. And then you don't need to worry so much about your receivers being top echelon receivers because you're doing play action. You just need guys to get open and your quarterback to deliver it when he needs to deliver it. Right? If you decide that Daniel's the guy, maybe you move on from him, keep that money, move it somewhere else, and then get yourself a big-time receiver or draft a couple in the draft. I mean, it really depends. I mean, I like Barkley. If he leaves, he leaves. I think you can get production out of that position. Look at Dominic Pacheco. Look at the guys over in there. It just depends on what you want to do. I do believe maybe the Giants should think about that because they liked Barkley so much and he is so good that they kept him on the field so much, which I think hindered him because he was so good. But the guys behind him, they didn't get any playing time. So when they came in, they barely knew what to do. Like, look at Matt Breida. He got he could have probably been a better back overall. Why'd you sign that guy if you're going to keep all the touches to Barkley? I think it really depends.
I think Barkley wore down during the season too.
Right. I think I think they should try to figure out a way to get another back in here to help him so he can be fresher, so you can utilize him. Maybe they do 2-back set. Hey, they were doing the Wildcat at one point.
Yeah.
With this guy.
I'll say this too. He's not the future running back. Remember when Tiki Barber was a lot of people were suspicious about Tiki Barber when he got off to a very rough start of his career, and he ended up playing absolutely out of his mind into his 30s. Remember Ahmad Bradshaw and Brandon Jacobs? Both of them, we didn't think that they would be the future running backs on that team at that point. No. We thought that Bradshaw was he was not big enough to be a physical running back. Jacobs was too much of a twiddle toes, dancing all the time near the line, trying to run to the outside instead of running right through. We gave them the rock, we gave them extensions, and they ended up being future running backs and 2-time Super Bowl guys. I think Saquon Barkley could be one of the future running backs on this team, not the
I don't know.
future running back. I think there could be another guy that could come in that you could complement Barkley with, a guy that does a different skill set than Barkley, so you can give him that change of pace at the running back position, and you could have 2 running backs on the field at the same time, where you could have Barkley split out wide, your other running back in the backfield, maybe you have 2 running backs in the backfield, vice versa.
We may already have that guy on the roster, like they mentioned in the chat right now, Jeff Brightwell. Man, I'm a believer in what I saw in Gary
Brightwell too,
with his opportunities, with his very limited opportunities. I would like to see him get a little more involved in the offense and get a few more opportunities because I think that kid has a lot of plays in him to be made. that we're kind of leaving on the table. So we're sitting here talking about we got to go out there and look for. I think what we're looking for might already be here. You just got to give a guy a chance sometimes. I don't know what the situation is there. If it's a mental thing where he's not picking up the playbook as well as they would like or something, but he definitely has the physical tools. And with his very limited opportunities, he showed me a little something that I want to see more of what he can do as well.
Well, you said it best, Mac. You said that Barkley can't come off the field. That's exactly the reason why Brightwell doesn't get the touches, because they had no weapons on the field, like you guys keep saying, pounding the table, right? So if your only weapon is Barkley and you take him out, now the defense can key on your quarterback when they couldn't do it the same way when he's in the backfield. Because when he's in the backfield and he's breaking long runs like he did against Tennessee, that changes the dynamic of the game. And then again, you don't have to put your quarterback in harm's way. The Eagles do it the best. Okay, they run 5 yards, and once they get their first 5 yards, they take a shot on second down. And if they don't get their pass on second down, they have the playbook open to them on 3rd and 5, because 3rd and 5 you can do run, you can do pass, you can do whatever. So their offense is predicated on getting that 5-yard run. The Giants were predicated on getting a big run out of Saquon Barkley. There's a difference. They weren't, hey, let's work in 5-yard chunks. They're like, we need a chunk in order for our offense to go. So
Jacobs.
I'd like to see them get another back in here as well.
Me too.
I
think Bijan Robinson is going to be terrific too. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Coach.
No, I was just saying there's plenty of backs in this draft. Trust me. You can get backs probably in the 5th round draft pick. I mean, in the 5th round.
Are you keeping him then, or are you not opposed to him moving on?
Who? Saquon?
Yes.
I mean, of course I want Barkley back, but you can still also get other backs to bring in also add to what you want to do. But if he goes,
you don't think it's going to cripple them if they got rid of Barkley?
No, that's my point. I mean, you can get like a Dwayne McBride, who's like a little bruiser, or a Sean Tucker. You can get a Kenny McIntosh from Georgia. The kid from Utah. Wait a minute, what's his name? Wait a minute. There's the kid. I mean, who's a big physical running back. You got Chase Brown from Illinois. What's his name from Minnesota? Mahim Ibrahim. So my point being is, there's plenty of backs to fill in to fill a role on this team to do certain things. So it's just that you might not have a running back who's capable of doing everything that Saquon does. They just do certain things, that he brings to the table. So,
do you think the offense gets opened up if they were to lose a guy like Barkley and have to do more of a running back by committee? Because from what I've seen, is a lot of guys, when they have to tote the mail, it feels like look at the Tennessee Titans. Their offense kind of gets stifled with that one. If Derrick Henry doesn't go, they can't really move. So do you think it's better to have more of a stable of running backs, or is it great to just have one good player and a bunch of okays?
I'm sorry. I was going to say, can't you just put Barkley outside and include him in that spread offense too? Because he has the ability to be that type of player.
To Adam's question, you can do running back by committee, but now it's contingent upon what you have on the outside and at your tight end position. Because if you're just going to do it running back by committee and you don't have the receivers on the outside, what are teams going to do? They're just going to stack the box. So, yes, you can go running back by committee, but you would need an offense that's kind of similar to what the Eagles just did, where you have, guys on the outside who can at least stretch the field or work the intermediate, so defenses are not loading the box. So then you can still go ahead and get physical and run the rock. So can you do running back by committee? Yes. I mean, Kansas City is a prime example.
Pops. And Pops was great. McKinnon.
I mean, they also have, what's his name, who was hurt from LSU?
Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can do running back by committee. Yeah, the running back from Kansas City, Deuce. I mean, again, there's a plethora of running backs. It's just that they all bring different aspects. They're good at one little thing, where Barkley has a little bit of everything, except for the blocking. He needs to continue to get better at blocking, but
yes,
he's dynamic there. His ability to shift in the hole, make guys miss, explode to the outside, his combination of size, because he is a big back with speed. So Again, I just read you a list of backs that you can just get who can fill, some of the things. And then, just like you guys were saying, Brightwell, you can bring Breida back. There are things you can do in the
What
run
about
game.
this suggestion right here by Diallo? What if you get a guy like Deontay Foreman and pair him with a drafted running back?
Yeah, you could do that. I mean, he's serviceable. He's good. I mean, is he Barkley? No, of course. But again, if we're talking about Barkley, just like we're talking about DJ and the money and Barkley and the money, I mean, Barkley. Do any of us want to see Barkley go? No.
No.
No. I'd rather have Barkley here and add on to the running game and, help him, give him blows, have good guys in who can do certain things. But, and like Jeff said, flex him out at certain times because now it creates matchups. Defenses have to identify whether they're in zone or man just by if he's on the outside, if a corner's on him or a linebacker goes to him. So, Barkley does give you a lot. But again, if you bring in other running backs and Barkley goes, like I said, Deuce Vaughn is small, but that kid can play. Don't think
It's
because
like a
of his
Darren
height.
Sproles type player.
Exactly. I mean, he can definitely play. And I've watched him, through the years at K-State, and I've always said, he's a good back. Is he elite? No. But also you put him behind big offensive linemen at 5'5", he hides. And next thing you know, he's exploding on the second level, and it's hard for them to really to bring him down. And even though you hit him, he can go down. He still is somewhat strong. I've seen him break some tackles. So, I mean,
He's got like that Maurice Jones-Drew type look, like where he's very like strong,
no, he's not.
lower
He's
half.
not that. No, he's not that low. Not that thick.
Okay.
You said it. You said it best earlier. In comparison. So.
Like a Darren Sproles, like a scat back sort of.
Yeah, he's more of a scat back. It's just that, when he explodes coming off, if a big body lineman, a 6'6" offensive lineman, he's behind him, a linebacker can't see him. So when he comes through the hole, the angle doesn't allow him to get a good hit. So that's why he can break off with the tackles. And then third level, he has speed. So he's run away from guys. So, but again, it's not about. There's plenty of backs. Again, there's so many backs that you can fill the spot. So it's just you just don't have one back to do it.
I want to talk about the wide receiver position right now because we all know. Obviously, and I know if you guys saw the report, if you believe it or not, that the Giants look like they're going to be hot and heavy in the linebacker market in terms of free agency. So it looks like that they're going to be paying the most attention in free agency to the linebacker market, if anything. I'd rather them draft a guy at the linebacker position for the first time since God knows when, since Carl Banks was drafted in the first round. But to each their own, they seem like they want to have a veteran play caller in there to maybe pair with Beavers.
That doesn't mean they won't draft one.
Yeah, they can still draft one too. That is true. They could double
They
up.
signed Kenny Galladay, drafted Kadarius Toney. Doesn't mean you're not going to sign one.
Oh God,
Yeah, I know, but I think
bro, Adam, that's a bad analogy, man. No, those two.
No. I'm saying you.
No, I know what you mean. It's just that whenever you say those two, it's just like
out of respect for Mac, he's number 19, and that's all he's going to be. He's number 19. They don't even deserve that goddamn number because he didn't even have. What do you have? Like 19 yards.
Mr.
One
touchdown. Mr. One touchdown in 2 years.
On the last,
and it was in the last regular season game. The last regular season game. Come on. I wasn't even in. I left the stadium before it even happened. Before that play happened, I was at the
saved
game
the best for last.
Yeah, and he mossed Darius Slay of all people. He went up and mossed Darius Slay, one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And that's what he does. He finally does the one thing we have been asking him to do for 2 years. And he does it on his last play of his career.
Clarify that statement. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets. We're fine at wide receiver?
No.
We are not. We are definitely not.
If you think that Richie James, Darius Slayton, Sterling Shepard, Wan'Dale Robinson, and these guys are good enough, they're not. They're
I
not.
mean, there's
Okay.
good tight ends. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I do like the tight end groups. There's some sleepers in there, but we need wide receivers, man.
Yes.
We
And Joe
definitely need
Shane
wide
said
receivers.
something very Shane and Dable said extremely something very curious. He's not looking for guys with size at the combine. He's looking for guys that could separate. That's what
Mhm.
stuck with me that whole time. He says he's looking for guys that could separate, not necessarily speed guys or not necessarily guys that are 6'3", 6'4", but guys that can get open in the open field with that extra little burst in and out of their routes. And I think he's mostly looking for good route runners in the middle of the field that can get open and be able to give his quarterback a good, area to be able to go out there and make the catch and give him an open target for the most part. I think he's looking for route runners, not necessarily those 6'3", 6'4" guys. Obviously, we know who we would love to have. Addison is the number one target for
I was
a
going
lot
to
of
say,
people.
how do you
Jordan
feel about
Addison is the
Addison,
guy.
the kid from USC, man? That kid look like he could fall right into the Giants' lap, right where we're
Yeah.
sitting at in the draft up
You know,
right now,
guy.
and he might be
I
the
don't
kind of playmaker this offense could use, man.
Yeah, there's plenty of wide receivers. Again, there's. I think we're good. I mean, Adam, you talked about Tillman. Addison. I'm not high on Hyatt, but Hyatt does bring something to the table.
Not high
I
on him
mean,
either. I don't know about his route
I'm not
tree.
either. I think
No,
he's
I mean-
limited as a route runner.
Well, the
Blake.
thing is, burners do well in the NFL, but if eventually they catch up with you if you don't have anything else. I mean, the only guy who's been a burner that he still had a good game was Deshaun Jackson, but he still became a complete receiver towards the end of his career because he lost a step. So, me, I look at it like this: the reason why I want a guy like Tillman is we have too many of these miniature guys, right? We need a guy who can go up there and body a person. Just because Kenny Galladay didn't do it or they didn't ask him to do it doesn't mean you can't do that, right? I just think that adds a different versatility to your offense. That we already have small guys. Now I like Addison. Again, we'll see what happens if he goes there. We're really predicating on what he did in Pittsburgh, because that's where he was a Bolitnikoff winner, and he had a really good year there. I mean, this year USC was injury plagued, so I definitely want to look into those. I don't want another guy coming here and having bad luck with injuries. So.
Well, I mean, you definitely want guys who can definitely go up and high point the ball. That's two. I mean, Tillman is one. Xavier Hutchinson is another. A.T. Perry. But there's a small receiver who also does that too.
I
And
disagree with that comment. No Mets, by the way.
That's Zay Flowers.
Yes.
Zay Flowers is one who you think because he's small, he's not going to high point you. He's high pointed some big DBs.
Josh Downs too.
Josh Downs. So that's why Shane said they're not predicating everything on size. It's separation and then everything else. So, but yeah, if they need to, I mean, Zay Flowers does it. Again, you can go and you can break down these receivers, take a look at them. I mean, they all do a good job. Rashee Rice does a good job. So I mean,
I like the two kids from Maryland too, Demas
Yeah.
and Jarrett. I think they're
Yeah.
very underrated wide receivers coming out too.
So-
Go ahead, Adam.
I could be happy with that.
So in this draft, like some people are not high on the receivers. They say it's not as deep as is thought. I disagree with that. I mean, if you sit down and you really look at the receivers and you really break them down and what they have done, now if you want to question some who are playing at the mid majors or however you want to categorize it, but ability is ability, and you can see it and you can identify it. And there are receivers who I think, we can get to in the draft, maybe one in the first, second round, and then somewhere in the fifth or sixth round. And also some of these receivers that I'm talking about are return guys. So, they would fit in that realm that it gives you not just a receiver, but now it brings a dynamic to the return game that we definitely need. So,
Yeah.
I'm excited in terms of the receivers. Like we're talking about, giving DJ the receivers to do the things that he needs so we could see, because we don't fully know, or, some don't know, some believe, whatever. The bottom line is there are receivers there that I've sat and I've watched the film, and I'm just like, wow, there's more receivers out here than I thought. So
I think it's because a lot of people believe that these guys aren't like the, no doubt about it, potential superstar guys like that have come out the past few drafts, but there's a lot of very good quality wide receivers coming out that if you get them in the correct system, you could really take advantage of their skill sets and their talents. They just have to be in the right coaching staff that is going to get them ready to go, the right systems that's going to get the most out of their talents. That's what you really need. There's probably not like, I don't know if there's a Devontae Smith, a Jalen Waddle, a Jamar Chase in this draft, or even like a Chris Olave or a Garrett Wilson or the guys before. Yeah, or DK Metcalf or an AJ Brown. But there's definitely guys out there that I think that could, if you put them in the right system, they will be able to succeed. Especially when you have Brian Daboll and Mike Kafka running the show over there on that offense.
I feel like every year in the draft, there's some, especially wide receiver, that comes completely out of nowhere and just comes in and sets the league on fire.
Baby
Man.
L, I'm looking at him now. Sorry,
Always guys like that, man. Especially at wide receiver, man. You just never know who it's going to be. I mean, like Devontae Adams was a 3rd round draft pick. I mean, but just think about it. So it's always guys, man, out there at the receiver.
DK Metcalf was like,
man.
By the way, I just got some news. I got some news. This might, I don't know how you guys are going to feel this one, but according to ESPN.com's Jordan Renan, he says that there has been progress between Daniel Jones and the Giants on a contract extension, and he says there's a possibility that two sides can come to an agreement on a new contract before Tuesday, per Jordan Renan.
We'll see how that pans out.
Just throwing it out there, whether you believe it or
mean,
not.
it's kind of funny that you're seeing all these different rumors. It tells me that nothing's really done. There's a lot of postulating going on, and we won't know till the 11th hour on Tuesday, March 6th at 11:59. That's when we'll know if there's going to be a tag.
Yeah. So, figured I'd just throw that one out there if anybody was interested. So we'll see. Have anyone looked at CJ Johnson?
I'm watching film on him right now as we speak. So,
where do you go to school?
East Carolina.
Okay.
I mean, the only
East Carolina has some very underrated receivers that have come out too. Looking with these receivers, why do you keep saying we need to see why DJ was stud wide receiver? Because the problem is when he played against a team like Philadelphia, who had lockdown cornerbacks, our receivers couldn't get open. Besides the fact our offensive line was terrible and DJ was terrible, Barkley was terrible. Darius Slayton, Richie James, and Isaiah Hodgins are nice receivers. They actually they did well for what we asked of them. But let's just not get crazy and think that these 3 guys are the answer. They're not. We need ourselves a true number 1 receiver that can separate from the defender every single play and give our quarterback that guy that no matter where he is on the field, all DJ has to do is look for so-and-so to get open in the middle of the field and he can make the play, i.e. what Jalen Hurts had with Devontae Smith, with Dallas Goedert, and with A.J. Brown. Every time he looked for those guys, he knew where they were going to be, and he was able to get the ball to them in the open field over the middle. You need that wide receiver. You have faith, and you have 100% trust that they're going to get open no matter what. And, of course, the most important thing, beat double coverage on a consistent basis. Nobody of these wide receivers can do that. Nobody.
And by the way, Juice, it looks like Derek Carr is going to the Jets.
It's official. It's official.
It's not a Jeff. What'd you say about Derek Carr again?
No, I misread the thing. It said if Aaron Rodgers ends up going back to Green Bay, then the Jets are the favorites for Carr. So the Jets are pretty much waiting on what Aaron Rodgers wants to do coming out of the door.
I mean, Derek Carr is not a bad player to have.
No, he's not. I think people.
I don't know why everyone's getting so salty about Derek Carr.
Yeah, I don't get it. I think he's much better than people give him credit.
I like Derek Carr.
Aaron Rodgers, no, but is he better than what you got? Yes. Is he better than most of the quarterbacks out there? Yes. Can he produce for that team? I do believe so. Will the Jets be a playoff contender with Derek Carr? Sure. I mean, what are you asking for? Are we asking? I don't know. I just think Derek Carr fits what you need to do.
Carson Wentz to the Saints.
I'm gonna kill it.
Carson Wentz is not getting signed by anyone to be a starting quarterback.
Carson Wentz to the XFL.
Yeah.
No. Carson Wentz is going to the Raiders or the Saints.
He's going to the USFL.
No.
If anybody else gives Carson Wentz an opportunity to be a starter, they're just it's
So
just
you a Jet
ridiculous
fan?
at this point.
No, he's the Saints.
No, Juice is a Saints fan.
Because he got he. Oh, that's why you don't want Carr to go Saints.
He
Yes.
wants Carr to go to the Saints. Yeah.
Okay, I was like, why is he? The Jets getting Derek Carr. I mean, I didn't know.
No, he's a Saints fan.
I didn't know that. So that's why I was put two and two together. Well, what do you think your team should do? I mean, I feel like the Saints had a good defense, but their offense was lacking. But I don't think Dennis.
Oh yeah, thank you for Gardner Johnson.
Would you stop antagonizing him, Mitch?
Brownie boy.
He may go back to them. You never know.
Hey, it's okay. We lost the Super Bowl. It's all right.
Yeah, that's right.
No, all right. Well, Juice, Adam asked you, what would you want at the quarterback position? It
Tank
goes up
for
to you.
Caleb Williams.
So you're willing to give up an entire season just
Tank.
so you could try to get Caleb Williams in 2024?
Yes.
Well, you might as well then not watch.
Go Chiefs.
They're gonna be the bag heads again.
Just say
down
go
there, man.
Chiefs.
Oh.
No, not
Oh.
Juice. You
Trying to
can't
turn
be
them
serious.
back.
Your team's not that bad. You're not that terrible of a team. You just need a quarterback that's going to be.
Well, you need a quarterback and a coach because we said that about Denver, and it turned out when they changed their coach
And a running back.
guy, I
And
think
a
he
wide
did.
receiver.
Yeah,
And
Kamara's
a wide
gone.
receiver.
Kamara's going to be gone. Excuse me. Michael Thomas is nowhere to be found. Chris Olave.
He's good. And I like that kid Rashid Shaheed too.
Mm.
The other wide receiver.
I like
they got.
those guys.
He's a seesaw player. Michael Thomas has been gone for like 3 years.
Red
He's played
Rifle
3
doesn't do
games,
it for
3
you, huh?
years.
Can't knock the Red Rifle.
But they
Yeah.
do have my guy in Smoke Monday.
Me.
I actually wanted Smoke Monday.
I did too.
I wanted Smoke Monday. I was.
I just wanted him so I could buy his jersey and say Monday on the back.
This is going off the rails all of a sudden. It just comes down to getting to the best deal you can. Absolutely bookends. So,
Yep.
Juice, you really seriously wanting to tank an entire season just so you could get the number one pick? But you don't know what Caleb Williams is. What if he gets hurt next year?
Knock on wood.
Knock on wood. What if he gets hurt? Then what are you going to do?
Sign Lamar Jackson.
You're not signing Lamar Jackson. It's not happening.
Derek Collins signing was a good signing, though. I mean, it wasn't a bad
Yeah.
thing. I think Derek Carr is a better player than Kerry Collins.
Yeah. I think people people get on Derek Carr way too much. He's not that terrible a quarterback.
It
Did you
wasn't
see what he
him,
was
it was the
working with over
coaching.
there? And you see the coach he was working with and the offensive line he had? There's the team that drafted Alex Leatherwood in the first round.
Darius
about
Hayward
that.
Bay.
Darius Hayward Bay. You know how many first and second round picks are still with that team, Adam? In the past couple of years?
0.
Exactly.
Antonio
That's the
Brown.
great job that the Raiders have done drafting players lately. They have no offensive line except their left tackle, Colton Miller. That's it. Everybody else in the offensive line is awful. And Carr, while he's not great, he does make some mistakes. He does turn the ball over sometimes too much. He's not that terrible of a quarterback. I think people get on this guy way too much.
Perception.
Yeah.
It's a
He's not a winner.
perception. Now, do you think Marcus Mariota will go back to the Raiders?
Marcus Mariota is going to the XFL team.
There you go.
The one I'm going to start up. Called the
He's going to
Cleveland
the Saints.
Caucuses.
I think he should go to the Arena Football League next year when it comes back.
Anyone want
That's
to be
right.
my quarterback on the Cleveland Seas, the New Jersey A's? You know,
Yeah. The New York Seas.
that's my team name. Come, be a quarterback. I put in a proposal to The Rock, and I think The Rock is going to come over and deliver the message. Personally,
I heard the XFL was awful. Like
It
did not look good at all. The first
Oh, I
couple
heard the
weeks.
exact opposite.
That's
I
what
heard it was
too.
great.
It's not
Really?
bad.
I heard it
I
was
think
great
it's great. I
because,
think it's well entertaining.
because of the extra point system. You can go for 1, 2, or 3.
Plus the
Yeah, he did that
kickoff,
last
the
year, too.
kickoff is interesting. It just they need to still work on it, but it takes away
I
the
don't know.
explosion.
Last as long as people think it is.
Well, you know what's funny is there's a lot of ex-NFL players in the XFL, which
Yeah.
might mean that they're trying to develop a
Ben
minor
DiNucci.
league for the XFL because the NFL has no minor league, and I think that,
Right.
if I'm not mistaken, was part of the reason why they brought the XFL back, the partnership with the NFL to kind of produce some guys that can come and play in the roster. I don't know if it's going to be like the World League, which I think they should kind of build like that. The World League, I don't know if you're familiar with it.
Mhm.
Some people are, some people aren't. You used to allocate players over there that you may want to see on your roster. And maybe that could be a thing that the NFL does with the XFL. Say, hey, you know, we want to look at, you know, this person, this person, this person. They're going to be allocated to the New Jersey whoever, right, or the New York whoever they are. I wonder if they can do that.
Do you imagine Justin Herbert making $60 million per season? Because that's
That
probably
would
what's
be
going to happen next year. It's going to happen. These quarterbacks are going to be asking for $60 million in 2024. They're already getting around 50. They're already getting around $60 million this year. I mean, I think Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, and Jalen Hurts are going to be getting close to $60 million this season.
I don't want that. I want flat 50.
He's not
But
happening. Not
I
after
know
what
it's
Hurts
not.
did this year. He's going to get the bag, and he's going to get a monster bag. So is
Yeah, I
Lamar
know
Jackson.
he's going to get the bag. I know that. That's why your contractor, Daniel Jones, means everything to us.
So a guy can't be good because he didn't get it done. I don't understand.
Huh?
Oh, no, he's talking about No Mets' comment about Kerry Collins.
Ow.
I mean, he went to the Super Bowl.
He didn't
He
get
went
it
to the
done,
Super Bowl
Jeff.
for the team. Yeah, well.
Get rid of him.
Yeah. Jimmy G went to a Super Bowl, so Hurts
Yeah.
getting the
That guy's
ducats.
still looking for a job.
Yeah. He really is.
You know what's funny? The tale of two different quarterbacks. The tale of the JGs, right? Jared Goff and Jimmy G. Jimmy G goes off and loses the Super Bowl, and his team can't figure out how to, get rid of him. Jared Goff, they lose the Super Bowl without him. They win a Super Bowl without him, but he goes off to Detroit and has a better season. They want to keep Jared Goff. It's kind of just interesting to see their two careers go the way they went.
No. Well, some quarterbacks, depending on how they look, I'm so tired of talking about market
If they
value
get
and this stuff.
60, then Daniel Jones, I can see him get 50 if they get 60.
Let's just put it this way. The money he gets, he now has to produce regardless of what anyone wants to say. Whether it's wins, whether it's touchdowns, there's going to be a give and take at the end of the day. Because eventually when that salary catches up to you, that's what they're going to look at. But that happens with every player. Look at Landon Collins. The reason Landon Collins isn't here is because the Commanders did what NYG 22 said. They projected what they thought he was going to give them, and they overpaid immensely. And then when he didn't give them what they thought they were going to give them,
Juice, can you pause your mic, please?
Oh, shit, sorry.
Thank you. Go ahead, Adam. Sorry.
So I'm saying, like, with Landon Collins, the same way with NYG was talking about before, with the projected. They projected that he would be bigger. He didn't. They got stuck with that albatross of a contract when it didn't come through.
What the hell?
I don't know. It's like that awkward little quiet pause and you hear something beeping in the back. Mitch, is something going off in your house or something?
No, Mitch, are you driving a truck right now?
It's not me.
That was you,
my
Coach?
house. Yeah, my egg is heating up. So.
I love how you guys blame the only Eagles fan in here. I fucking love it.
No, we blame you because you're Mitchell, not because you're
Yeah.
Eagle fan.
It's your fault.
It's mostly Eagles fan.
Look how Juice throws in that little dig at the end. It's your fault.
Brownie
It's
boy.
okay. Watch AEW not let Hobbs get the championship.
CJ Johnson.
Watch the
yeah,
Eagles
CJ
fall right next to your fuck. I can't speak. No.
I mean, yeah, but that's
CJ Johnson
they got the
is-
list of guys who didn't get it done.
DJ Johnson's good.
I need to see more of him. I mean, he doesn't. I'm watching him against Navy, and it's just. He made one nice and exciting catch. One, right by the sideline, went up, got it, came down, feet and bounds, great. But everything else I'm seeing, I don't know if it's the offense or if it's just nothing. And he line him up in the slot all the time, so it's like a decoy.
Hey, Coach, what's your thoughts on the Princeton wide receiver?
I'm sorry?
the Princeton wide receiver. Have you watched Andre?
Oh yes, I've watched him on Eosivich, Andrea Eosivich. Yes, I like him. I know he played
I do
against Ivy
too.
League competition, but the kid has speed. He has good size. He catches the ball. He will contest. He has actually track speed. So that tells you everything you need to know. And he produces. Ivy League competition is still, it's not low level. It's still good. And he goes out in, I mean, y'all want to see film, I can bring you film, but
Yeah.
No, I
wouldn't
mean I
mind.
like him too. I was just thinking because Joe Shane's one of the GMs I like. One of the things I liked about him was he pokes around in the local colleges around him to find out where the talent is, and that's one of the names that came up. I'm not saying Dave Gettleman wouldn't have, but when I watched that documentary back when Joe Shane was coming over, and he went to the Buffalo College and literally asked the coach like, "Hey, who's NFL eligible and what positions they are?" And I was like, "This is the guy for the job because he's gonna unearth every little nook and cranny of his state. So he's not just going to let it go." And that's why I thought like a guy like Bo Milton last year, I kind of looked at him as maybe a guy to return because he came from Rutgers. So
I love Bo Melton out of Rutgers.
Yeah,
I was high on him.
that he could slip this way. I'm hoping the guy from Princeton, maybe the 4th or 5th round, is sitting there. Maybe we nab him.
yeah, you can probably get him in the 4th to 5th round. That's a good.
Our guy
protection.
Pops, coach. Our guy Pops.
Yes.
We said that dude was going to be good coming in the NFL. And oh, how good he
Exactly.
looked when he was with the Chiefs.
Wait, what guy?
Nope.
Pops, Isaiah Pacheco.
Oh yeah.
When watching this kid at Rutgers, I had a feeling this kid was going to be a good NFL player. And he ended up just being that because he was electric for the Chiefs.
It's such a fun name.
What I'm hoping is that more GMs or your GM does that because we never heard Dave Gettleman say, "Hey, I'm making a trip down there." We never heard Jerry Reese say, "We're going down to Rutgers to look at these players." I'm sure they had a scout down there that would bring them information. But
You
for
want to go
me,
too far.
right? Yeah, he didn't want to get out of his couch, right, and get off the tape. But my point is that Joe Shane, that's where you should be looking in your own backyard. Maybe Montclair State's not the deepest of teams to do that, but hey, maybe they have a guy there that you can bring into camp or Rutgers.
Remember Marcus Colston?
Marcus
Colston?
is a D1 AA school. Maybe there's somebody down there you can go look at. And I'm just saying,
exactly. Fordham had the explosive offense too. Yes.
right?
And Marcus Colston was a hell of a wide receiver with the Saints in the
You're
NFL.
goddamn right.
Right.
Yes, he
And I
was.
just mean like
Yes, he
sometimes
was.
we just I think we get caught up in the big things, and Joe Shea, and this is why I think he's a good evaluator of talent, is he unearths everybody. He'll go to your college and ask the right questions, find out what's wrong with you. Like, don't get me wrong, Dave Gettleman did that too. Who was that cornerback they drafted out of some random state that got shot in the butt?
Corey Valentine from Washburn.
Yeah, like what? Like I don't expect him to go to Washburn, but I also don't, if you're going to get a guy like that, at least get him from Rutgers, where I can be like, all right, he's at least a local kid. Give him a tryout. Then get some guy from Washburn, who, no fault of his own, probably would have been a good player, but, getting shot, seeing your friend die, that can affect you in many different ways. So,
well, we know how good
I think he
Patrick
also
Ewing
just got
was.
thrusted. He got thrusted into the mix probably way sooner than he was before he was ready anyway, just because of all the injuries and situation the Giants is going through. So I think that kind of had an effect on him as well.
we need a return man. I want to see a dynamic return this year.
Me too. I'm so glad you said that, Adam, because our return game is so bad. I mean, we haven't had a dynamic return game since what? Dwayne Harris, if you even want to call it that?
Yes.
Brian Mitchell?
No, Dwayne Harris is right because he was returning punts and kicks.
Yeah, he made some plays. Definitely made some plays.
Even Odell would make touchdowns, even though there were penalties. You're just like, damn.
Dominic Hickson?
Like I was sitting there today, and I texted in a group, and I said, I was watching Odell. They had a play on Big Blue VCR in 2016. Odell catches a slant route and runs by the entire Ravens defense. And I just went, I miss that guy. Like, people, I know people hated him, for his antics, but I loved that shit. I was like, because before we drafted Odell Beckham, we used to see that with guys across the league, and I'm like, why don't we have one of those guys? We get one of those guys. But as soon as we get that guy, oh my God, his hair's yellow. He's making love to the kicking now. We got to get out of here. I'm like, who cares, bro? Enjoy his freaking time there. Oh.
Coach, I want you to answer this question real quick too, Coach.
Those guys.
I want Coach to answer this question right here because it's a Knicks-related question. by no Mets. I know how you feel about Patrick Ewing.
Question.
What?
He says that Patrick Ewing wasn't good when it mattered.
No,
find
I
that
get the
completely false.
question. I'm like, bro, Patrick Ewing just didn't have the surrounding talent to really close it the way that everyone wanted. But he was
Well, I will say this: he should have dunked it instead of laid it up that one time.
that's one play.
Come
That's
on, bro.
one play.
You're 7 foot tall. You're doing a layup and the bunny misses. I'm like, my God.
Okay, that's one
Charles
play.
Smith, anybody?
You're killing him for one.
Ben
and that's
Simmons,
my
anybody?
point. Look at Starks against Houston in that championship game. They win if it wasn't for Starks going 2 for 14.
Yeah, he was
yes.
awful down the 7
So
games.
I mean, you know, Ewing just didn't have the surrounding talent like MJ had, like Hakeem had down in Houston. I mean, it was just really just him. And I'm not. Let me preface this. Ewing is not my all-time favorite Knick, so I just want to clarify
My
that.
apologies, though, Mets.
But I disagree. He just didn't have the talent. How can you do more when you can't? And especially
He
at
was
the
doing
center
all he could
position.
do.
Exactly. He was doing everything he can. He was out there
Can't
playing
win the
bad
game by
moves.
himself.
Also met Michael Jordan and the Bulls a couple times too. That doesn't help.
No.
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
he had a couple enforcers on the team, Charles Oakley and guys like that, but he
And
needed,
Anthony
needed
Mason.
some other guys.
Well, you know, those
Contributing
three guys
on that
now are
offensive
Dark
end.
Alleyway. You know, the three guys I would hire as my stooges from the NBA would be Dennis Rodman, Charles Oakley, and Anthony Mason.
Yes, yes.
And you know what? I'd have
Yes,
Rasheed
yes.
Wallace on standby just
Yes,
in case
yes.
one of those guys needs a vacation day. You know what I'm saying?
Hell, I'll put Ben Wallace there, too.
He
both
wasn't
the
there. He
Wallaces
wasn't like
there.
those. Those 4 guys I mentioned. You look
What
at
about
them
Ron
all,
Artest?
they beat you up. I mean, my God.
Throw Bill Lambier in the mix, brother, for all
That's
that.
true.
The reason why I
Oh,
don't like Ron
boy.
Artest-
Michael Jordan was out
I
loud.
think when push came to shove, Ron Artest went after the smaller guy when really Ben Wallace was the guy that was poking the bear. So, you know. when
Thank you,
Rasheed Wallace was that
Bookends.
problem, man.
Thank you, Bookends. He damn sure should have.
Yeah, that's what Knicks fans remember is Mr. Charles Smith in that ridiculous play that he had when he should have dunked it.
I mean, you know, you go through and you look at the Knicks during that era. I mean, you know, the small forwards they had, Xavier McDaniel, Charles Smith, Larry Johnson, and you're going up
Mid-90s
against
was the best era for the Knicks.
yes.
Yes, it was.
Maybe not the 70s. I wasn't born then. But the 90s for me, that was Knick basketball.
Okay, 70% from the whatchamacallit, but you're putting it all on him. What about his surrounding staff? I mean, talk about the surrounding staff. Michael Jordan, for everything we talk about Michael Jordan, he has Scottie Pippen. And then you want to talk about Paxson, Kerr, guys from the outside.
Who
You have Bill
Tony
Lambier, Tony Kukoc. So
BJ Armstrong, Ron Harper, Horace Grant.
He had Ewing didn't. It was all but about Ewing. LJ, when he came, he wasn't like he was when he first came in the league. So, you know, these are guys that I love for their effort. Oakley, that's my second favorite Knick of all time because of his grit, determination, the way he's willing to stand there, take charges for a 6'9" guy, the enforcer. But
Big fan of Oakley.
But
Loved
I mean,
Oakley's
his
play.
shot, he was good with his shot, but he wasn't consistent. They didn't have him score a lot. You know, he was about the rebounding. Patrick, it was all about Patrick, and that's it. And if Patrick got tired, Starks was supposed to be the one. And then look with Allen Houston, and then they transformed the offense to Houston and
Sprewell? Antonio
yeah.
Sprewell, yeah.
So
And Marcus Camby, too.
Yeah, so it's kind of hard to blame Ewing saying he didn't finish it or he didn't do enough when he was in his prime. It was all about him. I would have loved to see now my all-time favorite is Bernard King. I wanted Bernard King in his prime with him. Then we talking a different story. But Bernard blew out his knee and that was it. So, but nah. Exactly. He was injured in the end. But what I'm saying, during the prime, when it was all about him, it was only him.
Yeah.
I mean, even Indiana, you had Smits and Reggie Miller.
Yeah.
It was
And
only
Mark Jackson,
Celtic.
too.
And
mean,
Mark Jackson.
Look at the San Antonio team. David Robinson for all
Exactly.
them years. He was great, but he couldn't
And Tim
get it done
Duncan.
by himself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he
Once
needed
Tim
Tim
Duncan got
Duncan.
there, got over the hump.
Mhm.
Got him over the hump, though. But, yeah.
Can't say Ewing.
The great
Ewing to
fundamental
me-
look something like that.
Ewing to me has been always underrated because
Thanks,
I think
Kyrie
it's-
Irving. I
I think
appreciate
it's
that.
I think it's more of people put more on Patrick Ewing because he was the first one during that lottery era, and then he went to the Knicks, and the conspiracy theory that he was set up for the Knicks, and he was supposed to be the one that takes them over the top or takes them to the promised land, coming from Georgetown, and they put it all on him as opposed to understand it's still a team game. You still need guys around him, and those early '80s. I mean, Roy Sparrow. I mean, I'll go Louis Orr. Kiki Vandeweghe. I mean, look at those guys.
Dave
It's like-
DeBusschere.
no, this was at Busher wasn't there when Ewing came in.
Oh,
was in
I'm
the
just thinking
70s.
about like intangible players with the Knicks over the years.
No, I'm saying when Patrick had certain players around him, these are the guys that he had around him. He didn't have like Duncan and Robinson. He didn't have Pippen and Jordan. Even Shaq down in Orlando, he had Penny Hardaway and all
Yep.
them guys. Patrick didn't have them. He just didn't. So to me, he's the one that, you know what? It's a shame he didn't get a ring because he deserved it. Him and Barkley are the ones, and Stockton and Malone, they all deserved a ring. But
Sounds like they all have something in common. They met a guy
Michael
named
Jordan, yes.
Yeah. They made a name named Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen and Dennis Rodman, who are the Chicago Bulls.
All the teams that you said have all got eliminated by that man. So
All Michael Jordan and that Chicago Bulls
No,
team.
Patrick Jordan did not have a better supporting cast than Tim Duncan. No.
Oh my
No.
God.
No.
Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili were some of the best players at that time. Parker was an
No.
elite point
You
guard,
can't-
and Manu Ginobili was a
Robert
tremendous
Horry.
player.
I
And
mean,
Kawhi Leonard.
yeah.
Don't forget about Shane Battier. Not a lot of people talk about
Yeah,
him.
we're talking about early.
Battier was underrated.
I love Battier.
In the beginning,
Why
it
Leonard
was
came on later.
no.
He did not do.
Did Duncan win with Kawhi Leonard?
Yeah, I think he
did not
did.
do
Yeah,
a lot
they
by
beat
himself.
Miami.
He
They beat
2014,
Miami. I
yeah.
know. Kawhi
Duncan
Leonard.
did not do a lot by himself. He had Ginobili. He had Parker. He had guys with him.
He had
Those were
Kawhi
legitimate
Leonard as the
all-star
leader, yeah.
players, man.
Yes.
They were a three-headed monster, basically. Like,
Yeah.
there's no
Let's
what do
not
you mean
take
they
away
didn't have nobody.
Tony Parker was an elite point guard for years with that team in the NBA. I mean,
Oh, that was
Manu
quite-
I don't
Ginobili
think
was
they
the
win.
best
I'll
six-man.
be real with you. I don't think they win the titles without Duncan. Okay, so
I agree with
Oh,
you
no,
100%.
no, I agree with
I
that.
agree.
what those guys are in the supporting cast is you got to hit.
Well,
your
you
shot.
can't forget about this.
I mean,
the
LA had
Spurs-
Big Shot Bob. You know what
Yep.
I mean?
The Spurs have Popovich.
True.
I mean, come on now. You got to throw that in there too.
But then if you're gonna do that, then you do have to give Riley. You have to put Riley. with
Yep,
it.
you got to. Yep.
I'm not overrating Tony Parker. Tony
No,
Parker,
Tony
was one of the
Parker
elite
should have
point
been
guards
top
in the
75.
NBA.
Yes.
He should have been in top 75 and not Damian Lillard.
Top 75 of all time.
Yeah, he did not even make it, Parker.
What's his numbers? What's his
I don't
numbers?
know about
his
that.
career?
I don't know. I don't know because
So you're
talking
telling me
about-
that Lillard should have made it over Parker?
Either.
I like Lillard better than Parker myself personally. Yeah, I think Damian
Lillard
Lillard
does
is
better than
a
Parker.
highly underrated
Different
player.
games.
Does
They
not
play-
get the respect he deserves. As a
James
superstar
Harden over
that he
Harden?
is.
Honestly, I'll take Parker over Harden.
Who?
James
Yeah,
Harden made
I'll
it.
take Parker. I'll take Parker.
James
over
Harden made the list. Who's
Yeah.
doing this list?
I'll
the
take Parker
Raiders?
over Harden.
It was like the
Well, you
top
gotta-
75. They did it
You
last
gotta remember,
year.
they already had a top 50, basically. You know what I mean? That came out
And then
they
years
just
ago.
did
So
75.
you figure
They just
pretty
added
much
25
all of those
more.
guys are on the list still.
Yeah.
Who's making this list? I need to go talk to them because we need to go smoking. Because when you put James Harden on that list, you got to be kidding me.
Oh, the ultimate choke artist, James
Might as well
Harden.
put Carmelo
Oh
Anthony.
yeah. Thank you,
Yeah.
Jeff.
Carmelo is on that list, bro.
Carmelo's there. Yeah.
Top 50. What do these guys look
No,
like?
top 75.
This
top
is Tony
75.
Parker's career numbers.
Top
He
75.
scored
all
16
time.
points. He had scored 16 points per game. He had 3 rebounds, 7 assists. He shot 49% from the field, 32% from the 3-point line. He was a 75% free throw shooter overall. So, but the guy was more than numbers. He was more than numbers.
I wouldn't put Carmelo in. Allen Iverson, yes. Bob McAdoo, yes. Wes Unseld, yes. Anthony Davis, no. Wilt Chamberlain, yes. Westbrook, no.
Davis.
Stephon Curry, probably not.
What?
He's thrown there.
Dude,
Wait a minute. Come on, bro. Stefan.
Steph Curry.
Steph Curry is the greatest shooter of all time. He has to
Bro.
be there.
And next person. Okay.
Go ahead.
Still
Keep going.
O'Neal, Rick Barry, yes. Willis Reed, James Worthy, Steve Nash, I don't know. Kawhi Leonard, I don't know. Clyde Drexler, yes. Walt Frazier, Charles Barkley, Scottie Pippen, Elvin Hayes. There's some good names in here, man.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, they had the top 50 was already a list that came out years ago.
Paul Pierce, I put him
and
on that list. Bill Walton,
I figure all those
Elvin
guys are still
Paul
gonna
Pierce,
be
the
on
guy
there.
who crapped his pants.
Tim Duncan, Paul Pierce. Yo, you
Paul
need to-
Pierce, I hated playing
hated
against
Paul Pierce, but he crapped
Paul
his
Pierce is
pants.
my guy.
Yeah.
That was my guy.
Paul Pierce and Antoine Walker
Like
during
Chris
the
Paul?
2000s. My
Chris
God, but they're
Paul?
annoying to play against.
I could put other guys on there.
Come
I
on,
definitely
who-
would take
who-
Harden off. I could take Paul off. Westbrook, definitely. Anthony Davis, Unibrow, you can get off.
I'm taking Lillard off.
Fuck Anthony
I'll,
Davis.
just for you guys, for you guys' sake, I'll leave on Stephen Curry.
I'll leave on Curry.
Would you put on Stephon Marbury?
No.
No.
Okay, just throw it out there.
No. Wait.
For you know what, in giggles.
Clay Thompson? No.
I rather take off if you want to do that.
Yeah,
I'd
why
rather
wouldn't you
put
put Clay
Kevin
Thompson
Garnett
up
and-
there?
Injuries.
Kevin Garnett over Anthony Davis. My God.
Thompson is one of the best two. He was one of the best
see
two-way
that.
Oh, hold
guards
on.
in the league.
I agree.
Thompson
But
is a tremendous player, and he's a
I
champion.
You said
agree. He's one of the best
Anthony
players
Davis
in
is
the
on the
league.
list and Kevin Garnett is not, you said?
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's
I agree.
ridiculous.
I agree.
Yeah,
That is
Kevin
ridiculous.
Garnett is on it.
I'm just saying. I mean,
Well, that's
I don't-
blasphemous. That's blasphemous.
The big
I'm sorry.
ticket's not on there. Give me a break. And you'll put
No,
Anthony,
that-
Unibrow, Davis.
Yeah,
Bitch.
I'm with you on
Clay
that.
Davis.
You know, I'm saying I'm not trying to be.
You stop being depressed about every little thing.
I hate Anthony Davis.
No, I'm just saying. Anthony Davis is soft, bro. Okay, all these centers are soft these days.
They are.
They are.
It's not even really a position anymore.
Embiid
Yeah.
flops.
Yeah.
Zion.
I mean, there's like one of the best
Oh
guys
my
out here
God.
pound for pound is Allen Iverson. I mean, my God,
Zion.
woo!
Yeah, he was great.
Like Steve
Yeah.
Nash.
He deserves a ring.
Okay, I maybe Nash. Yeah, he was fun to watch.
No, I said Iverson.
Oh, enough more brick news. Apparently, the Raiders are planning on tagging Josh Jacobs.
Wow.
They're gonna play. They're gonna
Smart.
franchise
Get
tag
away.
Josh Jacobs.
It's coming off an
Alright,
all-pro season. You can't let that just walk out the door. You don't want to watch that
Didn't
just
he
walk out
want
the door,
out?
man.
Didn't Josh Jacobs want out?
Oh, he's not getting out now.
Oh, he's not getting out now.
Nope.
No, he doesn't.
No. What tag are they using? Because he can still request a trade. All they're saying is
Franchise
they're
tag. They're franchise tagging him.
Is it
Okay.
based on talent? It's based on absolute talent. KG was a better player than Anthony Davis. Okay,
KG was
Point
much better
blank.
play. Yeah.
period. You know,
Absolutely.
I mean,
Absolutely.
Anthony Davis can't hold a wouldn't even be able to play against Kevin Garnett.
No, he wouldn't. No, he would not. Absolutely not. Kevin Garnett would be running circles around Anthony Davis if they were both playing in their primes now. Not even close.
I would take Dirk over AD.
I would take
Oh.
Dirk over 82 as the best shooting power forward all time.
Oh my God, he's
One
not
of
on
the-
the
Well,
KG,
No.
KG came directly out of high school in an era in the NBA where you were still getting banged down low. You know,
You know
he
who's
came
on
right
this
out of high
list?
school
Pause.
and was
You know
a
who's on this
dominant
list?
player from the beginning of his
Dwayne
career.
Wade's not on this list. Why is that guy not on the top 75?
That's
Who?
blasphemous
Who?
as well. That's blasphemous as
Adam?
well.
Who?
Wayne.
Dwayne Wade.
Dwayne
Oh,
Wade?
Dwayne Wade should
Ooh.
absolutely be on that list. Oh, that's a crime.
All right, yeah. Who did this list? Who's the
How
author
is
of this
Dwayne
list?
Wade not on the top 75?
It was
that was
it was
his
the NBA
team
for
that
their
won the
50th
championship.
anniversary.
That
Or
was not
75th,
LeBron's
75th,
team.
sorry.
That was not
Eight.
LeBron's team that won. That was Dwayne Wade's team.
Hey,
LeBron
Jeff.
had to go to Wade's team to
They
win,
put in
not
Kevin
Wade
Garnett.
going to LeBron.
Jeff, I got an idea for the pick and roll.
Look, there's another one that I looked up that is a different thing that actually has Garnett on there, right? When you go to Wikipedia, they got a better list, But like some,
I don't like Wikipedia.
Oh my
like the Athletic has a different list as well. They took off.
Wikipedia is like what I know is. That's basically what it stands for.
Well, thanks for the definition of Wikipedia.
No problem.
Damn it, Mitch. Let him
No,
speak.
but the Athletic, they have Russell on here. They have Garnett actually. So the Athletic has a different list, which I like. Some of these guys on here, they have number 9 is Duncan, number 10 is Kobe, number 11 is Akeem. They have Oscar Robinson at 12, KD at 13. No, I don't know if I agree with that. Jerry West at 14, Steph Curry at 15. Probably hasn't. I mean, he's on there because of championships. I don't think overall talent he's one of the top 75. But Karl Malone, KG, Moses Malone at 18, Dr. J, Julius Erving. They don't even, the list I looked up didn't even have Julius Erving.
That's
What?
ridiculous. That's
That is
ridiculous. How do you not have Julius Irving on that list? Are you
You know,
kidding me?
you know what?
God.
That
That
list
list
just
is
can't have any
already
credibility,
loaded.
man.
No.
Yeah.
How do you not have Julius
No.
Irving?
No credibility.
What?
No, not the doctor.
What?
It's not the
That
top
hurts
75.
right
He's
Yeah,
on,
but yeah,
hurts.
we want to put on Russell Westbrook and James Harden, right?
But
we
not
take on
Dr. J?
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
No.
Come on.
Oh, my God.
All right.
It's
If
nuts.
this list, I want to meet these people and say, hey, man, I don't know what you ate, mushrooms, weed, acid, whatever you were doing. I need to know because that shit is good. To try to pull the wool over my eyes and try to tell me that Russell Westbrook is better than Dr. J?
Russell
Oh,
Westbrook
hell
only
no.
wish he could do what Dr. J did in his career. Give me a freaking break.
J?
Guys, I don't know what we're talking about right now. What the hell are we even talking about?
I don't
right
either.
We're talking about best players of all time in the NBA and how some
look.
of these guys on this list make no sense.
No, it's a different
now?
list.
I know these D-backs about to start working out.
Oh, yeah.
These D-backs about to start working out,
yeah,
man.
Yeah, you're right.
And
I
I'm-
forgot about
and I'm-
that.
Who
Yeah,
y'all
I'm
looking
right.
at? Anybody out here? Y'all trying to see anything special from? See what they can see how they measure up.
Oh, shit. Damn remote.
I mean, the one guy I want to see is Joey Porter Jr. I'm
You
very
know what I
high on
like
Joey
about the
Porter
combine
Jr.
though is that half these mugs come there and then they don't run, and it's like, well, what are you doing that? You might as well just make a giant interview seminar and say, here, come interview the teams, get medical, and leave. Because to me, if I'm getting the combine, I want to run the 40. I want to do my bench press. I want to do this. I want to showcase what I can do. I don't want to just go there, stand around in some shorts, take a couple pictures, get
Because
some medicals, interview some teams, and be out.
what it is when you do it on your own turf, you're more comfortable. You know who you're dealing with because
Right.
it's in-house. But when you go to the combine, it's anyone, and they feel that psychologically they might not be giving their best or getting their best performance because some of the passes for the receivers might not be on point. The DBs are just not comfortable with the angles or how they work it, or just so many different little things where you just want to be comfortable when you do it to go out there and perform. I agree with you. If you can't go there, if you go there and you're having issues, okay, fine, do the interviews, go home,
Right.
whatever. But you should say that ahead of time. Also, the other factor is the NFL does make them come because it's not just that. There's an orientation process that they go through. I posted it yesterday.
Right, I get that, but if you're going to do that and do all the interviews, fine. But I feel like then make the pro days something that we follow. I mean, ESPN does college campuses all the time for their college football season, right? They're over here, They do it with the training camps. Well, take some of your prospects, take some of your reporters, and let's make the pro days now what we see. Because the combine to me is just, if you're going to say, oh, I'm not going to run the 40 because the track's too slow here in Indianapolis, wherever they're having the combine this year, and you're saying, I'm going to go run on the track down in Florida, well, then we already know that the track in Florida is faster. You might as well not even show up to the combine. you might as well just do a virtual interview and say, "Yeah, I'll see you on March 15th."
No, I agree with you there. I totally agree with you there. But it's also, don't forget, it's a lot of different. They're going to say we don't have enough to give the media coverage. That's why they want it in one spot. I'm with you, Adam. Why even have all these, the pro days and guys not be there unless they're legitimately hurt? If they're legitimately hurt, fine, cool, I'm with you. But other than that, bro, you need to be out there and you need to be showing your wear. So.
But I would even say 10 or 15 years ago, the combine was relevant. Maybe you didn't know about said player from this school because you didn't have the exposure. Now everybody has a camera. Everybody's in the media age. You can see guys from across the pond without having to move. So there's no need to be like, well, let's go to the combine, poke and prod him, interview him. Oh, he's not running great. Well, I have to go now watch film like I was doing the whole time. Like, come on. To me, it's just, I think it's a big showcase of the NFL just wants to show off and, do all this. I mean, I love it because I'm a junkie. So I'm a football junkie. That's what I do. I mean, what am I doing? You're watching a bunch of dudes run around in underwear racing each other, right? I mean, that's what we're doing, like, competing against each other for their best time. It's not, if a regular fan watching the combine would probably be, this is probably boring. We're like, yeah, the 3-cone drill. Woo! The 40-yard dash.
Ask Zach Wilson how the combine helped him out. Ask Trayvon Walker how the combine helped.
Oh my God! Look how far that guy can throw the ball. You know what I mean?
It's the underwear Olympics. We all know
exactly.
That. We all know.
But we eat it up every year.
Yeah. And some of these guys, they go from second-round picks and they go to like top 2 picks in the NFL. They look good in the combine.
I use the combine for guys I haven't heard of and I might not have seen like that because there's like a plethora of players. It's over like 500-600 players. Only 300 get drafted, but there's many more that come out, right? So unearth some guys. Sometimes it lets me do more research. Oh, where's this guy from? I like his measurables. Oh, he ran this 40 times. Let me go back. That's what the combine does for the scouts, and sometimes for a guy like me. Oh, wow. But overall, it's really kind of just like you might as well just wait till the pro day because everybody does better at the pro day. I like the combine when quarterbacks throw because it shows me what you can do on the fly, how you work well with somebody right now, not knowing who they are, their tendencies. You go and you throw the football at your guy with your receivers. Of course, you're going to look good. You've been playing with those guys for how many years, right? So to me, I think if you're a quarterback and you don't throw, you better have a good medical reason other than, I want to feel comfortable. I want to see that competitive nature. I mean, Daniel Jones combine, put that guy from a second-round pick into a first-round pick. Because he came in, his arm strength was greater than what they thought. He was throwing dimes all over the field. His pro day, he absolutely hit it out of the park. So it just worked on his combine favor. Then you got guys who just want to wait, like Sam Darnold. I think Sam Darnold threw at the combine. But then he has this epic pro day in the rain at USC. He's throwing darts all over the field. And everyone's like, he's got to be the number 1 pick. You know what I mean? You could have just done that for everybody. I think you can hire me. I'll be a reporter. Put me on the road for a couple weeks. I'll go for you. Shoot.
I'm with you there, Adam.
No, me and Coach, we can do it together.
You can put me on the road. What am I doing now? Sitting here watching film, breaking down stuff. Yep. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Because if we're going to a pro day anyways, I might as well go there and put my contingency in and don't even worry about the combine. They should just call it the showcase of all. They should just invite everybody that normally wouldn't be there because the combine is a selected group of people who come in here. If you decline to do any of the drills at the combine, your spot should be taken off and somebody else should be invited. Kind of like earn your spot at the showcase.
Yeah.
That's how they should do it.
I don't know. Maybe it's just I think the combine is very overrated. I don't care about how these guys run in drills and agilities and stuff like that. I'm waiting to see how these guys do in live competition against other players in the NFL because you can look impressive while you're running these cone drills and doing these agility drills and running 4-3s and stuff. But I want to see how these guys perform when they get into the NFL. That's where I really give my true judgment.
I'm with you too, Jeff, on that. My way that I judge players is what they do on the football field because a lot of guys are great athletes and can do all kinds of great, amazing things, and they're still not great football players. It just Mike Mamula That guy will
Bingo.
always remember that dude right there. That he went to the combine, workout warrior. That man never did squat in the NFL, man. Like it's just I don't care what you can do in shorts and
Raph.
t-shirts running around and how good of an athlete you are. I care how good of a football player you are.
Yes.
So I evaluate you based on what you do on that football field with them pads on, getting at it. You know what I mean?
I
Because
think the 40 time has really ruined the combine.
Oh my God, it has. Oh, he can run 4'3". He's an automatic
Right.
first-round pick.
But then he comes out and he can't do a damn thing on the football field, like John Ross, where he was 4'2" at the combine, 4'0" on 4'6" on the field.
Hey, they're talking about that kid yesterday, the linebacker who ran a 4.38. I mean, it's like,
Isn't that the kid from Georgia?
yep. And he was upset because he ran a 4.4. And I'm like,
Right, like, dude, are we here to run a 40 or are we here to be the best linebacker we could be?
that
Aaron
one
Rice
D
ran
liner
off
yesterday
those
from Pittsburgh, I think, ran like a four. I can't remember what he ran. He ran
4.69 at
Yeah.
281 pounds, 6'1". They're already comparing him right down to what's his name? Damn,
Myles Garrett,
no, from
Trayvon
Pittsburgh.
Walker.
No,
Oh,
the
T.J. Watt,
no, the
Cam
no,
Hayward.
the
Let him
University of
speak.
Pittsburgh. Damn, I hate getting those and losing my mind.
He's like,
Aaron
this
Donald.
guy.
Aaron Donald. They're comparing him to Aaron
Oh, you
Donald.
mean for the Rams?
They both went to Pittsburgh. They're both built the
Oh, the
same
University
size.
of Pittsburgh. I thought you meant
That's
the
what
cop.
I'm saying. I
team.
kept
No,
saying
you meant
University
the
of
pro
Pittsburgh.
team Pittsburgh. The Pittsburgh.
No, University of Pittsburgh. The whatever his name is, Clancy, whatever. They're comparing him to Aaron Donald. I mean, they were showing pictures of them standing side by side. Aaron Donald pretty much ran the same. He was faster than Aaron Donald at the 40 when he ran his 40, and it's just like, really, you're gonna put that much pressure on this young kid? And it's like, okay,
Yeah,
well,
the guy at Iowa ran a 4.58, 6'7",
yeah,
200
That's what
something.
they do in the
pounds.
combine. They
But the thing
put
is, like,
pressure on these
okay,
kids.
great, you can run a 40, but when are you running 40 yards? Like, you know, unless you're a skill position player and you have the ball, you're first. Like when you're a lineman, they don't just say, "Oh, right here, go get the ball carrier 40 yards downfield." No, so you really need the 3-cone drill and the shuttle drill
exactly,
really tell you your explosion.
exactly,
And those
exactly.
numbers are more of the metrics you need, because that'll tell you. Like if you see a guy run a 40 time, but his shuttle time is slow, you're probably going to be like, I don't know if I want that guy. If you see a guy run a great shuttle, but his 40s, I'm still taking that guy because that's where I need him. The first 10 yards, first
Exactly.
15 yards is exactly where I need his first step to be. I don't care that he can run 40 yards. And that's great when, Barkley breaks a run and he's going down to chase and maybe we can go catch that guy for a touchdown. But in the grand scheme of things, when is a linebacker literally standing there at the line of scrimmage 8 yards from the ball, you're going to be like, oh, well, I hope this 40 time comes into play. No, you're like, I hope this shuttle time, which showed me that he had the fastest get off in college, translates to the NFL. That's what you want to see.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I like for those. The 40 time has just ruined it because everyone just thinks, 40 time, well, here's more money, and it's like you don't use that time to play because Jerry, like the guy said, Jerry Rice ran a 4.5 in college, right? Bill Walsh drafted him, said, you're coming to us. He always goes out there and is outrunning cats to the end zone. Why? Because he knows how the angles work. He knows what the guy's feet are doing on the field and how he plays. And he knows, well, if this guy's doing this, I'm catching the ball. If Montana or Young puts it here, I'm out, right? He's not sitting here saying, let me race you down the field 40 yards. And I think that's the perception we get when we get receivers is we base them on their 40 time. And we don't base them on the actual film and running the route. I'd rather have a guy have a route tree and run a 4.5 than a guy that's a burner that runs a fly route.
I don't care about if a guy runs 4.3, 4.2, whatever it is. I'd rather have a guy, like you said, that can run a complete route tree, that can get open in the middle of the space because of his ability to run incredible great routes, than a guy that's one-dimensional that could just run a 9 route or deep route, and that's pretty much it. But this is an interesting question right here by Dila. How do you guys feel about re-signing Dexter Lawrence? Are any of you guys worried about him being 6'4", 350 pounds while being a main cog in the middle, and he could break down quickly?
Pay that, man.
I'm 6'2", 340, 330 pounds. I love big, sexy, fat guys. Does that answer your question? Does that answer your question?
I support
Listen, I
that
mean-
narrative, Coach.
I mean, look at Chris Baker, right? He's huge. I mean, he's a dominant
Coach.
player. That doesn't mean anything. I mean, Cortez Kennedy, he was a great one.
Look,
Okay, Jeff,
I'm not
I feel
right
you.
now. You got to pay Dexter Lawrence right now. Bottom line, man, he means too much to this defense. And at the end of the day, I think you have less fear in him breaking down as long as we can get some good depth out there. You can get him off the field, get a blow here and there a little bit more. I think this year him and Leo got put on their shoulders because we just did not have the interior D line help. I mean, depth at all, man. So I think as long as you can get some good depth out there, some guys to be able to rotate in and let Dexter go out there and get the rest that he needs, the blows in between plays that he needs, man. I think you got to sign him, man. He just means too much, and he's just too damn good. You can't just let that walk out the door. We're the New York Giants are notorious. That have been notorious for letting good D tackles just walk away, man. Don't let Dexter Lawrence get on that list. I don't want to see him on that list, man.
And he might be the
Gotta
best
pay
out
that
of all of
man.
them we've had. He might be the best one out of that group we've had.
He's a huge human being. Like when I look at Dexter Lawrence, I'm not looking like when I see Justin Ellis. When I look at Justin Ellis,
Oh,
I'm like,
gosh.
nope. When I look at Dexter Lawrence, I'm like, okay, I'll pay you. You know,
Oh, you mean the dude that got one arm?
like that. I'm just saying, in the grand
Look.
scheme of things, Dexter Lawrence ain't really that. You know, like when I look at him, like, wow, he ain't. You know, he's put together. So it's not like remember that guy Gilbert Brown? Not Gilbert Brown. Was it Gilbert Brown? The guy who used to play for Green Bay. The guy who's
No, I know you're talking about Gilbert. Yeah, this is Gilbert Brown, number 93.
Yeah, he was huge. It was huge. Jesus.
Look,
Good point,
for Dexter Lawrence to take an offensive lineman and dispose of him right into the quarterback and then take both of them down,
Yeah.
that says a lot. That
Look what he
says a
did to
lot.
one of the best guards in the NFL. We all agree Quentin Nelson is one of the best
Yes.
interior offensive
Yes.
linemen in the league.
stepped on his
Look what
chest.
Dexter Lawrence did to that man. Got to pay that man.
He's like, oops, sorry, I got to keep going. Didn't see you there.
He's that dude. He's
Well,
got to
he
be
is-
paid.
Dexter is interesting because when he was coming out of college, he had an injury that kind of prevented him from being as big time of a player as he is. And everyone's like, well, why would you draft this guy at 17? You don't know what you're doing. And when he first came in, he was a run plugger, and he fit pretty well into what Pat Shermer and James Betcher were doing. Then the new defensive coordinator comes in. He still has his sack numbers and clogs up the middle, but he wasn't utilized correctly because he was playing defensive end. And you're like, dude, this guy's 350. He can't be playing ODN. Put him over them guards and them centers. So then they decided when the new guy comes in, Wink Martindale, he's like, put him on the nose tackle, and away you put him on the center, and away you go.
What
I'm
happened,
sorry.
Mac?
I just turned around, looked at my TV for a second,
They're
and
putting
I'm
on
watching
special-
the place kickers run the
Yes.
40, bro.
Yes.
Like,
Yes. That's
why?
What? Why?
We need to know. We need to know how fast the kickers are, man.
It was
He
only
needs
two.
to run
It was
up
only
on that
two.
sidelines for those
It was
special
only
teams
two. It
tackles.
was
You know
only
what the
two.
worst part is the kicker runs as slow as a lineman. That's terrible.
Yeah.
I want to see a kicker run a 4.4. Like, yo, let's use him as punt returner.
The head coaches could probably run faster than some of these place kickers
But
out
see,
there. and punt
here's
it.
where the 40 time is.
What's up,
gonna be
Raphael?
This guy's
Yeah.
going to run a 40. I'm a little behind Mac. I've got this guy named Alex Austin
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
from Oklahoma State. He's running. Let's say he's a second round pick, right? His 40 time now is going to be justified. Oh, no, it's going to be a. It's going to elevate him, but at the same time, he can't play football, right? So that's where the 40 time is. You really got to have your homework done prior to going to the combine
He's
and
one of
use the
your boys,
combine as kind of your reference point to say, well, he looks like he ran this. And then when you go to the pro day, that kind of shores up everything because you can talk to their coach and say, hey, what's his best coverage skills? You know, what defense were you playing? Does he fit our system? Because those are the things, those are the conversations we don't talk about. The interviews with the personnel, right? You go and you talk to the guy's coach. You go talk to the guy's position coach. Those are where you really get your draft done. And that's where you really see if a guy fits, not on a 40 time.
Jeff, your boy from both Maryland guys are running. The first one just ran a 4.36.
Damn.
Which
bang.
one?
Woo.
Moss.
No, Janorian Bennett is running now, so the other one,
Deontay Banks.
yeah, Banks ran.
Okay.
Oh, Sauce.
Yeah, Sauce is there talking with him.
Yeah, Sauce, man. He has got the swag on.
He's so good.
Oh, swagoo. I think that's what the kids call it these days.
Oh shit!
Wow. They both ran for it.
Oh, they're going up the draft boards. They're going up the draft boards.
Just told you.
Now I want to see their agilities, how they handle the wave, how they turn their hips, things of that nature. Because the straight line speed, okay, that's what you want to see.
They got gas coming out.
Exactly. So, and this is telling me everything I need to know about these DBs. So,
see, the combine works well for skill players, not big old linemen.
Yeah, like wide receivers, cornerbacks, safeties, like the outside players. You really get to see a game because of the route running, their ability to turn their hips and coverage. That's what you look for. Even offensive linemen. I like to see offensive linemen, how their footwork is, how their hand placement is, how they move around side to side. I look for that kind of stuff too. Quarterbacks, not really as much. It's more the skill players and the linemen that I look for more when it comes to combat.
You got to put on some weight.
Listen to this. A 4.47 is slow.
That was fast.
No, I'm saying right now, most will say 4.4 because they're running 4.3.
I can do the uprights when my kid is 40. Trust him.
I want to see Branch, what he's doing.
Holy crap, Randy. You spent over $200 on groceries? Holy
What?
crap.
You got all that. That's that Canadian prices, man. I'm trying to tell you. Canada been expensive as
Two
long as I
bags?
remember, man.
Holy
$200? Yo,
Start
bro.
showing some leg.
Bro, come talk to me. Come talk to me, bro.
Brian Branch.
Shit.
I went to Canada in the 80s, bro, and shit was
There's our
expensive
guy.
then.
Coach of the year.
I'm still signing Dex Diella. I'm still doing it.
Right,
the guy's
dude,
a
it's
disruptive force in the middle of the defense. I'm
like
not
he'd be a baker.
letting him go.
You know, like he'd be like a baker. You're like, hey, man, you're a jolly old fat man.
I'm sure you
I
do,
have
Arco.
a lot to
I'm
say
sure you do.
about the Clippers.
I'm sure you have a lot to say. Even
How you
more
feel,
so.
Raphael,
it
about the
was
Raiders and Josh Jacobs?
Yeah.
Like, it's like they're going to prepare to put the franchise tag on him if he can't.
Oh
make that
yes,
deal.
I was watching all the news, and they're gonna have franchise tag.
You happy
And-
about that?
Yes, I'm very happy. But they're just planning to franchise tag because
Wow.
I just said it one more time. They need to pay that man, and of course
wants a
they're
do-over.
planning to franchise tag.
Yeah.
But it's gonna work it on deal before the Tuesday deadline, which is like a deal does in fact done. He will be playing for the next season. But he was rushing like more than 1,000 yards, 12 touchdowns this past season. I think that will be relying because right now it's gonna be put on like a franchise tag. That would love to, but they are currently without a quarterback that will spend all the offseason looking for the replacement for Derek Carr.
You know, I'm confident
And-
Jared Stidham.
Yeah, but Jerry Stidham is. I think they're not ready because he was starting like 2 games in the last season. He was the last 2 games for the season. But we're just looking at the quarterback who has the power, the intensity. No matter if it's gonna be like a rookie or it's gonna be like a veteran. And no, for the last time, I will not send Carson Wentz to the Raiders. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not gonna happen, Mitch. I told you. Because have you ever
Oh,
seen
no.
Carson Wentz? I was like, no. I was really stunned because we just need like more experimental, like rookie or veteran. And no, it's not gonna be Aaron Rodgers. It's not gonna be like Jimmy Garoppolo, and it's not gonna be Carson Wentz. Period.
Mac, I have to tell you
All right,
this.
but
I got to tell
Diella-
this to Mac real quickly.
What's up?
Apparently, Mr. Tony Khan, for our thing on Sunday, has some quote-unquote major announcements to make tonight for Revolution.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Got to throw those out there, don't we? Major
But
announcements.
Real quick, Diella, man. The difference is though, Dexter Lawrence is an absolute. He's proven to be a game changer, man. I think all that his ability to stop the run was just the fact that he was out there getting worn down, man, playing way too many snaps. You get some good depth and have a fresher Dexter Lawrence out on the field. I think that run stopping ability will come back, and you'll see how good he actually is when it comes to all that. Guys started they would just attack us with the run because they knew our D tackles are out there gassed. So it makes depth is going to make a difference And that right there, man. As long as we can get that good, get some good depth in here, which pretty much is just a matter of getting healthy, perhaps. You
Yeah.
know, I
I
think
think
you'll
that's
see
it
a
right
difference
there, Mac.
in the run stopping, man.
I think that's it right there, Mac. We had Nick Williams and DJ Davidson that were solid depth before both of them went down with injury. You get both of them, you resign Nick Williams, you bring back DJ Davidson, you at least have a couple more guys there, then you could draft another defensive lineman in the middle rounds. Or maybe even sign another defensive lineman too. I want as much depth as possible at that defensive tackle position, so you're not wearing down Dexter Lawrence and Leonard Williams, so you can have Dex out there a more, he's more ready when you get towards the end of the season instead of him pretty much being gassed the entire time going to the end, because it's obvious Dex wasn't the same player towards the end of the season what he was in the beginning. So,
And then the fact that you got two interior guys that are also pretty skillful pass rushers themselves from the inside, that's also brings a lot of value too to that position, man. So
166.
God thing's the factor with Dexter Lawrence, man. I think coming off an all-pro season, I think there's
He's a
no doubt that we got to bring this man back and lock
Yeah.
this man up long term.
him and Andrew Thomas are the two most important players on this team. They need to be signed, and they need to be here for a very long time.
Book and
Not even a
tackle.
question.
I think it's
The
a
wind
good
blows
idea,
that
but
kid
it's not
fly
gonna
away.
happen.
No, he's
but-
saying he got to put on weight.
And
No,
he ran a
Raphael.
45? Are
No,
you
Raphael, it is
No
not
way.
a good idea.
No
Do you really
way.
want to have Baker Mayfield and Josh McDaniels
No.
combination in the
No
way,
Raiders?
that guy
You
ran
are
45.
asking for
No way.
disaster if you have those two together in
No,
Las
No,
Vegas.
no. I
They
know
could-
the Raiders organization is
Emmanuel.
a disaster, but we need to looking forward to a quarterback and of course a lot of defense because we got a lot of money cap space, we got a lot of dead cap money, and of course we're not gonna invent something like expensive.
That's freakish.
We're not
No.
looking at like in the more expensive. We're just like a little like cheaper to keep doing skate right. I think there's gonna be like in the building. And for the last time, Mitch, we're not gonna bring Carson Wentz to the Raiders. I told that.
You're asking for problems.
Dude, so many Raiders guys hate me right now. I've been blocked. Someone reported me.
You should
So
be,
many Raiders guys
you
hate me
should be
right now.
reported for saying
So
Carson
the
Wentz to the
timeouts,
Raiders.
are warranted there.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah, there's actually one guy reported me.
Oh
he's
my
already 26 though. We might get another 2 to 3 solid seasons out of him. Dex is definitely a good player. Not taking anything away from him at all. I just don't want to. Well, then you put incentives in his contract if he for whatever long you sign him, and if he doesn't perform in his second or third year, then you could think about cutting him or restructuring his deal, and you just draft guys behind him. You draft guys, but no, Dexter Lawrence is not
No,
Albert
see, but
Haynesworth.
that's the thing.
Dude.
Yeah, Albert Hainsworth wasn't a good
No.
person in life.
No,
You
he
know what I
wasn't.
mean? He was just a bad person overall in general.
He was
I just
lazy.
think, he's not the same human being like a Dexter Lawrence. Dexter Lawrence. I don't get those kind of vibes at all.
No.
Hainsworth was lazy. He signed that contract and said, "That's it. I'm rich, bitch, and I'm not working hard."
Oh
no
my
more."
God.
Is he
Yeah,
Jewish?
that's true.
I don't see that in Dexter Lawrence at all.
No, I don't either. I don't
Gonzalez
either.
is ran a 4.4. He's a
And plus, Mac, you can also draft. You can draft defensive linemen behind Dexter Lawrence. So, God forbid, in a couple of years, he's not the same player he was. You have other guys behind him that can eventually come in and take his spot, and you can eventually let go of Dexter Lawrence when he gets older, and if his performance isn't there and the money's not too crazy. So, there's ways to work around making these types of contract extensions when it comes to Dexter Lawrence. So. Yeah, I would absolutely sign up, but you put some incentives in there, if you want, like a 4 or 5
I just don't
year
want to see
deal
another
around-
Linval Joseph situation, and all the
No.
other just great details.
Dalvin
We let him walk out the
Tomlinson.
door, Dalvin Tomlinson.
Yeah.
I mean, this is
Dalvin
we're
Tomlinson.
doing too much of that, man.
Mhm.
Too much letting
on our
good
team.
D linemen walk out the door.
Yeah, I don't think we had a defensive lineman that was signed long term. Since what? Keith Hamilton.
Yeah, we got rid of Cornelius Griffin for Barry Cofield. Barry Cofield for Lenville Joseph. Lenville Joseph for Dalvin Tomlinson. Dalvin Tomlinson for Dexter Lawrence.
And Jonathan Hankins. Don't forget about him
We need
too.
to buck that trend, man.
Jonathan Hankins as well.
Yeah, that's pretty. And we've actually been really good at drafting defensive tackles. It's one of our strongest positions.
And the
It
lineman
wasn't-
came in the second round.
Yeah, that's exactly. That's a sweet spot. So we always kept doing it because we kept hitting on second round picks and when it comes to defensive tackles. It was that position.
Oh, okay.
Tomlinson,
And even wide receiver, we did well at drafting too.
It all stopped with Ruben Randall. Actually, no, it came back with it
We
all
had
stopped.
Odell, we had Shep, we have Slayton. If they didn't get hurt, they were good draft picks.
Hakeem Nicks was my guy, though.
I love Hakeem Nicks. And Manningham was pretty good too.
Like I loved Odell, watching Odell, but Hakeem Nicks was like, yo, your freaking career guy cut off too short.
Yeah, I
think
wish I could have seen what Keem could have done without being injured, man. With the injuries, man.
Him
He
and
was
Cruz.
special.
He was smooth, man.
Him and Cruz were a special 1-2 combination at wide receiver. Those two guys could have
I hated
been
those
absolutely
guys.
dynamic for years if they didn't get hurt. Both of them. And
Oh,
they were
yeah,
two different types of wide receivers too, which made them even more scary.
Oh, I like Nicks better than Cruz. That was just
No, I like them both, but I mean, I like Knicks better too.
You
But I
mean
mean,
you
the
like
two of
the
them, the combination were great.
because Nicks was a dog. Like when he went up against Charles Woodson and caught that touchdown against Green Bay, Charles Woodson
That
had
was
nothing but dap. He was like, "Yo, I can't even like talk trash, bro. That was too good." Like
Yeah, but
Odell
Cruz
was
Talking about
did
the
that
Hail
too.
Mary.
Yeah.
oh yes,
Yeah,
the hell.
I mean, when I put them big paws up.
yeah, but what about the hitting Green Bay? What about the touchdown before that where he gets drilled, spins off the?
Oh
guy?
yeah.
Or my
Spins off the
favorite touchdown
defender
that he
for a
had
touchdown.
was against Atlanta in the playoffs because I didn't know he had this gas, right? So they gave him that slant route and bang, he cut up the middle.
Absolutely.
Of the 72. I was like, damn.
I've never heard a stadium erupt harder than when Knicks hit that catch over the middle for 72 yards for that
I think
touchdown.
arguably
That was
one of the best
amazing.
postseasons by a receiver.
Yeah, I think he had the one of, if not the greatest, because he had a 100+ yard game in every single game except for the
He
one against San
averaged
Francisco.
100 yards a game minus.
Yeah.
I think he had a touchdown every game minus the Super Bowl. I think he had 100 yards in the Super Bowl. Well, maybe it was, I don't know.
No, he did. Yeah, he did have 100 plus.
He had 100 yards in the
in
Super
the
Bowl.
Super Bowl. And Cruz had the touchdown, and Manningham had the big catch.
Like Knicks, like I don't think we get there without Knicks, yo. Like everybody likes Cruz, but like Knicks' plays were like elite level receiver play.
I think it was both of them. Cruz also had some elite level wide receiver plays too, especially the game
But in the
against San
playoffs, it
Francisco.
wasn't the same.
No, the San Francisco game, he was unstoppable in the middle of
They
that field.
complimented each other really, really good. I mean, that's
Yeah.
what it came down to. They complimented each other very well.
Manningham was pretty solid to watch too. I liked what he did. His touchdown
Manningham was
against
clutch.
the Cowboys.
Mhm.
He had a couple of them where he danced down the sideline, and then of course the biggest catch of his career down the sideline where Manning put a dime on him. Absolute best throw I've ever seen Eli Manning make was to Manning.
Yes. Don't forget about
That
the one
throw
against San
was-
Francisco too.
Oh,
That throw was the best throw I've seen, maybe even any quarterback make. Not gonna lie.
that throw was so perfect. I mean, it was like he handed the ball off to him the way it just dropped right down in his arms. Oh, that shit's just beautiful, man. Don't get me on that play. That right there, yo, that was a work of art.
Jay
man.
Hill, that's
That
another
shit was
one.
magic.
Well,
That
yeah,
was
he just
absolutely magic,
landed in his
man.
hands, dot the I's right out, and you couldn't have walked up to him any better, like you said. And every time I watch that highlight, I'm just like, why is
That's
nobody
gonna be
praising
great.
this throw? Like it's probably the greatest throw of all, across your body.
The fact that it's coming off of right before that, the famous sound bite of Bill Belichick saying, "Make sure you stop Knicks and Cruz. Don't let them beat you. Make them throw it to somebody else," or whatever he said. However he said it.
Let throw it to
The fact
Manningham or
that play
something.
came, that play came almost immediately after that famous sound bite, man, was just it was just epic, yo.
I think what he said
Epic.
was, it's a Cruz and Knicks game. Make him throw to Manningham, make him throw to Ballard or whatever it was.
Yep, that's exactly what he said. Yep.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he steps up in the pocket, and like I said, and I think it was Justin Tuck asked Eli, "Well, how do you know it's going to get there?" He's like, "I just threw it." He's like, "I just threw it. I just threw it."
I love those three wide receivers. They complemented each other so well. Manningham was that deep threat. Cruz was the guy over the middle, and Hakeem Nicks was just that jump ball. I'm going to go get it and be like that A.J. Brown physical wide receiver. They
Let's
all
not-
complemented
let's
each
not-
other so perfectly in that wide receiver core.
Eli Manning probably should have been the MVP that year. Okay.
Yeah, he should have.
He
Absolutely.
had a fantastic.
Absolutely. And Cruz
I mean,
had the
Manningham
15
was. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead,
No,
Joe.
no, go ahead, Mac. I want to hear this
I was
one.
just gonna say Manahan was the guy that we all wanted Ruben Randall to be when he came in here. You know, the guy who just step up and make plays when your number's called. You know what I mean? Like we had Cruz, we had Cruz, we had Knicks. Those were the two big play guys. Those were the guys that defenses were preparing for. Manahan had to just take advantage of the opportunities that he got, and that's exactly what he did while he was here in New York, man. So it just all worked. That's what I'm talking about. A competent receiving core. It all worked. They made it. They helped their quarterback out. They made plays.
Well, their quarterback helped them out too. Let's not.
Their
take
quarterback
was
helped
both
them
way,
out.
yeah.
I'm not saying. I'm saying that, but I'm just saying. But it all works hand in hand together. That's what I'm saying. When you got competent guys out there that can step up when their numbers called, they're not going to have those big crucial clutch drops. In
Don't forget about Steve Smith. Don't forget about Steve Smith. How good he was.
He also made some guys like Will Tye and Larry Donnell rich people. So
William made a lot of guys. Shout out to Kevin Buss. Got a big contract with the Raiders.
And in the one playoff game that he did play in 2016, he wasn't the reason they lost that game. He played exceptional in that game.
No, it was the receivers. They couldn't catch a ball. All of them were dropping balls all over the place. Cruz, Shepard, Beckham, they're all dropping passes all over the place on the field. That's the reason why we lost. And the defense just couldn't keep up in the second half. But Steve Smith, people forget about how good Steve Smith was if he didn't get hurt. Steve Smith was another one who was an elite level wide receiver. And what he did in the first Super Bowl, people talk about the David Tyree catch being the biggest catch. I would even argue that the Steve Smith catch down the sideline on 3rd down and 12 for a rookie to be able to go down the sideline, know where the chains are, and get out of bounds right past the marker. And then the next play right after was that touchdown pass to Burris. That was a heads-up play. And Steve Smith was a huge player for us in that playoff. Besides what Toomer and what Burris did for us in 2007, Smith just was a perfect guy over the middle to have big catches for us that entire playoff run. He was another guy that was a very underrated wide receiver that we had on that team. And he was clutch too.
That's why
I
Manningham
love Steve Smith.
Get the recognition
Yeah.
too much, because in 2010, Steve Smith broke the record for like passing yards or one of those records.
No, catches for catches.
2009, he had the catching record.
Right,
Yeah.
and then in 2010, he came in, but he got injured, and that's when Manningham kind of started to come out. You know, he had the 85-yard catch against Green Bay and that long touchdown against the Redskins. So I feel bad for Steve Smith. I would love to have seen him get a second touchdown, a second ring.
Yeah. And I mean, it's all that's the problem with we've actually been very good at drafting wide receivers. It's just the problem with them is they can never stay healthy. Every single one of them have been good. Toomer was the last wide receiver that we drafted that has really been consistently healthy. I mean, Smith, Nix, Hickson, Cruz. Well, he was undrafted, but still, Manningham, Beckham, Shepard, Slayton. These guys were all good players. It's just every single one of them couldn't stay healthy. So we've actually been good at drafting wide receivers. So,
all right, Kaylee, let me see what you got.
Going top 15 now.
Yeah, he did a decent time.
They'll do crazy. Yeah, well,
7 for a guy that's 6'2", that lanky. Yeah, you're going to top.
Odell got hyped up. Odell got maybe a little bit over his head after he made that catch against the Cowboys, that one-handed catch.
Can you blame him? It's arguably the best catch I've ever seen in my life.
Okay. Okay,
I know.
Ringo. Okay, Ringo, I see your work.
Ringo.
4-3.
We won't forget about you like the Beagles did.
At
least somebody got it.
Yeah, I got it, Beetlejuice.
I like
man. He's going to be another interesting figure this offseason, man.
Yeah, we're apparently going to bring him in. We think about bringing Beckham back.
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you, it might happen, Adam.
You can't. I don't think you can pay.
It might happen.
You can't pay Barkley and Beckham and Jones and then expect to be like, oh, let's be players and free agents. If you want to get a big time linebacker, if not,
I was going to say, how much do you think Beckham is going to command this offseason?
A lot more than we're willing to pay him. I don't know. He's not going to get the superstar money that he got last time, where it was like almost $20 million he got a year. I don't think he gets that, but I can see a modest deal of like 12 to 15 million, because he's going to be like, I want a Super Bowl ring. And, he's going to have to perform for people. He's going to, Beckham, social media, guess what? It's summertime. He's going to be out there. He's going to be running around in L.A. doing his videos and everything like that. And he's going to be showing you how good he can catch the ball with one hand, two hands, his feet. He's going to be doing it. And if I'm Beckham, I don't know if the Giants right now are the team for me. right now. Because if they were a receiver away, I'd be like, yo, Beckham, come in here. Let's build our dynasty. We need you. Right now, I would believe try to draft a guy so you don't have to pay him right now, because I think Beckham's going to command $2 million, and I just don't believe you can pay all three guys. If you do that, you're like the friggin' Vikings. There was one thing that I think Mark Schlereth said that stands out in my mind about the Vikings. He goes, they put so much resources in their offense that they couldn't do anything, and that's why their defense is not good. And I just don't want to be the Minnesota Vikings where we just get this great skill position on offense, but then don't have any money to spend on defense.
They need to balance it out, and you need to be able to go into the draft and
because you
can
can't
find
just
those
rely on
other players too. They're
young players.
I'd rather draft a receiver. We've had past success in finding receivers in the NFL draft that have been solid. I mean, I know Kadarius Toney was a flop, but the dude another guy that couldn't stay healthy, and he just didn't work. He just didn't work well with this team. The jury's still out on Wan'Dale Robinson. Hopefully, he can come back healthy. I'm not counting on him too much in 2023 coming off that severe injury, but we'll see. But I'm not confident that they're going to be able to find a receiver or two in this draft that's going to be able to come in and be a good do well in this system. Plus, the wide receivers we already have here are going to be decent complements as well.
But you got to ask yourself again, how are they building this offense? Last year, I believe they built around Barkley to kind of ease in Daniel. If they think Daniel's going to open it up more and they're going to want to throw it and get more explosive plays, then that's where we're going to say, okay, well, what are we going to need? Because that's where lies Barkley comes in. If you think that you need Barkley, then bring him back and kind of build your offense around those two guys and bring in complementary pieces. If you think you're going to build it around Daniel, then get your running back by committee, bring in one of these big-time receivers that you can, trade up, maybe get a Johnson if you can, or if another guy like Addison falls to, bring him in and kind of go from there. Because there are, like you said, there's a guy named BJ, the Robinson kid out of Texas, as a running back. Not saying that the Giants are going to get him, but if you decided you wanted to move on, maybe that's the way you go. Who knows?
I'm not big on Jackson Smith-Njigba. I think he's a good receiver, but I'm not as big as him as others are in terms of his overall play. He's a good route runner, but I think that people overrate him because he comes from Ohio State.
He needs to more improve. He needs to more improve.
He was injured all last year too, and he had
Chris Olave. Like if you had the option of two of them,
I'd honestly, if I had to pick Adam, I'd probably pick Smith-Njigba. I'm just not as high on Hyatt. Sorry,
I'm just.
I love the speed, but I don't know how you feel about it.
Me, I don't know if I would. The thing is, I like Jalen Hyatt, but I don't know if he's just a burner. And sometimes those guys don't always pan out. You're not always going to get into Deshaun Jackson, who was a guy that they were like, oh, he's small. All he can do is run. But the guy was so fast that there was nothing you could do to him. If you did not get a jam on Jackson, that was a touchdown, right? I don't know if I see that same trade in Hyatt, but we'll find out, man. I mean, I like Tillman. I just think
I do too.
I do too. Need a guy kind of like him, a bigger body, possession guy that they can go with these little gadget players they have,
No, I agree with you, Adam. I'm more high on Tillman too. Yeah, that's another one. I'm more high on Tillman as well because I think he's a better outside presence at the wide receiver position, whereas Hyatt just seems like he's very one-dimensional in his wide receiver routes.
Again, it depends on how you're building this offense because
I think they want to build it more of a spread offense. I think they want to try to get the ball out to the receivers a lot more because of the fact that the offense.
Then maybe Tillman's not the guy you want, right? If you're building the possession offense that you were building last year with the run and the play action, maybe you want Tillman because he's a better deep threat. You can go down there. Like the guy said, they don't want 50-50 players. Well, guess what? 90% of the game is 50-50, right? It's, guys are going to – 50-50 ball doesn't mean a jump ball all the time. It could just mean, a body ball where you throw the ball up and you have to body your man to go get it, right? You don't always have to out-jump him or Randy Moss him or anything like that. So I don't know. I just want to see how they build it because I don't want another small guy. We got Wan'Dale Robinson. You can bring back Richie James. You got your slot. Do that. Bring out outside guys. Help out James Isaiah Hodgins.
Yeah, Hyatt and Jigba are not your outside guys. Those are more slot guys. Even if they're taller than Robinson and James, they're not the conventional outside guys. So
what about Boutte?
You want Boutte is he's okay. I mean, he's good, but see, when you think of what hurts him is everyone thinks about the LSU receivers, and he's not that. He's not. He's his talent is a little bit below theirs, but he's a good receiver. You know, I mean, can he develop into being an even better receiver? Yes.
That's why I like Addison because I think
Yeah.
he can do a lot. He's very versatile. See, I look at versatility. I don't want to pigeonhole a guy into a slot position because growing up, I know that every receiver there was no real slot when I grew up. It was an inside guy. You ran an inside route, you ran an outside route. You're X, Y, or Z receiver, right? And depending on what side of the field you're on, that could be what route you're running, right? It didn't necessarily mean, hey, I'm going to put Cruz here and put this guy here. So for me, the best all-around guy I see right now is Addison. He can do everything. Move him in, move him out the slot, do all the little plays you want. Like you look at Devontae Smith and you wonder, you thought maybe, how's this guy going to get off press? Well, guess what? He gets off press man very easily. He's very underrated in his strength. His route, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That's I look for the same thing. You can't have just a wide receiver that can only stay in the slot only. You need guys that can be able to be moving around all around the offense, play the outside, the slot, backfield. You can put them everywhere on the offense and utilize their talents to the best of their abilities.
Well, see, the thing is like when you do that, you pigeonhole a guy. Like Waddle, the kid Waddle, he can play inside and out.
Yeah,
right? So you don't necessarily have to do that. And the thing that I hate about slot is like they never run deep with the guy. Like for me, there was one time where I forget who, I think it was Tom Coughlin was coaching. McAdoo was a coach in 2016 and used to run Shepard deep down the field on the seam route. And I'm like, why don't we do that more with the slot guys? We run these stupid little 5-yard, drags to the outside of these little slant routes.
Wow.
Just hit the seam.
That was lightning, bro. You see that?
Yeah. Damn.
Wow.
What happened?
I'm not comfortable.
DJ Turner the second from Michigan. 4.27. Unofficial. 4.27.
Okay.
Damn.
That's that made him some money.
Is that the fastest time in the 40?
So far, yeah.
Oh yeah, I believe so.
Oh yeah.
We talked about Hyatt. I think
all time.
Hyatt's a good burner wide receiver. Is a good deep threat, but I think he's a little bit of an incomplete wide receiver in terms of his route tree. He needs to develop that into the next level. He could be able to. You could put him on the outside, put him in the slot, maybe have him run a 9 route, go over the top against the defense. But
I think it was Josh Downs.
I like Josh Downs. I like Josh Downs a lot.
Yes.
You know what? I'm gonna do
Jalen Hyatt.
I'm big on Josh Downs. I think he's limited to a slot receiver in my opinion, but I think the guy he high points the ball. He can break tackles. He gets some decent yards after the catch. I think he's an explosive playmaker.
I think that
issues too.
Okay. So, in my point that Jalen Hyatt that you mentioned about that, it's really like a prototype. He's really small, but he got fast. Because I just saying about Jalen Hyatt because it's just like a more than true beast. He's very small, but he was like a lot of speed combined. He's really fast. But imagine this about it because his throws, the highest strength is his speed and explosiveness. Watching him on tape, I was just like, wow. He's really great, but I just thought that he's gonna be like anything else. But he's a small receiver, but he had a great straight line spin. But the problem is they're gonna make it a miss. He doesn't have the wiggle to side, but it's not like the rated receiver. But he's very good speed at all, but he has a good strength. I mean, thinking about it.
What game you want to see?
He reminds me of Henry Ruggs.
What game do y'all want to see him in? I got Alabama, Ball State, Florida, Georgia, Pitt, LSU, or Kentucky. I'll bring it up right now.
Who, Hyatt?
For Hyatt.
Okay. Alabama.
It figures you want to see the game.
I want to see him against the best defense. Yep. I want to see him against Georgia's there. And put Georgia up there. Put Georgia up there. I want to see him against the best defense.
I was like, oh my God.
Okay,
I'd be laughing at Lamar Jackson, the Commanders. The Commanders will screw that up if Lamar Jackson goes there. Trey Palmer is my sleeper. I think he could be really good in the NFL. I got to look more up on Trey Palmer. But
all right, fellas, I have to dip out, but thanks for having me. And
no problem, man.
I'll see you on Sunday.
All right, I'll see you on Sunday.
Take it easy, bro.
Let me know when you have it, Jeff.
Got it. Okay.
What is this?
Jalen Hyatt.
Oh, okay.
There he is going in motion, stacked all behind the number 1.
Oh, just look at the game from Georgia. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So a little
Thank God
sudden.
it's not against Michigan. Thank you for that.
You'll see.
All right. Oh. Oh, hold on a minute. I see what it is. Okay, I
He's
see
on
what
the
it is.
front. He's on number 1 up top, doing the block.
I see what it is.
And I think he got called for holding on that play. Come on. I don't want to see the penalty call.
Those zebras got to get their action. Yeah, probably.
Here he is.
Because Andy
holding.
Reid will know how to use them.
Oh, probably. Oh man.
I think it's him up top on the line. Is it him on the line? There he is on the line up top.
It's like, wow.
Had a difficult time getting off the jam.
Mm-hmm. So I wonder, you press him at the line of scrimmage, is he going to be able to get off his route and be able to re-engage and get open?
That catch was by Tillman, though. I think he's in the slot now. He's in the slot. They gave him 10 yards of cushion. So good drop of the hips to get to contain the pass.
It reminds me of Will Fuller. Yeah, that's another good comparison. He could be like a Will Fuller in the NFL.
Excellent
That's a good comparison.
yeah.
I hate NFL.
Stack right here. There he is. I don't know what kind of pattern that was.
No. Looked like a quick twitch over the middle of the field he was trying to go to. They try to do the crossers.
No, it was a quick slant. It was a quick slant.
Yeah, they try to do a quick slant with both wide receivers over the middle.
Tennessee's offense is really hard to really transition to the NFL. It's running a nice little slant. Brian Branch is not having a good run.
I mean, he can create the after the catch in space, but he's capable to running routes in all every levels.
Mm-hmm.
I mean that's good. But the only thing about Jalen White is because he didn't see a lot of reps versus the press coverage, and he doesn't break like tackles, limited yards after catch, so he needs to improve about that.
That's
and
a good
he's
point.
not very like a effective blocker inside for the end of the line.
No, he's not.
He's not a good
point,
blocker.
Raph.
He's definitely not a
it
good
is,
blocker.
It is.
Yeah, it's
I think
true.
that
I hate
was
NFL says he needs to go to a team where they push the ball down the field every play.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good point. An
I'll
open
give
offense.
it 2 more. I'll give it 2 more. There he is running a nice post. But see, like I said, Tennessee's offense is just, don't forget, they also go quick tempo. So sometimes you get teams caught out of position because they're lined up ready to go.
Exactly.
So that's why you have to watch him and watch his mechanics, his footwork.
I mean, look at this guy. I mean,
yeah,
he had a good acceleration at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, see right there, he didn't have a good block on that one. He got his running back hit in the backfield.
Yep.
All right, last one.
Yeah, but you see that all the time. I hate the NFL where you see players that interview with a certain team a couple of times. It's no guarantee they actually go there. It's like maybe it could be a smoke screen that they're interested in them.
All right, guys.
That was good stuff, Coach. I would love to see Addison stuff. I'd like to see Addison against the.
All right, you want to see Addison?
I'd love to see more of Addison. Yeah.
All right, I'll get you Addison. Hold on.
I wasn't as high as on Addison at the beginning, but I don't know why. Like this kid is he's won me over this. Like just watching more tape on him. I'm
Yeah.
big on Addison because of his route running.
Okay.
Hey, I have a quick question. It's kind of like off topic, but when you play blackjack to chance to win $1 billion, or would you take 10 million and call it a day?
Wait. Let me make sure I understand. Somebody's just gonna give you 10 million, or you playing blackjack and you're gonna
And
No.
then I'm
win?
taking the 10 mil.
I'll take the 10 mil. There's people online I found out that would play blackjack and try to go for $1 billion.
So
I'm
you
not-
already
that
have
10 million.
you already have that
Target
10
to
mil.
$1
I'm taking exactly. I'll take the 10 mil and flip it.
Blackjack.
That's exactly what I think.
Forget the blackjack. I'm pocketing that 10 mil and calling it a day.
Exactly.
Me too. There's people out there that actually
Not
want to
even
gamble and
something to
try to
think
win
about.
$1 billion.
No. Where's the debate in this one? There's no debate.
All right.
I
What
didn't
do
say
you
it
want?
was a debate.
No, I know. I'm not saying you, Mitch. I'm just saying in general.
I got Addison versus Oregon State, Rice, Stanford, and Washington.
Who's the better defense? Is it Washington or Stanford?
No, Stanford was horrible this year. They were 3
Washington,
whatever.
then. I'll see him against Washington.
Oregon State was better, I think, but I'll do Washington.
That's fine. No, yeah, whichever's.
It's not letting me do Washington.
Okay. Give me the guaranteed 10 mil. That's exactly. No, Mets, exactly. Quentin Johnson is kind of. A lot of people are starting to jump off of Quentin Johnson lately. That they don't think he's going to be as good coming into the NFL. They're sort of thinking that he's more of a vertical threat, if anything. 10 mil put in for some good dividends, paying ETF of stocks. Yeah, exactly.
It's like, that's not nothing to even think about. I don't even know how you could even consider
Let me know,
No
Jeff.
debate.
potentially
You got
winning
it,
the
Jeff?
billion.
Yes, it's on the screen right now.
All right, here's
Okay.
Let's
is
see our
Addison.
guy.
Where is he? Oh, this is a run. It don't matter. Wait a minute. He's number 4.
Is that
So
him running?
he was in the slot. He was in the slot. He did.
He
the
was in a
block.
slot.
Yeah,
Oh.
number 4.
That's a good block by him.
Mm-hmm. Is it 4 or 3? I think he's 3. I'm sorry. There he is, like the end of the line right here, down low. He's 3.
Okay.
The one up top.
They have the other good receiver, I think, Mario Williams.
Yeah, and
pretty solid.
this is Williams, the quarterback. Everyone's in love with.
I think
Yeah.
seeing Jordan Addison, he had a strong ability to navigate the traffic and find the open field. The only problem is he had the dropped in production following transfer to Southern California, and he was a 3 wide receiver for the University of Southern California, and he was a 2-year contributor for the Pittsburgh Panthers. And he has an average height for the receiver position at the level, and he doesn't possess a slightly below league average frame, and currently has a fantastic acceleration off the line of scrimmage, and he's able to make sharping cuts, and of course he had a good ability to climb the ladder, and of course display the good ability to navigate through traffic and find the open field for positive yardage. And he's capable to running a full road tree as well as plenty inside outside receiver.
God damn, Ref, that was impressive. That was an excellent analysis.
Yeah, word.
That was amazing.
thinking that.
Yo, Coach, you want to do some analysis with Raph? That was pretty damn impressive. That analysis of Addison.
Yeah,
That was great. I'm not even joking either. I'm being serious.
That was super great.
That was really good, Raph.
Even though I'm just learning about it, I just figured it out that when I just watched those videos right there, I think that Jordan Addison, he could be he's one of the best wide receivers in all college football. But there's still some areas that they had to clean it up, because those are times with the game field, they had the Kings struggle to separate from the defender. This is like the across from the middle of the field. And while the season is far over, he looked like much complete prospect in previous years. And he is a light route running ability.
Okay. Watch his explosion off the line of scrimmage. Watch what he forces the defensive back to do, and watch what the end result is. He's going to run this play like he's running a pass pattern and he's blocking. That's perfect. That's exactly what you want because he's selling the pass, which helps open things up. That helps your run game. And that's what you want in receivers. Sometimes they might not be physically demanding blockers, but if they're able to do that, that helps. And look at his. What did he do? He went underneath. I think he went underneath. Yeah, he cleared out. Oh, no, he ran off. Okay. But Addison ran deep and ran a quick dig route.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for him to get him the ball because they keep going everywhere else. I think number 2 is the one you're talking about too, Jeff.
Mario Williams.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he was really. Well, I think Addison got hurt a couple of times during the year, so Williams had to become the number 1.
So I like how he drops his hips when he's with his change of direction in terms of Addison, because that to me is important in when you run your routes. Good feet, good change of direction. He's selling, so he's occupying the backside even when they're running away.
Mario Williams is 4.
Oh, he's 4? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now he's in the slot. Stemming, staying on his block.
A lot of blocking plays with him.
Mm-hmm. And it doesn't, this video, he doesn't go to him quite as often.
Mm-hmm.
And I think in the Rice game, he did better. And as you see, the thing that bothers me with this is SC's offensive line is really not that good.
No, they're getting pushed back a lot.
Yeah, and Williams is running downfield quite often. So it's in the upper slot. It was going to be a run. That was the one thing I noticed. He also lines up on the right a lot. When it's on the left, they tend to run a lot more. And I don't think he got that many passes. I think I've seen this video twice.
I want to know who the hell Zay Flowers' agent is. Dude went from being a second-round player to a top 20 projected pick in the NFL draft. Explosive playmaker, that's why.
Okay.
I love Zay Flowers.
Me too. Me too.
Let me see if
That dude has electric play all over the place. Just get him the ball in space and let him break tackles in the open field.
Yeah, it is. It is.
To me, he's got like Tyreek Hill type explosive playmaking.
I mean, quite frankly, it was very difficult to find areas which he needs to improve because his blocking technique, he will going to improve with his coaching.
It's the size, Raph. That's why they're worried about him, is because he's got the smaller stature in terms of his size.
Exactly.
People worry about that. If he was at least a 6'1" wide receiver, he'd probably be the number 1 wide receiver.
Addison and Zay Flowers are about the same size. Addison's about 5'11", 6 feet, I think.
Isn't Flowers like 5'8", 5'9"?
Flowers is like 5'9", 5'10". Let me see. Can I find something?
Like the weight too.
One more. Where's
Zay Flowers? Let me see. Zay Flowers is a 5'10", 172. And Jordan Addison is 6 foot, 174. So yeah, it's like a 2-inch difference.
Oh wow!
So they're literally the same size to me.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, that's basically the same size.
Jordan Addison says, "Come get me" when it comes talking to the Steelers. He obviously wants to reunite with his former college quarterback Pickett.
Okay, that's enough for this one. Now y'all want to see Zay Flowers?
Yeah.
Did y'all say y'all wanted to see Zay Flowers?
Yeah, this is my favorite position. I love scouting is the wide receiver.
Oh yes,
yeah.
It is.
That's good. If Flowers put on a little bit of weight.
Yep. Hey guys, I gotta hop off because right now I had to see my brother right there because he's living at school and I had to bring it. And of course, it's always a pleasure, guys. Jeff, Mac the Giants, the coach, and Mitch Koski. Salute to everybody else. I know it's been
Salute
like
to you
a
too.
short time, but much love and respect for El Capitan Rafael. And of course, I just make like an announcement in my Instagram and of course on my social media that I will bring a brand new wrestling podcast called The Slam House. It's gonna be on March 16th. So I hope you guys will be there. So salute to everybody, guys. And of course, always much love and respect from El Capitan Rafael. Let's go.
All
Have
right,
a good
Raphael,
one.
have a
Thank you,
good day,
All
Raphael.
man.
right, Raf.
Excellent analysis too before, my friend.
Yes, it is.
They
Have
don't
a good
have,
day, guys. Have a good day.
this
You
database
too.
doesn't have Zay Flowers. You have to go through the highlights.
Okay. I'm probably gonna close the live stream out because we've almost been going 4 hours, so I'll close it out
Oh
in a
yeah,
little bit.
okay.
But we can we'll do that real quick, and then
I'll
I'll
give
close
you
it out
Zay.
because Mitch and I have
I'll
another
give you
live
Zay.
stream to do tonight.
I'll give you Flowers real quick off the highlights.
Zay Flowers reminds me of somebody, but I don't want to mention his name. Well, now you got me curious because you brought up somebody's name that we don't know, we don't want to talk about.
Wait a minute, Jeff.
What's up?
Am I gonna get you in trouble because this stuff is off of YouTube? This other video. No, I'm not gonna do it. No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it off of here.
What up?
Let me see
What's
if I
going
can
on,
find
Rob?
it somewhere else.
By the way, check out Rob's thing
Yeah.
tonight. He's going to be doing the Friday Night SmackDown watch along. Curious to see how Vince McMahon screws up this show tonight.
I'm curious to see what happens, how this bloodline thing plays out tonight, man. I'm Roman Reigns
Jay?
and Cody Rhodes is gonna be in the building too. So let's see.
Damn, everything is YouTube with videos.
By the way, Mac, I'm going to say this. Monday Night Raw and Wednesday Night Dynamite were horrible. They sucked.
Orange Cassidy won twice. God fucking damn it.
I didn't get that decision. Oh, Kadarius
kinda
Toney.
weird.
That was stupid. That made no sense why they did that. I'm not a fan of that. I'm afraid we're going to be watching like a 6-hour show on Sunday because Tony Khan's going to want to load up the show with 8,000 matches. So the first thing I saw when he's like saying, I want to make a special announcement, I'm like, oh, crap.
Yeah, that run is not good for Porter. That second run is not good.
That's going to knock him down?
No, it's not gonna knock him down. It's just, go from 4-7 to 4-5. 4-4-7. I'm sorry, to 4-5 is just.
Mhm.
He has to do better in the agilities.
Oh wow.
How did Ringo do?
I think
Ringo Starr?
Yeah, Ringo Starr.
Yeah. Ringo's 80-year-old man is out there running sprints out there from England.
Come on, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
How come? I mean, maybe okay. I just now realized that Joey Porter Jr. was Joey Porter's son. I didn't realize.
Yep.
I didn't realize.
Oh, you didn't realize it? Okay.
I didn't even put 2 and 2 together. Think about it.
Oh yeah, I knew that. Ringo's 4-3-6. Second one's 4-4-5. Oh, something's not right with that second one. But I got something for you guys. Not dealing with football. Not dealing with sports.
What's that?
Oh, God.
I'm scared.
Let me know when you get it. It's nothing dirty, Jeff. Let me know when you get it.
I got it.
There you go. Can you read it? And this
Is that
that's
Jadakiss?
Yes, it is. The question is top 5 hip hop groups. Up top is mine, Run DMC, Wu-Tang, Mob Deep, Das EFX, Nubian, EPMD is a close 5A. Tweet Rhymes for Life gave his, and Jada is NWA, Wu-Tang, Run DMC, EPMD, and Mob Deep. Go
I
ahead.
can't really hate any of that.
I can't hate any of that.
I mean, those are all impressive lists. I mean, it's hard to just I mean, that's why it's hard to put together a top 5 because it's.
I know.
Man, you can't. That's really difficult.
Goodness gracious. I mean, I can't sit there and say, "Oh no, they shouldn't be up there." I can't do that. That's an impressive list. Those are impressive lists.
And Jada on
Yeah,
that last one was struggling. He was struggling on that Mob Deep one because they were yelling at him, the locks, the locks, the locks, and he went Mob Deep.
I like that. That he didn't decide to pick his own group. He decided to go with a
Mhm.
group that he thought was a little bit more influential to the hip hop
But he
game.
could have put the. But he could
He
have
could
put
have
his
put
own
himself
group in
in.
there.
Yeah, it's true. He could have. You're
They're
right.
awesome.
He could have. They were good.
They're awesome.
That's
I mean,
why
him,
man.
Styles, and Sheets, they were great.
I was just like, when I saw that, I was just like, nah, I gotta give mine, man.
Did nobody have Outcast in there? I mean, come on. I
Nope,
mean, it's like
nobody had Outkast. Yo, it was just like, I mean,
Outkast was dope in the
look,
beginning,
look, look.
especially.
I even for a second I was debating the Ghetto Boys. I was really debating them. I was just like, wow.
I would even think about Tribe Called Quest.
See, there you go.
yeah.
They were good.
It's hard to come with like those top fives and stuff like that, man. So many good groups over the years.
I love debating it, man.
I liked Goody Mob in
Oh,
the
yeah.
beginning too.
Yeah, Goody Mob is.
They're not like top five, but I thought they were very.
Yo, they had
underrated.
some good tracks in there, man. Come on, you gotta be real.
No, they did. Oh, I know they did, Coach.
Who's that creeping in my window? No.
Joey Porter ran a 4.47
They don't
and a
dance no more.
4.4,
They don't dance no
4.52.
more.
NWA. Jada said NWA is number one on his list.
I like Bone Thugs.
Bone Thugs, and you said NWA. I mean, it is like I said, it's too
Blackstreet?
many. It is just so hard to
I know
just
they're
come up
R&B.
with a.
Mm.
It's a
Christian
lot. It's a lot of great
Gonzalez.
groups.
Gonzalez ran a 4.47, if I'm not mistaken. His first time, I missed his second.
What about 112?
112 is not hip hop. It's not a rap group. They're R&B.
Didn't they have a little bit of hip hop in their group or no?
Well, they would have hip like artists on songs like
Yeah, but they were
not-
considered.
R&B, yeah,
Yeah, they
R&B
were
group.
R&B.
There we go. Wu-Tang, Mobb Deep,
Yeah.
M.O.P., and Onyx, and Beastie Boys is going from No Mess, No Mess, No Jets. Beastie Boys should be up there too.
Hey,
It's
Jeff,
a worthy list.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jeff, I just found another $15 budget if you want to do it again.
A what?
The
Oh
$15.
my God! Yeah, I got Brand Nubian in mind, man. I got Brand Nubian in mind.
What
Oh.
$15 budget is this? I'll do that. We'll do that real quick, and then we'll close it out.
Oh, boy,
shit.
here we go again.
No, not this. Mac, you missed this. This was tough.
It was fun though. I do these all the time.
I'm actually going to be doing the basketball game tonight, Rob, so I can't pop on tonight, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm doing it with Jeff too.
NWA, Beastie, Outkast, Wu-Tang. Yeah, see.
Yeah, hey, any of those. That's a great list.
All right.
Oh,
let me see,
crap.
let me
Oh,
see.
you texted me you were doing that next week.
God damn it. I can't. I hate doing these because they're so tough. Oh.
And you got a cornerback? It says
Yeah.
quarterback, running back, receiver,
There's a
and quarterback.
cornerback too in this one.
Naughty was good too.
Oh shit! I forgot about Naughty.
Naughty was good, yeah.
Damn.
Not a lot of people talk about Naughty.
Oh shit!
Yeah, like I said, man, it can go on and on, man. Don't get me started on hip hop, man.
Oh,
Yeah.
rap, don't get me started.
It's
Capone and Noriega.
yeah. I mean, you can go. Like I said, there's so many.
My God, Justin Jefferson is $3.
Yeah, this list is going to drive you crazy if you do this stuff. Gangstar,
Yeah.
Ghetto Boys,
Mm-hmm.
De La Soul.
I feel like you have to take Lamar, or you have to take Mahomes here.
But who's the top list? That's Mahomes. Is that Kamara at the top or no?
Mahomes, Kamara,
Yeah, it
Adams,
is.
Kelsey, and Howard. So I'm going. I think I got it already. Hold on, just let me make sure I do the math right.
Well, I forgot about third base. Shit.
Yeah, third base was good too.
I don't know why they just popped it in my head. Too.
Arrested Development.
Please don't start with. I love me some Arrested Development when they first came out, man.
Tennessee.
Their first two albums were just phenomenal.
Mhm.
I think I got mine.
Oh,
But
Coach, Digital Underground.
yeah,
Yep, I got mine. Mine is actually diagonal. You got Mahomes, Cook, Jefferson, Goddard, Sherman. Mine is diagonally.
Hmm.
Got mine. No, you didn't.
Who's
This is
that
gonna drive me
running back?
nuts.
Who's that running
I
back?
also
in
love
this-
Run the Jewels, Deep 12,
Say it
and the
again?
Dog
The
Pound.
running back is Kamara, Cook, Jacobs, Dobbins, and Sanders.
They
Oh,
put
crap.
Mayfield on here. Mayfield should not be no damn $2. Sorry.
This your Cam Newton.
I'd rather Cam Newton over Mayfield. Get the fuck out of here with this, man.
Who's number 3? Is that Kirk Cousins?
That's
No,
Lamar
Nah,
Jackson.
Lamar Jackson.
How the hell did I get Cousins and Lamar Jackson mixed up?
Same color jersey.
God damn it, this is tough.
How is Kamara a 5? Well, over these backs, I guess so. Yeah. But no, I'm
Who's the
fine.
5th wide receiver?
I
Who's the
prefer
5th wide receiver?
Deion
Adams.
Oh, Deontay Johnson. Okay. Yeah, he's
Deontay
better than
Johnson,
Gallup, so
yeah.
that's already a
Oh,
mess
Johnson,
up.
yeah.
Oh, 2 Live Crew. That's another one. Thank you, Earl.
Errol.
Forgot about 2 Live
Oh,
Crew.
really?
That's another good one.
Pop that.
Did I miss something?
The song. I said pop the.
Oh, I didn't hear
Yeah.
you. I'm sorry. I was just
Yeah.
looking at the list.
Try to keep a PG-13 on here.
I'm behaving today.
Yes, you are. We're proud of you, Coach. We're very proud of you.
I didn't even play with my toys, so I'm
Meth and
behaving.
Red, yeah. Meth and Red were a good group too. I love Meth and Man and Red Man. Don't forget about Red Man when he was in his group. What do you call it? Death
See,
Squad.
I love Meth and Red to the T, but I've never classified them. I classify duo can be a group. Okay.
Yeah, it's sort of like it's like a. I guess you could classify a duo. Get to Steppin'.
Yeah, damn. But
Wow,
dude,
Jonathan Isaac went under season-ending surgery.
Death Squad, MOP, Slaughterhouse. I remember Slaughterhouse. Dead Prez. I remember Dead Prez.
Damn, Jonathan. Jonathan Isaac. Another surgery.
DITC. Okay, Mitch.
Yeah, I'm good.
Digging in the crates.
Mm-hmm.
That was a
Looks like
faction.
you
That was
have
like
to
a.
go Mahomes.
That was
Either
like
way.
a
Like,
It's like a Wu-Tang.
artist.
you know what? I'm gonna try.
It's like a super group, right, Mac?
You said what? Digging what?
Yeah,
Yeah, they were like a
Digging
group.
in the craze.
Yeah, that group of artists, like, you know what I mean? They weren't necessarily like Slaughterhouse, stuff like that. They weren't like necessarily a group. They were just like, you know, a bunch of artists that
Collab
work
together,
together.
yeah.
Yeah.
The
The
Roots.
Roots, yeah.
hmm Pete Rock and
Yes,
CL
indeed, about the
Smooth.
Roots.
I love
Wait,
the
wait a
Roots.
minute. Is P Rock CL School really a group, or is it more a DJ and a rapper?
Well, yeah, it's kind of more that dynamic, but
Because if that's the case, then what about Eric B and Rakim?
hey.
That's
Hey,
my all
that's
time.
true.
That's
They were definitely a group. That's a group.
okay.
What's
then,
going on,
then
Chad?
if that was the case, I got to change my whole list because Eric B and Rakim has to be number one. I just didn't put him in because I'm like, I don't consider him. I never thought
I
of him
think
as
most
a
people
group.
just consider Rakim like just, you know, he was an artist, yeah. So
Because it's Eric B, Rakim.
it's the
they
same with
always
like
be number one.
BDP, you know. I mean, it was
Yeah.
a lot of people, but KRS-One was really,
The mainstream, exactly.
yeah.
Terror Squad
Yeah, true.
with Big Pun, Fat Joe, and those guys.
Yeah, that's the same thing like with the like DI, like we was talking about digging in the crates. Same type of idea.
Collaboration.
A lot of, collaboration of artists.
because you could think a lot of stuff with Irv Gotti with some of the, I mean, shit.
Yeah.
Because I love me some Charlie Baltimore. She
I
was
know how
always
you
right.
feel about Charlie Baltimore, Coach.
Yes. Shoot, I mean, hey, we Rough Riders. We ain't talking
If
about
this
Rough
one's too
Riders.
hard, I got another one.
No, I
Bro,
got
Which
one
I don't
already.
I don't even think
I got
anybody's
one.
paying attention to it.
Yeah, that's
I
what I
got
thought.
Josh. I got Josh Allen, Josh Jacobs, Stephon Diggs, Noah Fant, and Marlon Humphrey.
Okay.
That's good. I like that, Mac. I like Marlon Humphrey too.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm gonna go Lamar Jackson. I'm gonna go Dalvin Cook.
Okay. That's
I'm gonna
7.
go Deontay Johnson.
Okay.
So that's 8,
That's
right?
8. That's 8.
Okay, so I need a 4 or 5. I'm gonna go Travis Kelce.
Okay.
That's 13, and I'm gonna go McCabe
You got to go Norman.
or Norman. Josh Norman. I'll take Josh Norman.
Yeah.
Salt and Pepper. Goody Mom, Eric B, and Rakim. There you go, Coach. He's on the same wavelength as you and Mac. De La Soul. I love De La Soul. And Salt and Pepper.
Showing the ladies
Can't
some
forget about
love.
Salt and Pepper. Would you consider TLC a
No.
little bit of a hip hop? Because I mean,
I
Left Eye
mean-
was a rapper.
But
She was a
but
rapper
they-
in the group,
But it's
though.
still that you had two singers though.
That's true.
Yeah,
Too
they
Chilly
weren't
and
hip hop
T-Boss, yeah.
artists. Yeah, they weren't hip hop artists. That was
Yeah, you're right.
If you want to consider throw hip hop is more R&B hip hop than just hip hop.
Mhm.
But that those when you got those who have singers and rappers and that's it's hard to put them in one spectrum because they can do both
yeah.
to me. So, and here's my list for you in terms of this. It's going to be Jackson, Cook, Jefferson, Goddard, and Norman.
You notice we guys forgot? We forgot about NWA.
Wait a minute, no, I said not Cook, Kamara.
Yeah,
No,
that's what I thought.
Yeah, Kamara. Whatchamacallit, Jadakiss put NWA first on his list.
Oh, okay. Okay, my bad. I love old school hip hop. TLC wasn't hip hop, Jeff. It was more R&B. Yeah, I know.
But no man said
I tried to
TLC
slide
is
that one
hip-hop.
in.
He said TLC is hip hop. Hip hop is non-exclusive to rap only. I mean,
It's got
I've always to be honest, I've always said hip hop really more than anything is a culture than it is a music genre.
I hear what you're saying on that it's not exclusive to rap only.
But
And I
yeah.
totally agree because it's more the music itself, the actual music. But I've heard listen to TLC albums.
Public
They're not
Enemy.
hip-hop. They're not a hip hop group.
Ooh, damn, Public Enemy.
They're more of an in that R&B lane.
Mhm.
Listen to if you actually
3 6
listen to their
Mafia.
albums, like songs like Red Light Special and those are slow
Mhm.
songs. That's a downright slow
Mhm.
song.
Yeah, it was.
That was a good.
Yeah, I know you'd like that one, Coach.
Mhm.
I mean,
Cypress Hill.
I get the hip hop undertones a little bit with some of the stuff, a
Mhm.
couple of their
Mhm.
songs, but at the same time, listen to a TLC album. You don't think you listen to a hip hop album.
Mhm.
I just had one in my head and I just completely blanked on it. Crap. Public Enemy was another one you got to put up
Yeah.
there.
The Public
Cypress
Enemy-
Hill's got to be up there.
Ooh, damn, Cypress does get slept on, man.
Yeah. Mobb Deep, obviously. Mobb Deep to me is towards
Yeah.
the top. 2 Live Crew,
Yeah, we talked about that.
G Unit.
I mean,
Mhm.
You gotta put G Unit in there. They had a good run. Not like top, but they had a good run for a while. There's your guy, Coach. Arrested Development.
Yeah, I know. I do love it. Well, but R.
finally
Kelly is
getting
still
some
different.
other drills other than the 40.
Naughty by Nature.
Okay.
House of Pain.
Yeah. Look, you could say what you want about R. Kelly, the person, but you got to separate his music from him. His music was
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude, we all jam to his music. Come on, let's be
I
real.
still do, and don't give a
Yeah,
damn how
yeah.
anybody feel about it.
8 Ball and
Diplomats, yeah.
MJG.
Diplomats, yeah.
I would even put up Tim. I would even think about putting up Timbaland and Magoo.
Mhm.
I mean,
Getting awkward silence on that one. Like, nah, I'm gonna pass on that one, Jeff.
I
Hey,
mean, they make
Timbaland
some
is
good
more.
music.
That's to me. That's like saying Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg.
Well, you could put them both in there. Dre was more of a producer, but he was also a rapper too.
But
And that's what Timbaland was. Timbaland did have some, Timbaland did have some big beats out there with Magoo back in the day.
yeah, I know, but that's my point. It was more. You think of Timbaland more as a DJ than you do as a.
No, yeah, R. Kelly,
Yeah,
no.
I guess you're right.
No, I understand. Everybody has their personal reason. I'm saying for me, I separate his music from what he did. That's my whole point. You know,
I
just
don't
because
think he is. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Coach.
Oh,
No, Chad, Robert, and Tyler are tonight. They were going to do the game, but I guess they changed their mind. So,
yo, Forbes needs to fix his twist. All right, Gonzalez, let me see what you
Randy,
got.
you can hop on with us. I'm doing it
Yeah,
with
you
Jeff.
can watch
too.
me
You can
sit
hop
there and
on.
be in
Yeah,
misery
definitely.
when the Celtics are kicking the Nets' ass again. So that's all we've been doing is getting our asses kicked the last few games.
Do we play you guys again, or are we done?
No, I think you play us one more time. You play us at the end of this. You play us the last game of the season.
Oh,
Tone Loc. That's another one. Tone Loc.
Tone Loc is an artist. He's not a group.
Yeah.
Mercules. That's a Canadian rap group. At Mitch. Randy's got to get the Canadian group in there. But if they're good,
I'll be honest, I never heard of him. I can't lie.
Yeah,
no, I've never heard of them either.
hey,
Nah.
But
Jeff, really?
brother, okay,
You
like
want to ask you later. No big deal.
Oh no.
Huh?
No, oh no.
These guys also need to fix their catching, body catching. Good twisted hips by Moss. Good job. Yeah, the lead the ball. Just finish.
Oh, he's a rapper. My fault.
Duh.
Slum Village.
Now see, Clark just did a good job. Good transition. All right, Ringo. Oh, what happened to Joey Porter Jr.? Excellent from Ringo. Ringo is excellent. Smooth twist. Joey Porter didn't just do this. He didn't do these drills. He just ran the 40. Cam Smith from South Carolina, good job. These guys in the SEC are doing a good job, and also Gonzalez, because they're not opening up and flying all over the place when they do their hip twist, or when they catch the ball if they're catching it to their body.
Yeah, Randy's asking you how Joey Porter Jr. did, Coach.
He only did the 40. His 40s were a 4.47 and a 4.52.
He's not doing other drills at all?
He didn't just do this. No.
I don't know how to feel about that.
I mean, I didn't hear, so I don't have the volume up, so I don't know if they said why. I don't know if he's hurt or anything. So,
how do you feel about that? They didn't do like some of the other drills as well. He only just did
to
the.
be honest with you, it doesn't bother me. You know, because if they're doing a personal workout and they do it there, then okay, that's really, and I get it, and that's just the way it is now. So.
Yeah, a lot of those guys say for their personal workouts that they do individually in the beginning of April. So.
Biggest thing is go there, get through your medicals, do your personal interviews, and then if you tell them ahead of time, a lot of teams are fine with it anyway. So, and that's probably what they do. Probably say, look, I'll do a 40 for you guys. I'll do the, the vertical and the long jump, but all the on field, they'd rather do it in their own stadium. Because if you watched yesterday, a lot of those guys, those D linemen, were slipping all over the place. So that could be a concern.
Yeah.
You may hate it, may not like it. You want them to, and I agree, they should. If you go there, you should be going through everything. But I also understand the business, and they got to look at themselves. This is a business. That's a business decision they're making. Okay, so I got to check on that on Monday.
Hey, Coach, on Selection Sunday, it's Sunday, March 12th at 6. You want to do it with me?
I just put this in the private chat for Coach just to make him happy.
Oh, no.
No. It's nothing bad. It's nothing bad. It's nothing bad.
I don't know what to say.
No,
Ooh,
it's nothing
Charlie
bad.
Baltimore. Ooh,
see?
yeah.
See?
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Got to make your coach happy, man. Got to make your coach happy.
Okay.
It's nothing bad, Mitch.
It's not bad, but I kind of saw it coming. Pause.
Things are rivalry because he said the Steelers interview. Well, actually, Chad, glad you popped in because it sounds like that Addison wouldn't even mind going over. Wouldn't even mind being drafted by Pittsburgh. They know how to pick wide receivers too.
I just think they say anything just to save face.
A Tribe Called Red is a dope indigenous rap group. Check them out.
Oh, I heard of them. Yep.
I gotta check them out, Randy. The only one I know pretty similarly is A Tribe Called Quest, and I love that. That's one of my favorite all time hip hop groups.
Oh, I like this site now. Thank you, Jeff. You just
Are they Native Americans by chance? Is that what the play on the name is?
Let me save.
I don't know. I really don't even know.
Yo, Jeff, are you permitted to play this music over YouTube or not?
No, they'll probably flag me for some stupid reason.
No.
I wouldn't care. They'll probably flag me for some dumb reason.
No. I'm talking about for me when I do my stuff. So.
I don't know. I don't know if they copyright you.
The only thing you
Randy.
do is copyright claim. It's nothing bad.
Well,
like everything is bad, but it's not.
Well, you don't want that on your thing if you eventually, want to get, monetized. You don't want to think about.
No, I mean, on it. You want to see how many further has? Every single video of his.
I like what Mac does. The way he has his music that he puts out. I have some of the best music out of all the intro and exit stuff that are out there.
Yep, I agree with that.
I agree with your
assessment.
Yeah, you got to put out your own beats and stuff. It helps out. Yeah, see, we agree with that assessment. There you go.
Oh my God, you guys made it a banner.
Yeah, why wouldn't I?
No,
come on, every time I do a stream with Earl now, I'm going to throw that out there. You got to put respect to the host over here. Come on, man.
That is.
I'm going to put out a real deal NFC East roundup for Mac the Giants fan. You don't think I'd put a banner out for that when he wants to put out that announcement? Come on, guys. You gotta know this by now.
You have a long day. You and Mac both have long days on Sunday.
Yeah, well, the pay-per-view better be good. That's all I'm going to say. It better not just be a whole bunch of hodgepodge, stupid matchups that we're throwing on there.
Finish with premium takes, have a couple hours in between.
Yeah.
How long would that take?
Stream.
2 hours.
Usually about a couple hours, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Bridge. I was thinking about streaming the Warriors and the Lakers because Steph Curry's back.
And Mitch, what was that date again?
March what? March 12th at 6. Jeff, you want to join for that as well?
What day is it?
It's a Sunday.
Monday.
March 12th.
What's happening on the day?
It's a selection Sunday for March Madness.
Yeah, maybe I'll pop on for a little bit. I really don't know anything about college basketball, but maybe I'll just pop on just to throw it out there for the hell of it.
Don't matter. I'm mad. Fucking Villanova. Villanova's not going to be getting.
Michigan is in the bubble, so I'm like so happy.
So is Rutgers. So is Rutgers now after last fucking.
Oh my! What the hell was that?
Bro, I don't know how you gonna be up by 11 points with a little over a minute and lose. To Minnesota, who was on a 12-game losing streak. Minnesota. Yo, they're on the bubble for me now. They're on the bubble because they're too inconsistent. And I love you know me. I love Rutgers, and I'm concerned that this is also going to hurt their top 5 recruiting class for 2004 because now those kids might sit there and say, "Well, I don't know."
Hey, Sleeping Angels. They play up and down to their competition. They're done. You want to talk about a team that plays up and down to their competition? They've been losing to teams
they blew out Minnesota earlier at home.
Yeah, but they've lost to other teams that they should have beat.
No, Nebraska and Minnesota. Those are two terrible, and Temple.
That's
Those
what
are-
I mean.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you should have beaten Temple.
And then
those
they're
are-
beating teams they have no business beating.
So, and that's my point. It's too up and down. It's too inconsistent. And for them, they're at least to me on that bubble. They should be on the same line with Michigan. If Michigan is on the bubble, they should be on the bubble.
I'm so nervous for Michigan. Like, you have no idea.
Did they lose last night
Doing
to,
good,
to
Sipping
Illinois?
Angels.
Well,
I
at
think
least-
they won. Let me
At
look.
least
I
they're
missed
on
the
the
game
bubble.
last
At
night.
least Villanova's only hope is if they win
Mac,
the Big
what the
East
hell
tournament,
happened to
and that's not
Villanova?
happening. And that
The hell
Jay
happened
Wright
to them?
retired. Jay
Jay
Wright
Wright-
retired.
Jay Wright's done.
That's what
Yeah.
happened.
That's it.
That's the only
You
thing
see
that
the
happened.
same thing with Duke and Coach K. Same thing.
It's amazing how much a coach makes
Like,
that much of a difference
They're
in
going to have
college
Does.
to
basketball.
completely.
Yeah, you're right. I
win
know.
win the Big East tournament to make the NCAA tournament. That's the only chance they got is to win the Big East tournament, and I don't see that happening with the way they've been playing this season. So
Look,
No.
I don't know why he
players-
was in that tweet.
Look, just don't look. They might have been asked a question or whatever.
We
I don't know.
lost to
because-
Illinois. We lost to Illinois last night.
Damn.
Yeah, we're against Indiana on Sunday.
See, Rutgers could have been in because they would have been tied for second because they would have been in that group of 11 and 8
Good
because
luck, Randy.
there's like 8 teams that are
Oh.
11 and 8 in that group, and now Rutgers is behind them.
I might. Wait, am I doing anything?
I heard that the last play of the game was very controversial in the way it ended, Coach.
Well, with Rutgers, no, it was a clean
Yeah.
shot. It
Oh,
was
it was a clean shot. Okay.
It was
Yes.
clean shot.
Thank you.
The issue was Caleb went to the foul line before that, and he missed the first shot and hit the second one. They were up by 2, and then they did not press. That's what I had the issue because if they pressed, it was like what, like 3 seconds left or something like that, and they went down and hit a 3, and what the guy faked. Cam went flying by, and then he hit a wide open 3 from there.
So stupid.
And it was their defense going down. I mean, they were up by 11 with a little over a minute. And started fouling. They were missing foul shots. That's the other issue. It went back to the old Rutgers. So
It's like they teased us. They're like the definition of a tease.
the biggest issue, I'll be honest, is Mawat Mag. Ever since he went out
We
with that
talked about that,
injury,
yeah.
that's been the biggest issue. They started because of his defensive versatility and the little bit that he gives them on offense. So
Big
But-
sexy.
yeah. What about us big sexies?
Now look at the chat.
Oh,
Look at the
okay.
highlight.
Yeah, thanks. All right. Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
You know what?
Let
Hold
them
on.
learn
Since we're talking about
growth.
basketball,
And always remember one thing. With me is always BIGG. I always do 2 G's.
Yeah, that's right, negative Nancy.
just one game, man. And
Yeah, negative Nancy.
come back after being down by like 20. They come back and win. What are the odds against the Grizzlies?
Man, I was watching your live stream. You were being negative the entire time. Halftime had to put you in place the time. Yeah.
The Grizzlies are a good team.
Yeah, they're a good team. Yes, I didn't expect the Sixers to come back like that.
And we got our
They
asses
lose
kicked.
to the Mavericks.
Coach,
We
your
got
team
it,
is
right.
clearly way better than my team. It's not even close.
Oh,
right
I'm
now.
nervous to face the Knicks in the
And
playoffs.
the Knicks
I'm
are
telling you
hot.
right
The
now.
Knicks are red hot right now. The Knicks are really
okay.
putting it
We're
together.
red hot. All right. I'm just not going too crazy.
That's
Too many
Brunson.
times it's happened, and boom,
Clippers.
what happens? All right, we're still what 2.5 behind Cleveland.
Mhm.
So I mean, it still takes a lot for us to catch them, and it's not like we play Miami tonight. So and Miami can get hot, and I'm not sleeping on where the Knicks are. I'm hoping they can get to 4, but realistically, I think they're going to end
It's
up
all
5
right.
or 6.
The Wizards beat you guys down last night, Randy. That was a rough one. And the Clippers the Clippers were up by at least 12 at one point in that game I did last night, and they got their asses whooped by the Warriors in the third quarter. They had I think they hit one
Really?
3-point shot in the entire third quarter and fourth quarter. Yeah, they couldn't hit a 3. And Jordan Poole was making shots all over the court. 3-point shots, driving to the basket. Klay Thompson was getting big rebounds. Last night, Mason Plumlee had 18 rebounds in the game, and it still wasn't enough. Westbrook was bricking shots. Leonard was bricking
Did you see
shots.
where Draymond
Gordon was
did to
bricking
Westbrook?
shots. It was
Did you
terrible.
actually see that?
Which one?
They left Westbrook wide open behind the 3-point line.
Yeah, and he couldn't make it. He was breaking shots left and right. He was awful last night. The entire Clippers team in the second half could not buy a shot.
But yet and still, he's in that top 75, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Banana
Makes
pudding for
sense.
me. No Mets, no Mets, no Jets.
Yeah.
Give me some banana pudding, bro.
Lemon meringue pie. I'm telling you right now, halftime hates lemon meringue pie.
Just give me a nice bowl of vanilla ice cream, cookies and cream.
Hot apple pie and vanilla ice cream. My first wife, she knew it. All I would just say, all right, babe, what do you want? Just knew it. Just knew it.
Yeah, their defense was pretty bad last night. I agree on that one. Or even like an ice cream. I like something traditional, like an ice cream sandwich. I'll be fine, happy with that.
Yeah.
Happy and dandy. Or brownies.
Yeah.
I like brownies.
Yeah, we know you and your brownies, Mitch.
Yeah. 9 o'clock brownies time. Be on the alert for that one.
Yep, tonight.
Cookies too. Even
I
some
just want
nice,
a good game tonight.
Be
some
honest with
good
you.
hot cookies come out of the oven.
I
Can't
just want a
beat that
good game
either.
between the Bucks and
Good, nice, a nice good donut. Some donuts
Yeah,
too.
that too. That too, Coach. Good
Look.
point.
I'm a fat guy and I love sweets. I admit it. So
Yeah,
special brownies.
mine are not special. Jesus,
See, there you go. Being negative.
What kind of nuts do
it's
you
not
like in your brownies?
negative.
What kind of brownies do you like in your nuts?
Mhm.
I mean, what kind of nuts do you like in your brownies?
What?
What kind of nuts do you like in your brownies? You like?
I don't know if you
walnuts,
can walk
almonds?
that one back, Coach.
No, I'm asking. Do you like walnuts or almonds?
Oh, I can't answer that.
Why?
That's what you just said. But
I said, what
no
kind of nuts do
joking
you like?
aside,
Look.
I'm not
You
a
know
nut
me
guy.
better.
I'm not a nut
thank
guy.
you. Thank you. Stop. You know me. Don't do that pause stuff with me. I don't.
I
mean
didn't
it
even
like
say
that.
the word.
No, but y'all. Yeah, I know where y'all are going half the times when y'all start.
I'm not
start
pausing.
doing that.
I'm not pausing.
I didn't say it.
So when
Have you
I'm
guys ever had a
asking-
Blondie? You ever had a Blondie
Yeah.
before?
Yeah, she's a great artist, man. I love her songs.
Oh, God damn you, Coach. You never had like the Blondie, the brownie. It's like the lighter version.
I know what you.
No,
I know what a
you meant.
blondie is.
Yeah,
They're
I've never had
damn
one.
good as hell.
Never
Damn
had
good
one.
as hell. It's like I think it's like what cookie dough and brownie mixed together, I believe.
Yeah, it's
Something like
like
that,
almost. It's like almost like a crust underneath of a brownie a little bit, like a little brownie with like a little crust, like on a cookie type of crust on it.
Yeah.
Hell,
This
I'll
makes
take
me
I'll take
hungry.
I'll take Twix ice cream. Shit, I'll do that. Eat that all day long.
Now you're speaking my language,
the
Coach.
Snickers ice cream. Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh yeah.
Or the bar, yeah, something like that.
Oh,
Hell yeah.
You ever had the Oreos ice cream too?
Oreos is all right, but you know, it's played out for me because it's been around so long. It's like,
I mean,
you know, it's you know, I like
it's just cookies and cream with actual Oreos. You know.
Yeah, that's good enough for me. That's good enough right there. That's you
Yeah.
sold us right there.
Hey, Jeff, look what I
ice cream.
just found on Twitter. Build a starting lineup to win a championship ring using 2 All-Stars, 2 sophomores, 1 rookie. Basketball.
Oh, God damn it. Really put me on the spot on that one, Mitch.
It's that, like I'm looking on it on Twitter right now. These lineups are insane.
I love how Arku just wants to see the Clippers fail. I don't know why, but he just loves watching the Clippers just suck. They suck, all right, because they were terrible last night.
The Clippers are pretty much done at this point.
Dad's original cookies were good as hell too. Crushed up, mixed with vanilla ice cream, mix it together. Oh my God. How about some vanilla wafer ice cream? I'll take that too. I was waiting for this the past few years for their collapse. Yeah, the Clippers and the Nets are very similar to one another. The second-ranked little brother in their cities. Yeah, so look, everybody's laughing at the Clippers' demise.
Yeah.
Yes, Coach.
Yeah, Rob live streamed the game last night.
Are you going to say you run the city?
No, we don't run the city. You do.
Oh, yeah, you run the city. That's right.
You run the city, man.
Yeah, you know what we're doing? You know how we're running the city? We're running the city right into the ground with our play. That's how we're running the city.
But How did you feel about your boy Durant with his first game with the Suns? Honestly, what did you think?
He doesn't
He's
give a damn.
typical Durant. I mean, he's gonna have a good game. He's gonna.
But the whole mix of with him blending in with that team, how did you feel that they played as a whole? Did they play to your expectation or did they play above it?
I think they played to my expectations. I mean, curious to see how they're going to mesh throughout the rest of the season. Is it going to work? But I mean, the thing that I do like about that Suns team is their contrasting talents between Chris Paul, who's the facilitator, Booker is their shooter, Durant's their mid-range guy, and then Ayton is their down low guy. So they got different stars that can do different types of roles on that team. So I think they'll be fine. I'm still going with the Nuggets. I know everybody thinks the Nuggets are chokers when they get into the playoffs. I'm going with the Nuggets because I think when they're healthy, they're the most talented team. But we'll see.
Okay.
Jeff, I don't have a problem with you. And I appreciate that. I'm glad you don't have a problem with me. I'm glad. Thank you, Arco. I think Knicks fans are starting to get really annoying. Not Coach, but other Knicks fans. But I'm dealing with it. So they finally got their first taste of success, and like they think they're going all the way and winning a championship. Not you, Coach. Not you. I didn't say you.
No, I'm telling you right now. If you watch Knicks fan TV, actually the large portion of the people, and that they're tuned into a lot of the fans and the top level fans like Spike Lee and Chuck D and Fat Joe, and they all say the same thing. They're like me. They're tempering it, and they're not going crazy. Are there those who are like, "Oh, we're going to the championship"? Yes. I don't. But that's not.
Oh, money finesse.
That's not reality.
I haven't seen that guy in like a month.
He popped into my live stream last night and immediately said Nets are trash. I didn't expect that one to come.
I haven't seen him in God knows how long. He's scared to come on my channel.
No, I think the Knicks are a good team, and a lot of it has to do with just the emergence of Jalen Brunson. This dude is becoming a superstar
Brunson
player.
and Hart.
Villanova.
Yep.
Yeah, Brunson and Hart, those two
and
together.
Mikal Bridges.
Just wait. I feel like he's not going.
No, he's not going. So, but no, the Knicks, can they? Yes. Do they match up with the Sixers for the most part? Yes, they can match up. They've proven they can compete with Boston. Yes, but when it comes to the playoffs, the ante steps is amps up even more. And do they choke? And is it another situation like 2 years ago? I trust Brunson. Tibbs is coaching a whole lot better. He's coaching to his talent. He's using young guys, which we've been crying for the longest while. The young guys Quickly is playing phenomenally. So it's there, but they still need to prove themselves. I mean, and Julius, he has to take control in those crunch times. He has to be smart. He has to feel the double team. He can't be turning the ball over the way he does. I mean, it's when he played against y'all. I mean, those cross court passes, they scared me because they're cross court passes, but they were to the open guy, and Grimes was hitting those threes. So
our defense sucks. Our defense.
But in the same token, let's be real. We don't hit threes like that on a regular basis. So it was just an aberration. I'm sorry. To me, that was an aberration game.
Our defense has been terrible, Coach. We've given up 125 points per game in the past 4 games.
But the fact of the matter is, what I'm saying is, we hit 60% in threes in that game. Come on now, to hit 60% over the course of a whole game, no. If you had told me 40, 45, okay, but to hit 60, yes, your three defense wasn't great, but I'm not expecting that on a regular basis. Because Grimes is too inconsistent, even when he's open. Quickly, I can expect it from him. Hart is shown that he's the trash guy, doing everything else. Even Hartenstein, nice jump hook when he's in the lane. But, they're still a work in progress for me. So, I just hope we can win it. And as Stephen A. says, if we play Cleveland in the first round, we cannot let Donovan Mitchell be the one to send us home, because it'll be all holy hell to pay. All holy hell to pay. Exactly. So that's but then the opportunity to win the first round is there. But I'm waiting. I'm tempering everything.
You will never hear the end of it if the Donovan Mitchell is the reason why you guys go home in the playoffs against the Cleveland Cavs. It'll be
Exactly.
bad. It'll be the entire off season. Why didn't we trade for Donovan Mitchell? We should have traded R.J. Barrett. He sucks. What did we do?
Exactly. And that's
Dear
going to be the
all
whole
time.
key. R.J. Barrett.
I'm glad you said that, Coach. I agree with you 100%.
Banks is having a good.
1,000%.
Banks is definitely having a good. Banks and Bennett are having good combines from Maryland.
The cornerbacks?
Yeah, I mean, I'm watching. They're doing the wave drill. Their footwork is phenomenal. They did the twist and go. They were catching the ball. Good hit movement. Their 40 times were good.
How did the receivers do? Dante Demos and Raheem Jarrett.
They didn't do receivers.
Receivers haven't worked out yet.
Oh, they haven't gone yet.
Today they did this. They switched it. Now they're doing defense first, and then they go to Then they're going to the offense. I think tomorrow starts offense.
Okay, thank you.
I think the offensive line is tomorrow. Offensive line, is it offensive line and running back? No, it's quarterbacks. I think it's quarterbacks and receivers and tight ends tomorrow.
I'll definitely watch. If I have, no, I'm going to be out all tomorrow. I definitely want to watch some tape on the wide receivers. I get seeing these guys come in and out of their breaks, seeing how they run routes. That gets me excited. Just like the route running stuff.
The route running, and are they hand catchers? Do they have soft hands? Or are they more body catchers? Do they have confidence in what they're doing? So, like you said, their breaks, how their footwork. I'm paying attention to all that. So
no more goddamn drops over the middle of the field. I can't take that anymore from our receivers when they're dropping passes left and right.
It's been one of this so frustrating watching. Like you said, we need a competent guy out there, somebody that you can truly depend on.
Yeah.
One of those.
See, I'm loving Gonzalez. I'm really loving Gonzalez. What I'm seeing. I mean, even his breakdown, he's not using the bike pedal stop. He's using the plant and go. Too many guys are doing the bike.
Cornerback from Oregon State, I think.
Yeah, for Oregon. Yeah. Well, he's using the T technique on his break. I'm sorry, that's a coach in me. I'm gonna break down every little thing. He keeps slipping.
You got to do, Coach.
He keeps slipping, Jalen Jones.
Yeah, his cleat. That's his cleats. But that's why you see a lot of guys who don't want to, go on these drills because, little things like that because of the field.
Yeah. Little things like that can knock you down that what evaluators look for in these.
That's that field, man. That's that field. They're all starting to slip.
They always experimenting with these different turfs.
Exactly.
And stuff like that.
Stop with the damn experimentation. Enough with that already. It happened in the Super Bowl with the damn experimentation.
That was the first time they said they played a game on that shit. They had Super Bowl.
Let's experiment it in the biggest game in the NFL season. Why the hell not? Well, we see how that went. That was a good decision there, Roger Goodell. Keep lining up your pockets, Roger.
How you solve that problem is play football on what it's meant to be played on, grass, damn it.
Exactly.
Bro,
thank you, Mac.
You will never, bro, Mac. You ain't never lied, man. I love it, but people don't like it because when it rains, it gets dirty, it gets muddy. I'm like, yo, that's the best football. Y'all don't understand.
That's football.
It's kind of like the movie Invincible. Did you guys saw that, right?
Yeah. Look, I played a game it was nothing but water and mud. And that was the most fun we ever had. Everyone was saying it. You hit somebody.
Playing in the elements.
Yes.
What position did you play, Coach?
In college, I played D-line. Minor league, semi-pro, I just played line. I played both offensive and defensive line. It didn't matter the position. I played all 5 spots on the offensive line, all spots on the defensive line. It doesn't matter. I could play it all.
Anyone familiar with Laney Wilson? Coach?
Who?
I have no idea who Laney Wilson is. Is that football or? Okay, now you're going to have me looking it up.
The old school football is what's worth being soft now. Is what it's worth. Being soft nowadays.
American singer and songwriter.
Oh, okay. Well, that was one was out of left field.
She must be country.
Yeah.
She's cute. Ooh, damn, she got a fatty. Damn.
He looked it up. He looked it up, Nomets. He looked it up, and he's very, very happy with the results. He wants to know your opinion, Coach. Go ahead.
Happy,
No,
joy.
I gotta listen to it seriously, honestly. Because
Okay.
I mean, there are some. I'm really not big on country, but there are some that like like I love Reba McEntire. I'm not gonna lie. I can listen to Reba all day long, but there's some that you know what.
You have Shania Twain?
She's all right. I'm listening to her now, so.
Oh,
She's
my
okay.
bad, Sleeping Angels. Why is everybody being soft nowadays? That's what I meant to say. Well, the
She's
times,
okay.
man.
And it's just the times we're living.
I think it just sucks when you're watching games and guys don't get dirty anymore. It's just
No.
it's unnatural.
No, it's the
terrible.
perfect word right there, Mac. It's unnatural when it's a football game. You're supposed to be going out there, supposed to be getting dirty, going on the ground, knocking each other's asses on the ground. Come on. This is football, for Christ's sakes.
Heart Like a Truck. Nice song.
You can do a scouting report on her, Coach?
I'm gonna listen to her
Yeah,
for a
she
while.
is fine. Coach ain't lying. She fine. She's
What's her
bad.
name? Lainey Wilson?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
She is definitely bad. She's bad.
Okay. All right, I see.
And Bell Bottom Country. Okay. She got some nice thickums too. She got some yams. Woo. Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Oh my living God.
I'm sorry, my grammar sucks. It's off nowadays. Oh, you must be talking about football because I will say this: part of the softness that we see in football stems from the lawsuit the NFL received in terms of the concussions. And people don't factor that in because it changed once you started putting that into the equation because the NFL doesn't want to get blamed for everything. So
Yeah,
what do you
that's
do?
true.
I'm old school. Yes, I will never. When I played minor league semi-pro, I had to retire because of spinal issues, and I wouldn't change it for anything. Nothing. I knew what I was doing going in. I know I'm probably going to have quote unquote CTE somewhere along the line. Okay.
Oh, great.
I knew what I was doing going in. I mean, when I owned teams, we had guys sign contracts because there's risk of injury leading up to death. Hello, you're playing a physical sport, a dangerous sport. Grown people running full speed at each other, throwing their bodies into each other. I know what the hell
That's what
I'm
you get
doing.
paid those big bucks for,
Exactly.
That's what you get paid that money for.
And I did it for free, or I even paid some places to play. So if I'm doing that, that's what's taken and made the game soft because people have taken the physicality out, going across the middle and laying, as we say, laying the wood, to a receiver. How many times we see an explosive hit and what do? We look around for a flag now.
Yeah,
because you're like
get started on the roughing the passer.
Exactly.
Oh my God, yeah,
out of control.
Oh,
completely out of control.
Don't get me started on holding.
I'm so sick of the goddamn roughing the passer.
In all my life, 2 concussions? Hell no, man. Hell, I remember the movie Wildcats, and I used to go around banging my head on lockers in high school. So if you ever see the movie Wildcats, there's a dude in there who goes ahead.
Seen Wildcats.
Exactly. So I was Trullo. I would bang my. Come on, man. I know I've had plenty of concussions in my life, and I don't care. I have fun doing it, playing the game, whatever. So, but I get it. Everybody else is, whatever, money and all that, whatever. I played the game of football. I loved it. Met some great people. Hell, met all of y'all through football. If you really think about it, I wouldn't.
That's right.
That is true.
That's right, Coach.
Nope. I'll do it again. I'll put my body on the line. I go through my issues right now, with spinal issues, with walk, whatever. I don't care. I enjoyed it.
Jeff, it's kind of like the SmackDown song. Let the bodies hit the floor.
Exactly. Exactly.
That song's going to be stuck in my head now.
I can say something that Chris Jericho used to say to Stephanie McMahon all the time when he kept talking about that, but I'm going to refrain. you remember the infamous promo that Chris Jericho cut on Stephanie McMahon all the way back during the invasion angle. I think you might remember, right, Mac?
I'm sorry, Jeff. My fault.
The invasion angle with Chris Jericho and Stephanie McMahon.
I'm loving Robbie
Invasion
Moss.
angle.
Yeah, I
What
know.
Chris Jericho always used to say about Stephanie. She was a little bit enhanced.
Yeah.
She was a little enhanced,
Yeah.
if you know what I mean.
Yeah. I remember that
A
now.
little top heavy.
Well, yeah, we knew that.
We
knew
most of
that.
them are.
Yeah.
I mean,
No, but she was top heavy for a reason. You know, it wasn't like that in the original. I'm gonna get in trouble for this, so I'm gonna stop before I say something that's gonna be too out of line. Somebody's gonna take it the wrong way. Mitch, that's a shooter song.
Let the bodies hit the floor.
That's from what do you call it? Drowning Pool.
SmackDown.
That's from the big group Drowning Pool. I have memory loss because of football, but I love playing the game. That's the thing right there. You have no regrets when it comes to doing something that you love. That's all it is. It's like, if you do something you love, but it's put you in exactly,
Mac. Going in.
Exactly. And if you have no regrets doing something like that, then that's all that matters. It might not be the best thing for you nowadays compared to what it was when you were playing the sport, but as long as you got no regrets at the moment, that's all that matters. Your happiness matters more than anything. So,
pretty much.
Exactly.
Baked cookies, hell yes.
Huh?
No, I got a text about Tate Cookies, Tate Bake Shops, and they got salted caramel chocolate chip cookies.
Oh, they're so good. Underrated cookies are Tate's.
Oh shit!
Hey, since we're talking about food, what are you guys eating for dinner tonight?
I don't know. I'm probably gonna run out to grab something after this.
I don't know.
I'm having tacos.
I don't know.
I'm supposed to eat that on Tuesday.
It's Taco Friday.
I might do pizza and some wings.
No, that's not a bad idea.
That's not bad either.
That's a damn good idea.
Give me beef, onions, and mushrooms. There I go. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt.
Cheese or taco pizza or cheeseburger pizza?
I'll do the cheeseburger. See, that's what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. So there you go. That's cheeseburger pizza. Get some of that some of that cheese on there, some burger meat. There you go.
Oh yes. Oh,
gyros.
And give me some buffalo wings, no sauce, cooked well done.
Yes.
Just with some blue cheese on the side. That's it. Thank you guys. See?
See, we help each other out in multiple ways, more than one, not just about sports. Who would have thought? Hey, who would have thought it all started because of Daniel Jones? There you go, see? All started because of Daniel fucking Jones.
You mean Danny Panties?
Oh, shut up, Mitch. Oh, by the way, thanks, James Bradbury. We appreciate it. You did a good job in the Super Bowl for us.
Oh, yeah.
Darius.
Oh, yeah.
See, that's the thing. We didn't even have to play in the Super Bowl, and we already won. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. There he is.
Welcome into existence.
That's spoken into your favorite person's here, Coach.
Jalen definitely hurts, right?
Yeah, see? There you go, Coach. Your buddy's here.
It definitely hurts when you lose, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I took it a lot better than all these other Eagles fans.
Yeah, apparently they were all shutting down their DMs and
they blocked people left and right.
Really?
I got a whole bunch of screenshots of Eagles content creators blocking other people.
Yes, I heard about that. Lamar going to the Jets. Mm-hmm.
Jalen Hurts trash, bro. I love when Almighty just starts coming in and just starts trashing everybody.
Even though we swept y'all.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a new season.
Y'all did your job.
You did.
Your job. There you go. I mean, whoop-de-doo. Guess
what? You're a loser like we are. We all lost.
What? We're the NFC champions.
But in the end, let's be real. The Eagles will always be the little brother to the Giants. Period.
They'll be the little brother to everyone.
Exactly.
It wasn't Mitch blocking
in the division, you have to be.
Oh, let's just be real. Washington's the
Nope.
little brother to
Nope.
everybody.
Nope. Can't be.
Because the
What's the reason?
championships.
They have two.
Championship,
We have
bro.
one.
You have to factor that. That's the truth. Quentin Johnson is not coming to us, bro.
Yeah, I
Quentin
doubt it.
Johnson will probably be going within the top 10. So, but you can believe
You
that.
don't think he's
Almighty
gonna drop a little
enjoy it,
bit, Coach? You think he's gonna drop?
depending on how he does tomorrow. And I think he's going to have a good whatchamacallit, and somebody's going to. The only thing that's going to
Have a
hurt,
good combine.
the only thing that may push him down a little bit is the quarterback play, and do people panic? That's the only thing. The quarterback and maybe the offensive tackles. Those are the only two things, because there are teams that need tackles, i.e. the Jets. The Jets might. I could see the Jets trading up to get after one of those tackles.
Yeah, I think they're gonna want to
Well,
get
they
Skoronski. I think that's the guy they're targeting.
Skoronski
The
is the
thing is,
best.
what's going to happen though is because they talking about already Chicago and Arizona are already entertaining offers to get to move the trade back. So guys are going to be coming up for those quarterbacks
Yup.
most
Absolutely.
likely, and that can always change the dynamic of the first round.
I heard the Colts are already looking to trade all the way up to number 1 to possibly get one of those quarterbacks ahead of the.
Oh, I
Why are
see
they
that.
number 2?
No, the Colts are what, 3 or 4? No, they're 4. The Colts
Yeah.
are 4, aren't they?
They
I
want
thought
to
they were
probably
2.
jump the Texans. They probably want to jump the Texans to get their guy.
The Texans
Oh,
don't care.
Yeah.
Your Texans are in a good spot because they're going to get a quarterback. So they're not.
Do they have a
moving.
particular one they want though over the other? That's the thing.
Coach Dante said he'll be fine with either quarterback.
No, that's
and
true. You're
I
right.
think most Houston fans will be like that. So, and it's if the Colts jump up to 4, which is perfect for Chicago, because they're still going to have their pick of the 2 defensive players that are tops, which is Anderson
Yes.
and Carter. Right now, I still don't think what's happening is going to affect him. I really don't.
No, I don't think so either, Coach. I think he's
It's
going to be fine.
misdemeanors. They're misdemeanors. Everybody's making a big deal, but they're misdemeanors.
Yeah.
And all that'll probably happen is he'll pay a fine, have to do community service. He's not going to jail.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Coach.
And if Chicago trades down to 4 and Carter is there, and you get more draft capital or whatever, why not? So
I wonder who we trade down for. I think the Bears could be one of those teams. I've said it all off season. I think this team could become good very quick if they make the right decisions and they have a ton of cap space, and that number 1 pick is going to get them a boatload of draft picks back. They could get essentially 2 top players in the top 10 if they're able to trade for a team desperate enough to give him a haul for a number 1 pick. So
how am I missing this kid? And he's a big tenor.
Who's that?
Riley Moss from Iowa.
I forgot about him
He's
too.
He's having a good combine. Decent speed. He's running in the 4.4s.
Riley Moss. What's his height?
I think he's 6'2".
Yeah, 6'1". Out of Iowa. Why am I not surprised? Out of Iowa.
Out of Iowa.
Yeah. This college is
Smart.
like churning
Knows
out
how to
great
read.
players.
Iowa. You play at Iowa. You're going to be fundamentally sound on the defensive side, and also probably within the offensive line schemes.
Jordan Addison. If I had to pick between Addison and Flowers, I like Flowers a lot. I'm picking Addison. I think he's the most complete wide receiver.
Yeah,
And I want
I agree
the
with the
route
assessment.
runner.
The only question is, I think you can put
Oh,
Flowers.
you.
You probably put Flowers to start in as a returner too. I don't know about Addison.
Was he a returner at all with Pittsburgh?
Who, Addison? I don't recall. I think Flowers, when he first got to BC, he did. I have to go back and look, but well, they play a lot of zone at Iowa, so they don't play. Okay, there he is in man-to-man. I'm gonna break down this kid Riley Moss a little bit more because he has decent speed. Okay. Is he going to be? And I know people are gonna say, "Oh, is he another Jason Sehorn?" If he is, I will be happy if you could get him.
If he's another Jason Sehorn, sign us up. Sign us up ASAP. I mean,
Yeah.
I think we'll all take another Jason Sehorn in his
Who's he
prime.
running with over there? Who's that receiver? I'm looking at him against Ohio State, so and he looks to be running with the receivers.
I still can't believe Jonathan Isaac is going under. He's undergoing season-ending surgery again.
Yeah, he's always hurt.
I'm so mad about that. Like, he's such a great talent.
I don't know about Hyatt. I got to see Hyatt become more of a refined route runner. That's the one thing I wonder about him. I don't like his route running. Maybe it's just me being too hard on him, but I watched his tape and he's too one-dimensional to me. I just think he's more of just a deep down the field guy, and I don't know if he could be able to run the route tree like some of these other guys can. And that's what I'm looking for more with these wide receivers, is guys that could run routes, that can get open in the middle of the field, create that little extra, separation in and out of their routes. That's why, God forbid, if Shepard didn't freaking get hurt every single second, he'd be the guy. But he always got hurt. He's the guy. That's the type of wide receiver that I want, is somebody like a Sterling Shepard, like a good route runner that can get open with a little bit more burst and explosiveness over the middle of the field. Coach can talk about Butte. I think you talked about him like he's not as like he's not what they're pretty much overhyping him because of the LSU pedigree.
Yeah,
he's not as big of a prospect.
Let me bring it. Let me see if I can find this film.
Okay.
I mean, he's like I say, he's okay. Butte. That's Jennings from.
Have you scouted any of these guys at all, Mac, or not really?
I mean, not too many, really, not yet. I'm just kind of watching them right now in this combine, waiting for some of their pro days, and then start, just kind of. That's how because I don't really watch. I don't watch enough of the games, so I don't know. I'm not as familiar.
I know I do. I'm a junkie. I'm a college football junkie. I get it.
That's fine. That's why we always go to you. We go to Pat. We go to Lou. We go to Dash. All you guys, because you guys are in when it comes with this watching the film on all these players.
Let me know when you get it.
Got it.
Here you go. This is against Alabama.
Let's see.
Him in the slot.
Just pretty much as a decoy.
I mean, it's the combo. It's also a whatchamacallit combo.
Some of these guys don't know because of the offense.
Hey, I'm gonna hop off. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, take it easy, Mitch.
Yep, Jeff. I'll see you in a couple hours.
All right, take it easy, Mitch. If I'm a little late, it's probably because I'm get something to eat for.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
All right, thank you.
Yep, I'll talk to
give
you
a little bit more.
Yep, see you guys.
Take it easy.
All right, Mitch.
So there he is over there. They went away from him. That's the one thing about these clips. They don't just dive in strictly on him.
Mm-hmm. You probably have to go to highlights and stuff in order to get that.
But highlights only give you the good stuff. They don't give you the bad stuff. So, I mean, as you see, he's not running away, getting separation from the defensive back. You'll see it right over the middle. And that's who just ran for Alabama in the draft. I mean, in the combine.
Oh, Anderson?
Yeah.
Yeah, could be the potential #1 pick in the draft.
No, I'm not Anderson.
If the Bears stay.
No, 14.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about the defensive back.
Oh, okay, my fault.
I forgot what his name is.
Yeah, Alabama's got a couple of highly ranked defensive backs coming out this year. Let me see. NFL draft.
Number 14 is what is it? Battle. I think Battle is one.
I think that might be it. No, it doesn't help me one bit. Alabama, Jordan Battle.
Yeah.
He got his clock clean on that play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Jesus. Oh! Yeah, I heard like the Georgia guys were going crazy for Nolan Smith.
Mm-hmm. See, I mean, he's smooth when he runs his routes. He's okay with his change of direction, breaking down. But I haven't really seen. He doesn't look like he has a full out, or he hasn't run full speed. It doesn't seem like he's in motion going into the flats. Settling, he's not working much there. He should have either come back to the quarterback or went vertical. When the quarterback rolls this way, if you're by yourself, go vertical, take it upfield. Give the quarterback an opportunity to throw the ball deep for you, but those are things you can coach.
Mm-hmm.
There he is going deep. And see, they went away from him. So that's an indicator for me. I mean, it's does the quarterback look for you right off the bat? I mean, are the plays called for you? If they're not called for you,
I don't think any wide receiver is going in the top 10 almighty.
So this kid is just okay. He's okay. He's not the typical LSU defensive. I mean, wide receivers. He's not a
not Chase or a Jefferson or a Beckham or a Landry or even
exactly.
Terrence Marshall or any of those guys.
No, he's not.
It's just fine. If he's if you put him in the right system to utilize his skill set, maybe you can get the most out of him. That's what it's really going to
be. He looks like a guy that'll just fit in if he can fit into the right system.
Exactly.
That's some success.
He's a number 2 to me. He's the best. He's a number 2. He's not a number 1 wide receiver right now to me.
He just looks like he lacks that extra gear, that extra explosive step in his play.
Now I'll go look at highlight films just to get a better, read on, good plays. But from here, what I'm looking at,
yeah, it's very pedestrian. Well, what was LSU's offense like this year?
Brian Kelly, if you watch Notre Dame from the past few years, that's because remember Brian Kelly is not a head coach. That's their offense. Pretty much. I mean, it's the typical spread offense, with a little pro set concepts in it. They do run, but they don't have the elite talent like they have had in the past. So. So I'm gonna give it one more. Here he is in the slot, and that's the other thing I'm noticing. He's running a lot of patterns out of the slot.
Yeah, it seems like he doesn't have the being able to play on the outside at all. I think he's a smaller receiver too. He's what, 6 feet, 5'10"?
Yeah, he's about 6 feet. Yeah, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, so that right there, and he just doesn't look like he has that extra explosive step in his game. Like you said, he's probably a number 2 at best, which is fine.
Yeah,
but. No.
So Quentin Johnson, top 10, top 15 at best, at worst.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with you, Coach. I think he's around the top 10, around a top 15 pick.
And I'm not trading up if he's in the top 12, top 13. I'm not trading all the way up to get him because it's going to cost too much.
No, neither am I. There's other good quality receivers in this draft that you can get that would be good for our system, and we don't have to trade up for Johnson.
Exactly. So, what is it? The draft. They have the draft, not the draft grades that you your payouts for. Let me see the payouts. No. What is it? It tells you how much you have to give up to move up from one spot to another. Bless you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Draft.
Like draft trades?
Yeah, draft grade, draft trade. This is the chart. I think it's the chart. The draft value chart. Yeah, that's what it is. Here it is. Yeah. So if you guys want to look at the draft chart, it'll tell you. For example, if you wanted to move up to 11, the point value for 11 is 1250, and we're at 25, which is 720 points.
Mhm.
So you're going to have to give up a lot to move up, just to get into that range. And I'm just giving that as an example so guys can understand.
Mhm.
You know what? Here, I'm gonna share this shit with you guys so y'all see it.
Okay. Yeah, you're gonna have to give up at least multiple picks just to move up to get into a position in the top 15. It's not worth it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Not worth it at all. All right,
Let me know
got it,
you
coach.
got it. So here you go. So this gives you like Chicago's 3,000 points. And you look at the grades in the third round. I mean, the top pick in the third round is 270 points. So that's how you decide. That's what a lot of teams use to decide what are you going to trade for, and that's where you look into, okay, in the future years, I have to give up this much to move up to this spot. So so if Indy's look at Indy from 3,000 to 4 is 1,800 points.
Mhm.
That's a big drop. That's 1,200 points you're losing.
Yeah.
So, and there you go. I'm getting this off of drafttech.com for anybody who wants it.
I don't think Addison's gonna be a second round pick, Almighty. I think he's gonna be the second receiver taken off the board.
No, Addison
He's
will be
gonna go
anywhere.
early.
I figure he'll go from anywhere from 13 to 20, somewhere in that range, depending on how the top goes.
I think so too. I think he's gonna be the second or third receiver taken off the board.
Let me see, 720, 330, 145. Wow. Man, seventh rounders are 1 point.
Damn.
Woo. That says a lot to me.
That's crazy.
Yes. Wow. Okay. But that's enough talking. I know you guys got to get ready to go. So, Jeff, I know you got.
No, that's fine. It's almost. I'm gonna go to the 5 hour mark and then I'll close it out. Every time, it's like a thing. When Mac always pops on, we always go long. I noticed that. Mac's like the key to the long streams, which I'm glad. I'm glad you were able to pop on for this one, Mac. Seriously, thank you.
Yeah, I had the day off, so it's free. Seen you go on, and I knew Daniel Jones was gonna be at the start of the show. So
Oh my gosh, it just seems like every damn time.
Every time. I'm like, I saw that news. I'm like, oh god, here we go.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we all got that same news. I was in the barbershop talking about it earlier this morning. Like, it's crazy. But
we're just all sitting there, like we see that Daniel news. We're like, oh shit, it's gonna get wild now. It's gonna be one of those days. Just please, God, get to a decision already. At this point, I am so played out with the Daniel Jones stuff. Just get to a damn decision. Either sign him, tag him, trade him, let him go. I don't care at this point. Just get to a decision.
I want to move along with the off season, and I'm just get this shit wrapped up. We can move along with the rest of the off season. I'm excited for new beginnings.
Yes.
Exactly.
We're not signing Daniel Jones to like all these different positions on our team. He's not playing cornerback. He's not playing linebacker. He's not playing wide receiver, running back, and everything. Well, he can play wide receiver. He can play running back too. But still, I mean, come on. What's up, Dakota? I mean, God, I'm so tired of this damn conversation already.
Look, sometimes they're talking about it, even if I go into spaces, and they start talking about it, and I just click out because I don't want to hear it. I just don't want to hear it. And I mean, it's some people we all know and love, and some people we all know and hate. But I don't care. Sometimes it's like, all right, I know what I feel, and that's all that matters to me. So
yeah, that
and everyone
basically.
Exactly.
Everyone has the thing about is funny is, look, we all have our opinions, and that's really what it is. And to argue and debate over it sometimes, I mean, there's debate. There's good debates. Don't get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Adam said it best earlier. We love to debate, yes, but sometimes people go to the extreme.
I agree.
That's where I'm just like, I can't today. I just can't. I don't want to deal with it.
No, I feel the same way as you, Coach. I can't. Whenever I start seeing these DJ debates and everything get too crazy, I'm like, I'm done. I'm done with Twitter for the day. I'm getting the hell off, and I'm gonna go do something else. Like, I can't do it.
Yo, Trey is stupid. Nah, one of our former players, something he posted on Twitter.
Oh,
Hey, I'll do it. I'll do this for you guys.
you say something stupid, or he do something stupid?
Nah, he posted something that's funny. It's not stupid. It's funny.
Yeah, that's right. No Mets. You're right. They pretend they're decision makers. You're right.
Here you go.
With the Denzel face.
Yes. That's so true. That's so true. That's so true. Okay. Yeah.
You know what? On that note, we should close the live stream out on that one. That's a perfect way to end this live stream. My God.
Yeah.
Thank you, Coach. And thank you to one of your former players.
That is so true, though. That is so awesome.
All y'all, thank you all for sticking by this live stream. We've been going for about 5 hours on this live stream tonight. Thank you to Coach. Thank you to Mac. Thank you to Miz, Mitch. Thank you to NYG22. Thank you to Raphael. Thank you to everybody that has been here in the chat. I'm going to try to extend this because I want to hit 5 hours exactly. I don't know why. It's fucking weird, but whatever. Thank you all, Dakota. Thank you, No Mess. Thank you, Almighty, Sleeping Angels. Thank you, Arku. Thank you, No Mess, No Nest, No Jets. Thank you all y'all for coming by here. Next shift, Randy, go give him a sub if you haven't already. Chad Schrader. Man, we had a full cast of characters here today for this long Football Friday show.
Don't forget to tune in to the Premium Takes podcast
right.
Coming back at you on Sunday.
We back. You
The
thought we were
Horsemen
dead,
riding
you thought we were
again.
gone? We're back. Is Zion going to be back there? We don't know yet.
Zion said he was going to be there.
Good. Sometimes
That's
get
what he
worried
said.
where Zion is half the time.
I gotta do my announcement soon.
Koofman, Bookends, Dilla. Make sure you guys go sub up to our good buddy Dilla as well. Another Giants content
Putting
creator.
that
He
work
does
in.
excellent work.
You're definitely putting that work in.
No doubt about it. Dilla, one of the most underrated New York Giants content creators, is not afraid to put out some controversial stuff like Adam too. Can't forget about our guy, Unpopular Opinion Sports as well, and Big Blue in the Bronx. You want to know your baseball stuff? You want to know about baseball stuff? Go to our guys over there at the Big Blue in the Bronx. Alex, Luca, Donald, all those guys. Excellent work over there with the
Doing that work.
baseball. Yes, they are. Absolutely. But all y'all, thank you all for coming by. I will be live again. Yes, I'll be back live again in 2 hours. Call me nuts, call me crazy, call me like I don't know what the hell I'm doing with myself. But I will be live again tonight to hopefully not watch the Brooklyn Nets get their absolute doors blown off by the Boston Celtics. So I'm not feeling confident going into the game tonight. It's going to probably be ugly.
You don't have a lot to feel confident about.
I really know that's an understatement, Mac. That's a damn understatement. I don't feel confident. Talking about we get blown out by the Chicago Bulls. I don't feel confident at all going into Boston playing the Celtics, especially when they got their asses kicked by the Knicks recently. So I don't feel confident at all. But yeah, I'll be live again later on Friday. I won't be live on Saturday. I'm going to be away with family, but I will be live twice tomorrow on Sunday with my guy Mac, the Giants fan, for Premium Takes, along with Adam and as well as Zion. And then on Sunday, get your soda ready, get your coffee ready, get whatever you got ready, because it's going to be a long fucking stream on Sunday night for AEW Revolution. We're going to be here for a while. I'm probably a 6-hour stream, so just be ready. But yeah, we'll be here for AEW Revolution on Sunday night. Also for the big matchup with MJF and Bryan Danielson, that Iron Man match. So can't wait for that one. But everyone, hope you all enjoy the rest of your Friday evening. Take it easy. And as always, when I close out these live streams, you always got to do it right and you got to do it proud. Let's go, New York Football Giants. Together, mother effing blue, everyone. Together blue, y'all. Have a good one.